Please give a warm welcome to your host, lead presenter for Al Jazeera English, Foli Batibao.
Good morning, everyone. Sabah al-Khair. Join us on center stage. Come on. I know it might have been a late night for some of you, but I'm glad you're here. Thank you so much for joining us. Welcome to day 2 of Web Summit Qatar. I'm Foli Batibao, senior news anchor for Al Jazeera English, based here in Doha. I've, of course, had the privilege of covering some of the biggest news stories in the world, but I'm so thrilled to be here at Web Summit Qatar 2025 to talk about technology and its impact on our daily lives, of course. Now, I hope you enjoyed yesterday's sessions. How incredible was Will Smith? I mean, wasn't he amazing? Just that conversation with Jay Shetty, so inspiring. And if you missed it, if you missed that talk with Jay Shetty, don't worry. That talk and all the sessions on center stage are streamed live to the Web Summit Qatar social media on YouTube. And don't forget the app, of course, that all-important app which allows you to create your own schedule or talks which you want to attend and be across all the talks at the conference, as well as networking opportunities with other attendees. And, of course, where to meet up later tonight for the night summit, right? It's on-site, it's off-site. There's lots happening across Doha. So do check out the app and find what works for you and what time is best for you. That's the way to do it. Now, we have a big day on day 2 here at Web Summit Qatar. Speakers from Replit, Celonis, Omnicom, Mozilla, Paramount, IBM, Qualcomm, and Jay Shetty will be back later for more. And then we'll have the pitch semifinals later this afternoon, where 10 startups will pitch in front of our panel of judges to find out which 3 will be in the finals, which will be tomorrow on Wednesday. So, are you ready? Come on. A little bit more energy. Are you ready for day 2? Amazing. That's what we want to hear. So let's get started, right? So the opportunities provided with AI, artificial intelligence, which we've been hearing about throughout Web Summit, are endless, of course. But what if I told you that it has the power to allow you to create an app via your phone? Replit is on a mission to build a future where anyone with a smartphone can create apps in a matter of minutes. And today, the CEO of Replit will showcase how his company is unlocking new possibilities and creating economic opportunities through their new technologies. He'll explore a world where more than 1 billion people have this power at their fingertips. So please welcome to the stage, a warm welcome, please, to the CEO of Replit, Amjad Masad.
All right, thank you for the intro, Folly. How are you guys doing? Good? Great to be here again. I was here last year. Always awesome to be in Qatar and to be at Web Summit. All right, so I want to tell you a little bit about my story. One of my earliest memories as a child was seeing my father buy a computer and set it up at home. I remember watching over his shoulder as he was typing the first commands on Microsoft DOS. And I was fascinated by this machine. You know, a machine that could talk to you, that you could talk to and it could talk back. A machine that you can build on. And from that moment on till the rest of my life, I've been fascinated with computers. You know, I was lucky that happened because no one in my school, no one in my neighborhood had access to computers. And my father, for whatever reason, decided that this is an important thing, although he barely could afford it. He was a government employee, he was a Palestinian refugee in Jordan, but decided that this is an important thing to invest in. So because that happened and because I learned how to code at such a young age, I was able to, work at multiple startups, build open source projects, and finally create Replit. Replit, reached 40 million people around the world. We raised over $200 million, and we have a valuation of over $1 billion. I'm not saying this to brag, but I'm saying this to show the power of making applications, the power of software. I think it's this thing in our world today that requires very, very little resources to be able to build a business, to be able to build a startup. And so the mission of Replit, more important than all these numbers, is that we want to empower 1 billion software creators. So our view is that today there's only 30 million software developers, but every company, every person in the world actually is interested in more software. Think about day to day, think about the problems you run into at your job that could be automated. Think about your personal experience with apps on your phone that doesn't do exactly what you want. And so we want everyone in the world to experience the act of software creation. So I've been working on this company for 8 years, and finally, just over the past 6 months, we have something that truly delivers on our mission, where anyone here can pull out your phone, install Replit, and start building an app. So let me show you, let me give you a tour of the Replit app and the Replit agent. So the Replit agent starts with a chat, kind of similar to ChatGPT. You talk to the app, and for example, I'm on my way to Doha, and I want to learn more about the landmarks here, so I can go out and kind of explore the city. So the agent replies back, that's a great idea. Let's build a mobile app that has a map with all Doha's landmarks. So then the agent proposes a plan. This plan is basically what kind of technologies it will use, what kind of features it will produce. And then you can have a back and forth with the AI to make sure the plan suits you. Or you can also trust the AI. It's often creative and does really interesting things. So we're going to click Build and start building. So now we have an app. Typically, you get an app in 3 to 5 minutes. The agent will start building it, and you can see it build. And then we get like an initial version of the app. But actually, I don't want the pins to be red. I want them to be blue. So the agent will iterate on the code, will update it, refactor it, do whatever is needed to comply with your commands. So then we have this landmark app. When I click on a landmark, I see this sort of pane that pops up with notes and description of the landmark. But I actually want an image. So I say add an image for the landmark. Typically, you need a lot of resources when you're making apps. It's not just what's available on the local computer. So the agent is able to go to the internet and explore resources and grab assets. So here it grabs an asset from Wikipedia. And now we have an app that we're proud of, an app that is actually useful. I actually made this app. And so I can go around Qatar and kind of find the most interesting places and take notes and use it. And you can build this today. So now after we built everything, we want to put this app in production. So we were in development, now we're in production. We want to serve it, we want people to be able to experience it, and so we deploy it. And so the cool thing about Replit is we take you from an idea all the way to a deployed production application. And there's a ton of use cases for this. So since we launched the agent in September, our users made 1 million apps. Those are 1 million apps that people have sat down and worked on for hours. There's also 100,000 apps that are deployed and getting user traffic every day. And those deployed apps span like personal apps, like the map app that I did. People make gym apps, people make apps for their kids, but also business apps. I'll show you I'll show you a little bit later about the business use cases. So Paul Graham recently tweeted this. Paul Graham is the founder of Y Combinator. And he said that he talked to a CEO of a big tech company, and he said they replaced Figma with Replit. And the idea is to, Replit is cutting and simplifying the development lifecycle. So instead of going from a design to a prototyping tool to engineering to release, Replit can compress all of that, and designers can actually start to design using agents. So now I want to sort of pontificate a little bit about the future. So we have this agent today, and when we built the agent, it was like this huge bet on the future of LLMs. We feel that LLMs are going to get insanely good. This year, it's going to be mind-blowing. So let me talk a little bit about that. So this is a benchmark called a SWE bench. So the x-axis is the years, and the y-axis is how many tasks can AI do that resemble a software engineering task. So those tasks are pulled from GitHub, open source repository, and those are tasks that humans have done, and now we're testing the AIs to do. Those are very tough open source tasks. So people will take, the best programmers might miss a lot of them. So yesterday, Anthropic announced their latest model, and it became the state of the art on this benchmark. So you can see it's around 70%, I think. And so you can see this climb, from 22, where we had GPT-3, all the way to 2025, we're at 70%. And so if you project that forward, even by the end of the year, we're going to get really far. And so when it gets to 2027, it means that, when it saturates the benchmark, it means that it can do a lot of, it means that we have evidence that it's autonomous enough to replicate a software engineer's job. So what does that mean? So we can build software from scratch using agents. So I'll make one prediction, is that within a year, agents will be able to build 20% of SaaS software. I'm sure all of you work at companies and inundated with the amount of SaaS subscriptions that you have. And most of the tools don't do exactly what you want, don't pass data in the same way, doesn't allow you to download the data, doesn't have that feature, doesn't have great support. And so we're hearing every day from customers that are using Replit Agent to replace massive amounts of software. There's a company, a private equity company that owns a lot of companies that have told us that they replaced $100,000 worth of software with their $25 Replit. Now, I don't think we're making enough money out of this. If we're replacing $100,000, we should probably make more money. But this is how much this technology is. The impact of this technology is multiple orders of magnitude. So, okay, what happens? Like, how does that work when anyone can make software? Anyone in a company, every one of you can make software. So you can think about the generic SaaS solutions. Those are your everyday SaaS solutions. I don't want to call anyone out, but you've used a lot of them. Now it turns into custom solutions. So let me tell you a story at Replit, actually. So this is Kelsey. She's with the People Ops, the HR team at Replit. And we've been exploring a lot of org chart software. Every other day we change the org chart software because one doesn't allow you to do this or that. And it's the usual story of trying to find the exact match for your use case. So after Agent came out, she sat down, she's like, okay, I'm gonna build my own org chart software. And it took her less than a week to get a prototype done. And then she started iterating on it. And the org chart not only shows you a visual of the org chart, shows you other visualization, shows you summaries, allows you to edit the employees, has versioning. It's honestly better than the professional SaaS software that you could pay $20,000, $30,000 for. Okay, so the implications of the idea that anyone can make software in a company, right? If the HR person can make software, can make applications, and the salesperson can make applications, and the designer can make applications, the product manager, the project manager, everyone can make applications. It's not just the developer. How do we think about companies? What does that change about the future of how we work? So, right now, the way we conceptualize how we work, as a founder, when I started the company, I had to be a generalist. I had to be able to code, to design, to know how to do sales and marketing. And that's kind of the thing you have to do as a founder. But as you grow the company, you start to specialize. We have people that just do marketing, people just do HR. But when I'm thinking about this future where everyone is empowered by AI and can make any piece of software they want, I imagine a future where everyone in the company is a generalist. So you no longer hire a marketing person, you just hire a very smart generalist. You no longer hire a sales operations person, you just hire a great operations generalist. Because they can learn, they can go to ChatGPT and learn something new in less than a week. They can make an application for it, they can automate it. So imagine a world where we're massively leveraged by AI, and companies are a lot smaller than they are today, and everyone in the company is empowered to go into any part of the company and add value. It sounds crazy. It sounds like humans have been building companies for 500, 600, maybe 1,000 years, and we created this hierarchy and separation and all of that stuff. But I think we're approaching the age of the generalist, where anyone can learn anything very quickly and can go into any domain. All right, so another implications of this is opportunity. So when I talked about my story being in Amman and I was lucky to get a computer early on. I was lucky to work on certain open source projects. But ultimately, I had to move to Silicon Valley in order to build Replit. I started writing Replit in Amman, but I had to move to Silicon Valley. But when we have this world where anyone can have access to these tools, I think the opportunity really distributes. So I want to make an announcement today. So you're the first people to hear this. It's actually not entirely out. In a few hours, our team in San Francisco is going to launch this. Right now, they're sleeping, but when they wake up, they're going to launch. They're going to be surprised that I announce it, and then they're going to release it. So. So the next version of Agent, we've been working on it for a few months now, and it works much more autonomously. You can give it a task, and it can spend 10 minutes working on that task. It can search files. It can find, go to the web, find all the information it needs, and work on the task until it completes the objective, and it is able to fix all the errors. So in the previous iteration of the agent, it was, it will work for a minute, 2 minutes. It will do like 3, 4 loops. This new agent will keep going until it solves the problem. And also, it can backtrack. If it hits an error, we use reasoning models to be able to backtrack. So if you've played with R1, DeepSeek, if you've played with O1, you can see that these models are able to step back. They can make progress, and if they hit a problem, they step back. So we integrated reasoning, so when the model hits a bug, it will sit down and think, and it might think for a minute or two, and then come up with a new plan. And this is really what was missing from the models before reasoning, is that these models, would get stuck in loops, and they don't step back and think. And if you use Agent V2, hopefully, later today, you're going to feel that if it's working like a human. It writes code, it writes tests, and then refactors and it thinks, and it shows you its thinking patterns. It's really fascinating. We have a great partnership with Anthropic and Google, and Anthropic running on Google. And so this is going to use the latest and greatest from Anthropic. So Sonnet 3.7 came out yesterday. This Agent V2 is going to be based on that. So this is this is the best. It's going to be powered by the best models. So I'm going to give you homework today. So I want you to download the app, and I want you to experience what I just talked about. Because I can tell you, I can spend an hour here telling you about how it works, but really anyone can use it. So if you download the app and you go in and you can put in your prompt, and it'll make an application for you. I would keep it simple at first, but as you get to know the app, you'll be able to do more complicated things. So. I'll close with this. I really think that this moment is a very important moment for the region, for Arabs and the MENA region specifically, because there are moments in the history of technology where everything changes, and when everything changes, there are opportunities for new winners to come up. And I think if we embrace this future, the future of AI, the future of autonomous software, I think we'll come out on top. Thank you.
round of applause one more time for Amjad for that great presentation. And he even gave us homework, right? But it's fun homework, so we can do it. Thank you so much, Amjad. Now, generative AI is driving transformation across all enterprise functions, though through a myriad of applications, including co-pilots and virtual assistants. Next, we're joined by H2O AI, as well as the QIA, Qatar Investment Authority, to discuss how AI, artificial intelligence, can help enterprise customers lower operational costs, create enhanced user experiences through AI-powered automation and conversational interfaces. Please welcome me in joining us on the stage in conversation with TechCrunch's Ivan Mehta, Andres Hansen from QIA, and Sri Satish Ambati, CEO of H2O.ai.
Good morning, Web Summit. I hope all of you are having a good time. Now, we've got a perfect mix of an investor and a founder to talk about enterprise AI. But before that, I want to kind of dive into a bit of personal journey. I was a software engineer at one point in time, and I dealt with business intelligence. And I heard a lot of things about, intelligence will change the world. And this is more than a decade ago. And we are hearing very similar things right now, that you get a lot of insights, you get them quickly, and that's going to change your business altogether. I want to dive into a bit about, if we are talking about same things 10 years later, what has changed? What has GenAI brought up in terms of use cases and in terms of speed of execution in the enterprise world? Both of you have seen a lot of things in terms of pitches coming across your desk and clients coming across your desk. Let's start with that, and I want to know your thoughts about the unimaginable possible use cases that you've thought of.
I think, is AI intelligence in a new metaphor? I think the world has, truly transformed, especially in terms of intelligence is giving light in darkness of data, right? So the rate at which data has piled up at organizations in multimodal form, whether it's audio, video, structured, unstructured, to the acceptance of using data to make decisions. In the past, when someone said do something, you would probably not, you'd use the reports to follow your hypothesis. But now you're truly believing that AI can be a co-partner. The audacity of what you want to do in an organization with AI is changing. Audacity of what you want to do in a region is changing. We expect AI to completely transform Middle East and Qatar specifically, or even nation states. And that's because AI is going to bring in a quantum addition to, or multiplication to, with agentic AI, multiplication to number of even citizens, right? Sort of in some sense. So per person productivity gains are in the percentage points now, but they'll be in the 10x, 100x multiples. Inspiring keynote earlier from Amjad, Replit, and it was interesting, right? He wants 1 billion software programmers. We think that we need 1 million billionaires. And the way to truly democratize that level of capital is by making a lot of entrepreneurs out of the people. And AI is a true thought partner for that change.
So obviously, companies can make a lot of clients available their solution, but you have to pick and choose who you invest in. You mentioned the word audacious. What are the audacious things that you've come across? I mean, you're one of the biggest investors in companies like XAI, so why don't you tell us about what are some of the audacious things that you're seeing?
So in each company, be it the AI company or any other software technology company that we look at, we always have to try to evaluate what is the true underlying value add being provided by that company. many companies calling themselves an AI company today may not truly be AI. It's an overlay. Every time it's really, really important to spend a very thoughtful and thorough process evaluating these things. So I don't want to name any company or any specific thing in particular.
And the title is obviously, and you folks talked about companies unlocking a lot of things through AI. How do you use AI to unlock things? What do you do in the investment world that is being changed by AI?
So a very easy approach is a number of vendors do provide in the application layer AI solutions that makes it faster and easier to absorb, especially with public available information. It makes it possible to understand what the company is truly doing, how they're performing, what is the market feedback across a larger number of resources than you were able to look at before.
See?
I think one of the things that we measure internally is revenue per or ARR per employee. And over the last many, we're beginning to see that we are increasing on the top, but we're able to do support, for example, with AI. We're able to use software development. We're a software and data company at the heart, so a lot of that is now using large language models to help with code, to code reviews, quality testing, adversarial testing, making sure a lot of the evaluation policy frameworks and see if we fit into different policy frameworks. All of that would have needed people. And I think a lot of that is absolutely become AI. So a lot of the customer care, customer conversations are much better with AI than by just throwing people at the problem. Sometimes even looking at where we are missing the boat, right? So for example, strategically, the space changes so fast, we actually use agents to even summarize what's going on a daily, weekly basis. So you can start seeing if you miss something, even amongst the whole team of incredible AI data scientists and grandmasters and innovators I have, will still, sometimes AI is able to pull up things that we might have missed across the whole spectrum of innovation.
You mentioned that, strategy is a key part to implement AI or even look at AI. Now, in an enterprise world, you can't really move fast and break things. Enterprise is pretty slow. But like you said, we're seeing new models every day. How do you keep up with that, and how do you kind of reap benefits of that? What's the strategy that you use for both yourselves and clients as well?
Yeah, I think this is a very good question, and I'll tie it back to your original opening question. How are customers using this, right? So fraud prevention was always there, right? Sort of predictive analytics. Some of the core algorithms are able to look at transactional data, find, pinpoint. But after fraud prevention, after alerting a fraudulent transaction, one of my customers, it goes to a phone call. Now, during the phone call, there's a 15-minute, sometimes 45-minute wait. So that time, can I bring it down? Because that's actually a lot of back and forth of human conversations. Can I now bring that down by 10x or 5x so that you don't have the most valuable customer waiting at a store instead of buying a big phone, for example? So scams, what scamsters have done is now they've used generative AI to produce almost very looking very similar to very good text messages or emails. And so they're targeting citizens. So instead of banks becoming now robust, so in banking, telco, they've embraced a lot of generative and predictive AI to safeguard transactions. But then fraudsters have gone after citizens who are not so well prepared. So I think a lot of my customers are beginning to think about their clients and trying to build robust mechanisms to protect their end users. The call centers have been a big play for generative AI. And the initial play was bring it with OpenAI, and then it became very expensive because of the token-based pricing, which is broken. And I think open source truly unlocked that.
Yeah.
We are able to now do a lot of those with a fraction of the cost and give about the same or even better accuracy with distilled, fine-tuned models. So, but going back to the rate at which the industry is changing and the rate at which customers are moving, I think customers are doing the right things in that sense. The regulated industry they play in, they're careful about not hurting the customer, their clients, the consumers, by moving too fast. But at the same time, they're picking partners who can adapt rapidly. Instead of the survival of the fittest, right? The smartest, not people who can adapt faster, as opposed to the largest company today, or the largest language model today, or the team with the largest number of AI researchers today.
Sure. Anders, I wanted to touch upon one thing about what is your thesis about building investments? Say if you have $1 million to give, do you pick a company which is working on solving core problems of the business, or do you look at the company which is doing deep research in terms of building models or core technology around AI?
So first of all, we have a very thorough and disciplined approach across investment in all sectors. We have subsector teams with subject matter expertise looking at each of these opportunities. Taking a very long-term approach, we're looking for the companies that are going to be the leaders within each of these segments. And then we look at applying a number of criteria across these assets to see whether or not these companies are going to be in that leading position. Many of those aspects are the same, whether it's an AI company or any other technology company. So we look at the product. Is it adding true value add in terms of providing operational efficiencies? Does it help enhance the sales motion? Does it provide value to the end user of the customer? Then we look at the management teams, and this is critical. Is that the founder and a management team that can deliver that market-leading product, that can engage both with investors and with buyers of a product? Finally, is it a management team that can scale an organization as the business grows? When we look at the AI companies, there's a few additional aspects worth looking at. It includes the first mover advantages and disadvantages. As a first mover, you might have an advantage in terms of market recognition. However, the follower might have a much lower cost profile. Do you have access to compute infrastructure to develop your product and to deliver it in the future? Do you have enough capital? AI is still in its infancy, and as such, we have to assume that with several changes in technology, as well as in market environment over years to come. So you need to be able to keep raising funding. And finally, the talent. You have to think about whether or not this is a company that is able to keep that talent pool that you have today, be that in terms of incentive structure, in terms of culture, in terms of the mission of a company. And then you have to be able to gain new talent going forward. And to evaluate all of this, we have a very thorough process where we allocate a lot of internal and external resources to that diligence, both before a deal and throughout the transaction process.
Can you give me a bit of idea about the filters that you have in terms of rejecting the pitches? You said that you want to not invest in companies which are merely thin layers of AI or not really bringing innovation to the table. What are the filters that you look at while investing?
So I think one of the key points here is the management team and the talent pool. Because, as I mentioned, technology will change. The use cases will change. The company that looks perfectly positioned today can be old news in even a week. You go on holiday for a week in this industry, and the news flow that you might have missed out is immense. So if you have the right team in place, they're able to pivot these things and kind of adjust the business and align to what happens tomorrow.
The first one now will later be last, right? As Dylan would say. But I would, I mean, even as we run our own business, right? So it's clear that people flock, great talent comes in clusters. Greatness in general comes in clusters, and that's what's happened. That was the dream we had, which was with AI, bring the world's best minds when we set out to do it 12 years ago, to all think about AI and bring changes there. But I think culture, just double-clicking on, is dovetails with the purpose as well. So as we set out the purpose to democratize AI like water, make it everywhere, we found that doing AI for good is actually a definitive dimension we
How do you
owned.
define good, though?
I mean, in grassroots sense, give, like for example, we were able to predict wildfires or hurricanes, right? Unrelated to our core business. So bushfires in Australia became a project we were working on, which led to Commonwealth Bank of Australia becoming a large customer of ours as well. Or education, health, right? Sort of democratizing health is a very core thesis, right? Fighting cancer is why we started H2O AI. Well, I think that kind of ability to kind of take on big, audacious problems, and in the path to that, there's so many different innovations that need to be done to unlock it. Language, I mean, being able to fluently communicate, Arabic LLMs are here, and so being able to communicate across multiple different geographies with short span of time. But in general, democratizing this superpower to everyone so that then it, in open source, brings incredible innovation across the whole planet.
I want to quickly touch upon the idea of security and privacy in enterprise world. Now, naturally, there are more and more models coming up. DeepSeek is one of the prime examples of what we have seen. In the first party mode, there is concern about data leaks and data being given to China. But it obviously has an open source model that you can use and control the data. How do you make these choices in terms of a fast moving world to switch between models and picking the right technology stack, both in terms of efficiency, privacy, and security?
It's a great question, actually. Every one of our customers have their own benchmarks. We have our own benchmarks as well. We saw SVBench mentioned earlier. Gaia is another big benchmark, which almost mimics human level HLE, humanities last exam. I think there's these key benchmarks across which some of the models are really doing very well. At the heart of it is, if you get coding, very high-grade coding, agents are translating English to code, right? And data science. So suddenly, coders and data scientists have been commodified to a large degree. So good coding agents, and then good coding, safely coding agents, which is, can I now put it in a non-jailbreakable container and deploy it in a way that it doesn't inject itself with malware, things like that. So a lot of that safety around agentic AI is a place we're spending a lot of time. But DeepSeek is not I mean, they call it the Sputnik movement, but I think it's the open source movement, right? So the open source AI has trounced OpenAI at this point. And I think we think that it's it's not going back. It's irreversible change. And in the history of technology, open source eventually triumphs. And so as a result, open source models are going to continuously get better. So DeepSeek obviously spun off a Stanford $300 model. And the continued commodification of the models.
We have 30 seconds left, so I'm going to ask you a rapid fire question. Because the title of the talk is AI and automation, I want to ask you, what are the places where AI is not that efficient, yes, and where you don't use AI, instead you believe that the methods that you have currently is more efficient? Quickly.
So when accessing private data, especially outside of your own network, so to say, it will take time before, when we're looking at an investment and looking at the data room, when will you be able to apply a model on that data pool? That will take time.
Got it. Sri?
AI is not going to replace the human touch of things, right? Sort of like a nurse or a kindergarten teacher. Those things are truly the human touch. Whatever gives you deep feeling is still what we were meant to be as spiritual machines. So I think AI is going to make us want to be more human as a result of that. But almost everything else I've seen, there's not a single use case where customers have not applied AI.
Yeah.
Especially for management specifically, AI can truly bring a scale which would be possible. Yeah.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Sri. Thanks, Anders. Thanks a lot, folks, for sticking around and listening to this. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks to Ivan, Sri, and Anders for that very insightful conversation. Now, the global economy is at a state of extreme uncertainty with trade wars, tariffs, inflation, and technological disruption. Predicting the future of the economy is murky at best. In our next talk, speaking to my colleague Steve Clements from Al Jazeera English, we'll hear from former US Secretary of the Treasury, Steve Mnuchin, about what to expect from the future of the global economy. Please, let's welcome them out.
Hey, good morning, everyone. I'm Steve Clements, and let me just read you a few titles here. Mad Max Fury Road, Wonder Woman, Vacation, Entourage, Batman versus Superman, Suicide Squad. These are all movies. This had nothing to do with the topic we're about to discuss, but these are all movies that Stephen Mnuchin was the producer of. So I just want to ask, starting out, do you like being known better as a former Secretary of the Treasury or one of the most successful producers in Hollywood? We had Will Smith on this stage yesterday, by the way.
I'll take both of them, thank you.
Well, Stephen, thank you so much for joining us here, and it's great to see you in the region. Let me ask you, first of all, you've got Liberty Capital, you're in the region. What are you doing here? What are you looking at? What do you see in the region that attracts you?
Well, it's great to be here. It's so exciting, and I must say, this is the first time I've been to the Web Summit here, and I'm just blown away by everything here. I mean, the presence, the booths, the turnout is extraordinary.
Well, one of the questions I wanted to get into you with, given your experience, having worked for President Trump in round one, I've got a friend here, Felix Salmon, who has written, a book about the COVID economy, and you come out as a real hero who stabilized the economy, who got the budget deals and budget arrangements to get things. So you have the experience of that period of time. Now, as you look at the U.S. economy and what needs to be done by way of stewarding, things, and getting interest rates down, which the president wants to do, getting inflation rates down, is the new team doing it right?
I think it is. Let me just start with the historical perspective of term one. So we started term one, we passed obviously the historic tax cuts, which was President Trump's signature legislative success, which now the personal side is coming due. So one of the big focus is to extend that.
Some of them are going to expire, right?
Exactly. We renegotiated trade deals, we did regulatory relief, the economy was going great, we came into COVID, just an extraordinary time. And I'm very proud of the work we did in COVID. I think had we not had the fiscal response, we would have had a worldwide depression, not recession. And that was just an extraordinary period of time. But the problem was, post-President Trump, the Biden administration continued to spend too much money, and now we have giant deficits and inflation, and these are all things that the current administration is going to have to deal with.
When you had tariffs imposed before, I met some of the former Trump administration officials at USTR and Treasury who you worked with, who talked a lot about carve-outs and how they were able to carve out sections that might have been damaging for U.S. industry. I don't think media has done a very good job, honestly, of writing about how technically sophisticated that process is. As you kind of look at it now, and you know all these people, if Donald Trump does bring in universal tariffs or brings in, significant tariffs against Canada and Mexico, which are our largest trading partners, or China with, 10% tariffs, are you going to see that same technical proficiency in giving certain industries carve-outs?
Well, let me just say, Ambassador Lighthizer was a great partner and a great friend. And I think...
And for the audience, he was the U.S. Trade Representative.
Yes, he was the U.S. Trade Representative, and a major architect of Trump 1.0 tariffs and tariff policy. And I think the work he did with China in particular was pretty extraordinary, and that got to the phase 1 trade deal, which was a historic deal. Now, as you said, particularly behind the China tariffs, we had a lot of carve-outs. And the idea behind carve-outs was where there were certain situations that business couldn't move to other locations, it was necessary to do carve-outs. And also did that in the steel and aluminum tariffs as well.
But doesn't it feel to you this time, it certainly does to me, like you're going to have that regime times 10? I mean, Donald Trump seems to want to put tariffs on just about every entity out there.
Well, President Trump really likes tariffs and uses them as an important source of revenues. And one of the things I've talked about is this concept of a universal tariff. If he put a 10% tariff on everybody, that would raise about $2.5 trillion over a 10-year period. So a very significant impact. Those proceeds could be used to pay down debt or to fund tax cuts. I think if you had a 10% universal tariff, part of that would be currency adjusted, and a big part of that would be absorbed by the seller. So I don't think that would have a huge impact on the US economy.
So please explain to me how that doesn't just immediately tick up inflation across a lot of products that Americans buy. I mean, you know, economic anxiety was one of the reasons President Trump won this race, but it seems like there's still a lot of anxiety being generated out there from the talk about tariffs.
Well, I don't think a 10% tariff would be problematic for inflation, and I think 10% is enough that it won't have a severe negative impact and it will raise a lot of revenues. And as I mentioned, part of the 10% will be currency adjusted, so you'll have the currency balance, and part of it will be absorbed by sellers, so it's not passed on. Now, having said that, if you put 25% tariffs on things, that's not the case, and that's where I think you begin to worry more about the economic impact of resetting various different markets.
Yeah, I don't want to go too deep into this, but there's something that's popped and really affected the markets recently, and I don't want to bore the audience, but you know, read about the Plaza Accord in 1985. It was one of the great magic tricks in economics where a lot of central bankers got together and there was a decision basically to devalue the dollar. And my understanding, even though you're on record as saying, hey, a strong dollar has helped the United States manage its debt better, Donald Trump wants a weaker dollar, but you got to deal with that debt problem. And as I understand it, there's this rumor of a Mar-a-Lago Accord, like the Plaza Accord, that might devalue America's dollar and might shelve some of its debt in ways in what are called century bonds that are zero interest rate. And I'm just wondering, did you conceive this, number one? And number two, how serious should we take that possibility?
Well, I was very focused on issuing 100-year bonds, and that was particularly when interest rates were down, below 2%, and the idea was to lock in very long-term rates. And it was something I wanted to do. We didn't see enough demand to do that to make sense. We brought back the 20-year, we extended 30 years, we extended the duration. So we locked in very low interest rates. Look, I think President Trump has always been focused on two sides of this dollar question. A weaker dollar is good for trade. A weaker dollar is bad for the reserve currency. And when I was Treasury Secretary, I think I was the first one who ever, every Treasury Secretary is always trained. Say strong dollar, strong dollar, strong dollar. I was the first one who said we need a balanced dollar. And I think we need a stable dollar. I don't think the dollar will weaken for two reasons. One, it's one of the few places that people are very comfortable putting reserves on a long period of time, particularly if you look at the US will outperform Europe and Asia. And two, we are the reserve currency of the world, and to keep that status, you need to have at least a stable dollar, if not a strong dollar.
So do you think a Mar-a-Lago Accord that said, hey, to debt holders like Japan or China that hold US Treasury bonds and said, hey, why don't you buy these or take these 100-year zero interest bonds and we won't put tariffs on you. Is that in the cards?
I don't think so. I think there's many other things that President Trump could trade that I think asking people to take very low 100-year interest rate bonds is not something that's going to be appealing. Or from a market perspective, I don't think that sets the right tone for the market.
So when you're a Treasury Secretary, one of the things you try to do as you're moving things around is get predictability in markets, predictability in who are partners in the world. Does it feel to you like some of our enemies of America are all of a sudden becoming friends, and some of our friends might be becoming not friends? I'm talking about the transatlantic divide, tensions, geopolitical tensions. Where do we have to begin worrying about geopolitical stress beginning to undermine a lot of what you built around the world in terms of financial and economic trust?
Well, look, I think there's a lot that's been said on what's going on between the US and Europe, and I think to a certain extent that's overblown. These are some of our most important allies, and I think they will continue to be. We saw President Macron at the White House yesterday, I think a very positive meeting together. Look, I think President Trump is dealing with some very significant issues around the world that need to be dealt with. I think what he's doing in the Mideast is very positive. I think you've seen a situation where he's trying to bring long-term stability into Gaza in the Middle East and opening of further relationships with Israel. We'll see how that develops, but I think he's very good for stability in the region. I think there's no question his agenda in stopping the Ukraine-Russia war is very important. How that gets done, we'll see.
Right.
A little bit of this is how President Trump negotiates. He throws out certain things, and we'll see. But I think, look, it's been 3 years, too many people have been killed, and I 100% support that war should stop. I think as it relates to China, it's a complicated relationship. I think that China, our markets have been open to them. Their trading markets haven't been open to us. That needs to be rebalanced. I've always said, if we could have our US companies compete fairly in China with a growing middle class, that's an enormous opportunity.
Right.
They haven't lived up to the Phase 1 trade agreement, so I think renegotiating that
just
deal.
to emphasize that, they had agreed to certain purchasing targets as negotiated in the first, right, by you and others in the Trump administration. I've read this, that you said you've been very clear that they have not met those obligations.
They haven't, and I think they've used COVID as an excuse, but that's long gone. I think they have to live up to what they committed in Phase 1, and then more importantly, that was a stepping stone. So I hope President Trump is using tariffs to get them back to the negotiating table and get to another real deal.
Well, speaking of China, let's just take show of hands real quick. How many of you are on, like I am, either you're a content creator or you lurk on TikTok? Just how many TikTokers are here? Well, there are a good number of TikTokers. I see, my friend Felix is, and you've got others out here that are there, and we've got a big TikTok display. Now, you're trying to buy TikTok. I just want people, you have a very serious consortium that's trying to buy TikTok. And really, the day before President Trump was inaugurated, a lot of people thought TikTok would be unplugged in the United States and you could no longer get it and participate. And it got a reprieve on its lifespan there. So how is that going? Is the clock ticking? And are you going to become an influencer and a TikTok content creator?
Well, pardon the pun, but the clock is ticking, TikTok. Look, it's a great business in the US, there's no question about it. It's one of the few things that the Republicans and Democrats could agree on. They passed a law which basically said the ownership needs to be predominantly US and the technology needs to be independent of China. And I support both of those things. I hope President Trump finds a solution. I think the most likely solution is the ownership is about 60% US today. The transaction that we would propose is basically you have US investors come in, dilute the Chinese ownership, so get it to 20% or below, which is part of the law, and then to rebuild the technology and separate it from ByteDance. So one of the other concerns is the technology. This is a national security issue, and the technology should be separated.
Right?
It's both the algorithm and access to the phone. So if you think about it, you know, TikTok has access to the camera, your photos, the location. You know, you don't need to be a national security expert to understand that has national security risks.
Is there going to be a Steven Mnuchin channel?
I don't know about that.
So let me ask you, jump to another subject. You know, AI has really largely dominated the Web Summit as a topic. I was up here yesterday talking to some fascinating entrepreneurs that are moving the needle with, you know, various dimensions of large language models and also, you know, software strategic leaps in what can be done with AI. But I'm just sort of interested as you sort of look as an investor and you're in this region and you're kind of looking broadly about the infrastructure and the ecosystem around AI. What are your thoughts on that, and particularly addressing the Middle East? How can it jump, you know, make a strategic leap forward and be a real player in that area? Or is it going to largely just be controlled geographically by the United States? I mean, how do you see the kind of global transnational dimensions of AI?
Well, I mean, let me just say, the advances of AI in the last few years are extraordinary. And quite frankly, far beyond than anything I could have imagined the technological advance in the rates that it's gone on. I think you have to look at, there's two components. There's the training of the models, which is very expensive, consumes massive amounts of energy and massive amounts of data centers.
Apparently it's cheaper for DeepSeek, though.
It is. I mean, they very successfully came up with a way, kind of as opposed to using one expert effectively in the system going through different experts. I mean, I think it's pretty extraordinary what they've developed. The efficiency of it is much higher. But if you look at the training methods, you can set up data centers, and having access to cheap power is very important, in abundance of power. And I think that's something in the region that you're going to see more and more data centers being built to support the training of models. Now, one of the things I think we're going to see is you got a lot of models right now. You got OpenAI, you got Gemini, you have XAI. I mean, there's a lot of money going into this. I think we haven't seen necessarily what's the economic model of paying for these and whether it's going to support the massive infrastructure. But one of the things we're very interested and focused on is building and operating US data centers to the major credits, Microsoft, Amazon, Google, Meta, where these things are almost like bonds. I think in the US, where there's a huge market for using AI, not so much the training of the models, but once the models are up and running and you have both that in the cloud because of the latency, you need data centers in major locations that can support those types of applications.
Which means you need a lot of power too.
You need a lot of power, and obviously kind of there's a shortage of long-term power on the grid.
When, just real finally in our last minute, you now run a large Liberty Capital, large investment fund, and I don't know if you're making, tech other than TikTok, but tech investments. But for our crowd here, and you're trying to sort of make differentiation in a very crowded marketplace between those bets that are going to really define and shape the future and be very good versus those that seem to be kind of trapped in the present. What are some of the things you think about?
Well, look, I think there's a lot of extraordinary places to invest in technology, and there's no shortage. We only do a couple of deals a year, so we look for meaningful things where we can have an impact in differentiating.
What's your best deal so far?
I don't comment on specific deals, but we've done a lot in financials that have been very attractive.
Let me ask you just real finally, in our last few seconds. I'm very interested in this, transatlantic tension issue and what Europe is going to do. Mario Draghi, whom you know well, wrote a kind of critique about Europe and said, we're not competing, our capital markets are lousy and not functioning correctly, we can't invest in ourselves and in defense or climate stuff or anything. Do you think there's a chance with some of the shocks hitting Europe right now that Mario Draghi will become the hero of a completely rewired Europe?
Well, I like Mario and respect him. I've known him for a very long period of time. I mean, I do think kind of the whole European model, where you have an economic model, but you don't have a political model, it's a very hard, sustainable economic issue. And for a long time, the German economy drove the economics of Europe, and I think that's more challenging today. The other issue is Germany, to a large extent, relied upon cheap power from Russia, which they don't have anymore. So I think Europe has to get their act together.
Well, thank you for joining the Web Summit in
Great to
Doha
be
for the
here with
first
you.
time. Ladies and gentlemen, former Secretary of the Treasury and mega Hollywood producer, Liberty Capital founder, Stephen Mnuchin. Big round of applause. Thank you very much.
Great to be here. Thank you.
Trade, tariffs, and the global economy. What a fascinating discussion. Thank you so much, Steve and Stephen, for that. Now, Omnicom shook up the advertising world in December by announcing its plan to buy rival IPG in a deal that would create the world's largest agency holding company. The proposed deal will reshape the future of the industry, creating a new era of marketing. What will this new company look like, and what are the challenges and opportunities that lie in store? Leading this conversation is Massimo Marioni from Fortune magazine to talk about the transforming marketing industry. Please welcome the CEO of Omnicom, John Wren.
See, John.
Thank you.
Okay, everyone, thanks for joining us. John, I know you don't do these often, so genuinely appreciate your time to come and talk with us. I'm sure there's lots we can learn. We'll get straight to it. You're going through what's been described as the merger of the century between Omnicom, your company, and IPG. They are two of the big five holding companies in advertising and media. Your company is 287th, I think, on the Fortune 500. Why is this something Omnicom needs to do? Why is it important?
Sure. I think we're 187.
Oh, really?
We've fallen to 287.
I'll check it.
But we'll move up with this. It's an opportunity of a lifetime. Interpublic, Omnicom, and the others have all been competing successfully for the last 35, 40 years. And we all have our own cultures, our own unique approach to things. And up until now, with the changes in the marketplace, the introduction of technology, which affects everything that we do, there's been no real reason or impetus for us to get together. This past couple of years, it's become more and more obvious that in order to stay at the cutting edge of all the necessary tools and things that we have to provide our employees in order to properly service clients, it made more sense to actually look at the two of us coming together for the first time. We are both, we're both American-based, which makes it easier from a mechanical point of view. Culturally, our companies have shared employees over the years, and so our cultures are known to each one of the employee bases that are coming together. But more importantly, with the use of data, AI, they've made certain acquisitions. We've made very serious investments in an operating system called Omni, which is meant to inform, educate, and facilitate the needs of every one of our employees. The assets that they have selected, they probably haven't been able to operationalize those as well as we have, but they're jewels. I mean, they have one asset in particular called Axiom, which is the gold standard of data, which when ingested into our Omni network, our flywheel, which deals with retail and consumer activity, gives us the best view of a consumer. And it allows us to create unique IDs for every individual around the world, where we can then start to target and to influence that potential consumer and educate them in a way that respects their privacy, but delivers them the information that they need in order to make an informed choice. So the merger of the two companies is a huge opportunity, and it's once in a lifetime.
Do you see it as sort of future-proofing Omnicom for the future?
It's about as close as you can get to at any point in time at future-proofing Omnicom for the future. It will, the idea behind the transaction was the quality of the tools, the quality of the information, the amount of free cash flow that both companies will generate, so we can make increasing investments, both in the technology as it quickly changes, but also in other areas that are of interest to our clients and allow us to develop real relationships with.
Now, this isn't your first rodeo in the merger space.
No.
You went through an attempted merger in 2014 when Omnicom tried to merge with Publicis.
Yes.
I've read you previously said you've still got the scars from that attempted merger. Yeah. What's the single biggest lesson that you learned from the past attempt that you're determined not to repeat this time around?
Sure. Probably clarity. Clarity is very important. Where the merger 10 years ago fell down there wasn't that clarity. That was cast as a merger of equals, where there wasn't going to be clarity. There wasn't going to be a single point of decision-making that people could look to get the comfort that they needed, that they were in the right place and somebody was caring about their careers. That's probably the biggest learning, and there weren't really as many scars, even though I have said that, as there was education, quite an education. One that took 9 months before it dissolved. But in this case, Omnicom's acquiring IPG. Now, we're treating them with the exact same respect as if it was a merger of equals, because they have incredibly talented people who have fabulous client relationships with some of the biggest marketers in the world. So we're treating them as if we are merging equals. And Philippe, who's the current CEO of Interpublic, is certainly joining and planning to stay with the company when it comes together. He's joining the board of directors. So there is that level of respect, but there will be clarity in terms of direction, in terms of how we're going to go about doing things.
And there is planned to be a single point of direction and a single point of leadership, I guess.
Yes, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of information and a lot of discovery that still has to go on because of the regulatory constraints that you're under during this period of time. You can't get as granular as you need to get. But the guiding principle for this merger is going to be first the client, and second the client, and you're going to have to get very long down the list before you don't put as a priority the client. And the people that clients depend upon, whether they're Omnicom employees or Interpublic employees, if you're in that position and you are contributing to a client's success, you're absolutely going to have a fabulous career in the new Omnicom when it's created.
So let's talk about clients and culture for a second.
Sure.
What can clients get from this new Omnicom IPG combo that they couldn't get before?
Sure.
Or can't get on the market?
Well, there'll be, Omnicom is already, I mean, interesting. You go back to that 10-year question, and you look at the marketplace now, 10 years later, and the two most successful holding companies are both Omnicom and Publicis. So the idea was great 10 years ago. The approach to it wasn't too good. This time around, especially with AI and how that is emerging and how we are deploying it to aid our employees to make them better and smarter and be able to do things faster. The thought that if we weren't merging, those our two companies would have to make those investments individually to create more or less a similar approach to how you're going to deploy AI in the needs of clients. With us together, we can focus on one platform, one set of tools, and we can white label them and democratize them for the use of 120,000 to-be employees of the company around the world. And clients will benefit from that. There's other things which, as we get more and more into the planning, we'll discover that clients have been spending money on certain tools and things in its public, like in Axiom, and spending money with us. And quite frankly, no client has really insisted upon bringing both of us into the room to say, how could you work together to create a better product, a more efficient product for us? But now that we're coming together, we're seeing these things and saying, geez, we can't wait to get started, because we can bring untapped value to you that some clients have been more assertive about, but most clients have not. So it's a tremendous opportunity.
You mentioned AI and data. How do you practically see generative AI reshaping the creative work that your agencies offer?
Well, we have been making serious investments in AI now for most serious investments since mid last year. And where we're testing and trying to break all the large language models as they evolve and as they change every week. And I think as of yesterday, we probably had 6,500 of our employees who have been embedded and allowed to use these tools to see the extent of which we can use them for an application to make the campaigns and the information we're gathering for clients faster, quicker, which allows for better decision-making, faster decision-making, better deployment. When you think about the landscape of where we are today, the velocity and the volume of messaging that you receive and everybody in the audience receives every day takes a lot of care and automation. Now that's evolved and it's only going to get faster, and hopefully the fidelity of the information gets cleared up as we try to break these systems and as we try to utilize them for the benefit of our clients. You know, in the past, if you were doing an advertising campaign and you wanted a scene in Tokyo, you know, some rain or whatever, you know, an artist would have to spend the time to create those storyboards and the rest of it. That can be generated in 15 seconds now. And if you don't like it, you can spend the balance of that time fixing it, altering it, making it more applicable to your audiences.
You can say, I want to go to Sydney now, and you don't have to get that person to go to it.
Yeah. You can see.
Now, what about people? Because culture is often somewhere where a lot of mergers and acquisitions fall down.
Yes.
How are you planning to blend both companies' company cultures? For example, I imagine just by the scale of both companies, not every business has the same return to office policy or hybrid work policy. How are you planning to blend those cultures?
Sure. At the core of my business is talent. My assets come in and out of buildings or go in and out of their homes every single day. And what clients are really hiring is the talent that's going to work on their engagement. Now, both companies our cultures are similar, they really are. But the culture for an employee really emanates back to the brand that they're working for. And as part of this process, we're going to respect those brands. We're going to first go and listen to their clients to figure out which must be kept and which must not. For the most part, it's a very easy decision because the brands that most of the employees are associated with are very successful, established brands in the marketplace. That's not going to be at risk with respect to this. We're going to maintain, we're going to honor those brands, and we'll move forward respecting those cultures. In terms of the policies, in terms of return to the office, other things, There'll probably be a couple of disruptions depending upon who you are, where you are, and what market. But for the most part, we've been very flexible about that as well. We have not insisted that people come back 5 days a week, but we have insisted they come back 3 days a week. At least that's in the States. Other markets around the world, you get different attendance because of different customs and opportunities. And we found that that's a sensible balance between our employees' needs, some of the habits that they learned during COVID, and the needs of our clients and our businesses. The other thing that we've done is we used COVID as an opportunity. Take New York for an example. New York probably have 10,000 employees at Omnicom. What we did during COVID is we said, people have gotten used to taking their kids to school or going to their events or doing various things. So what we did is we abandoned buildings. We gave up leases in New York, and then we went out to the 3 corners, that surround New York, the suburban areas. We looked at where employees live, and then we started leasing spaces that they could come to that were within a 20-minute drive of their home. That gave them the flexibility. So we insisted that they come back to the office, but in doing so, we gave them more and more flexibility to continue those practices, which are kind of important to them as human beings, that they developed during COVID. So we'll increasingly do things like that, and some attempts have been failed. I mean, at one point I had a brilliant idea of starting an Omnicom bus company to bring everybody in. I could have sent a helicopter for the few people that used it. So that was a pretty failed experiment. But we continue to try things and to do things to make it the best place for people to work.
So you very much come down on the side of flexible working is key in that environment, because a lot of people, Jamie Dimon, for instance, came out very strongly against that in recent weeks. Donald Trump has voiced his concerns over it. But your perspective is very much flexible working is key to retain talent, to encourage talent to be the best that they can be.
I think in both cases, they have different needs and agendas than Omnicom does.
And mergers can be a disruptive time for existing talent.
Yes.
What is in place to assure top talent at all these companies that their position or their role within Omnicom or IPG is secure?
Sure. We're in a funny period because of the rules surrounding regulatory approvals. Hopefully we'll pass some of those hurdles in the next months, because we've certainly filed for all of them. It prohibits us from getting as granular as we'd like to in being able to tell people what's in it for them in the future. During this regulatory period, we both have to individually run our companies as if the merger was not going to happen. And so it does leave employees a little unsettled, especially when you throw the word acquire into the equation. But it's going to be a meritocracy where the best talent is going to emerge in the leadership positions. And there's a real need to communicate. And now that we just did it right before the holidays, that was an unfortunate bit of timing in terms of being able to get on the road and communicate. But there's a full-blown communication plan where we're going to be getting out and saying as much as the lawyers and regulators will allow us to say, to give people that assurance. I think I've said since the announcement of the merger that if you were in a revenue-generating position, if you were working on a client, the day before the merger, your job is actually safer with the merger than it might have been before, because we have more tools to keep that client relationship. And I can't send that message out to the people working in either companies enough. There'll be plenty of seats, plenty of career opportunities for all the important people in both organizations, and we hope to keep as much of that talent as possible.
And John, we were talking backstage about playing golf.
No.
You've previously mentioned you could have easily coasted to retirement at this stage in your career. Why did you choose to do this for you? What's driving you?
Sure. Well, I've been extremely fortunate. I've been the CEO of Omnicom for 30 years, and a public company that's unheard of. It's made me successful. It's made me wealthy. And I take none of that for granted. I owe Omnicom basically most of the success that I've experienced. And with that comes an obligation to build it and leave it with the best assets, tools, employees that I can possibly do. And that's why this IPG merger is so attractive to me. I mean, Omnicom, if you were only concerned with this year or next year, was doing just fine without the disruption of a merger. And it would have been very happy, and some of the investors and others are a little bit confused as to why we actually took the action to do the merger. But the tools, the possibilities of the size, and what being big for big purposes is not important. Whether I'm 287 or 87 really is not on my agenda of things to cure. But it's going to create, with the rapid change and with technology, and with the relationship that we have with the Googles and the Metas of the world, and sometimes they're competitive and sometimes they're not, we've elected to partner with them in the development of the things that they're investing in. And I want to leave every employee in the new Omnicom with the most state-of-the-art tools that are humanly possible to aid them in servicing their clients. And I want to distinguish us in a way that we've not been able to distinguish ourselves in this competitive environment that we operate in that having the depth of assets that we will have no one will be able to replicate that. When you look at the history, the creative history, the information that the campaigns that we've created, the type of talent that has been part of the company and its DNA, that is immeasurable in terms of attracting the talent for tomorrow, but also in aiding and servicing the clients of today. I mean, those libraries of information and how you can manipulate them, especially with technology, are extraordinary. You know?
John, that's a great legacy to aim for, and thank you very much for your time. Everyone,
No,
John
my
Wren.
pleasure. Thank you. That's good.
A fascinating conversation there with John Wren and Massimo Mariano. Please give them another round of applause. Now, AI, artificial intelligence, is of course the new buzzword, and it is being talked about all over Web Summit. In a world increasingly shaped by AI, how can we ensure that users retain control over their digital experiences? How can we build technologies that respect individuals' rights and create ethical AI ecosystems that prioritize user empowerment over corporate interests? Now we'll hear some practical solutions for balancing innovation with privacy, with ways to give users more control over their data. To discuss privacy, choice, and agency in the age of AI, please welcome executive producer and host at the Shift podcast, Jennifer Strong, and the CEO of Mozilla, Laura Chambers.
All right. Hello, everybody. Thank you for joining us. Now, Laura, is Mozilla the oldest tech company here? Is that possible?
I don't know. I haven't looked at the full list, but we might be. Mozilla's been around for almost 30 years.
It's kind of incredible, right? If you think about all the changes. You know, and I'm just going to dive right in. In the age of AI, does the browser still matter?
I think the browser matters perhaps more than ever in the age of AI. You know, we don't think about the browser very often. It's just a part of the fabric of our daily lives. But if you think about the browser as a product, it has remarkable product market fit. Firefox has been around for 25 years, and we use it every day, almost without thinking about it, because it's a part of the fabric of the internet and of the web. It's the way that we access the world's information. And so I think in the world of AI, people are accessing information differently. I think it's going to feel a little bit different, but we're tackling that in two ways. First, for our browser, for Firefox, we're really looking at how can we integrate AI into your experience to make your workflows easier, to make it easier to find good information, to sort through it. And then second, we're looking at how is AI going to affect the way all of us experience the web? What are going to be those new interfaces? What are going to be those new needs? Right? If you're in a world of AI and you've got an agent working for you and it's accessing the web for you, how will you know if it's getting you the right deal? How will you know if it's treating your data in a private way? There's a whole bunch of problems that are emerging in the way that we interact with the web, and we're really excited to partner and solve some of those big challenges.
I think to unpack that a little bit more, what's at stake with the future of the browser?
Yeah, I think what's at stake is user choice and transparency and reliability of information. You know, in the way that we interact with the web today, it's pretty transparent. You know when you're being served an ad, you're really in control of how you navigate it. You can check resources and sources. You have a lot of control about how you interact with the web today. Now, as AI comes in, there'll be new interfaces. You'll be working through agents. You'll be consuming information in different ways. And we're already seeing that the information that's on the internet is less reliable. And so the browser is going to play a really important role to help you navigate that. Just one example, recently we released an extension on the browser. It's called Deep Fake Detector. It's very simple, but you can just scan some text and it will let you know if it was likely written by a human or not. So we're going to need to invest in a lot of that technology, make it really seamless for you so that you can continue to navigate the internet, but on your terms, while staying in control of your data and your privacy.
Yeah. I think that's the one misconception that maybe we don't need browsers anymore. I think another misconception in the last year especially has been around open source. Yeah. Questions of safety, question of usefulness going forward. I don't know. Be very interested in your take.
Yeah, well, as you know, Mozilla is a huge champion of open source, and we're a champion of it for an incredibly important reason. Open source technology helps to keep the internet open and accessible, and in the world of AI, this is even more important. When you think about an AI model, we rarely have transparency into where does the data come from, what's happening in the engine with that data, and are the outputs reliable? And in a closed model, that's all very black box. No one really has transparency to it. But as we bring in open source models, the whole world opens up. And that impacts us in lots of different ways. First, people like researchers, educators, students can engage, learn, participate in it. Secondly, you can actually have enhanced safety because regulators, auditors can come in there and actually check the veracity of the data and the output and the model itself, check for bias, check for trustworthiness and so forth. So I think that open is actually one of the best things we can do to both ensure that AI is really open, but also that it's more safe because we can have more people looking at what's happening under the hood.
Right, which is traditionally what we said about OpenAI. What we said about open source.
Open source.
But in the last year, really, there's been that argument that by keeping models closed, we keep them out of the wrong hands or something versus instead of...
Yeah, it's a convenient argument to make if you have a closed model. But we're already seeing today that open source models are coming out. We had DeepSeek came out just a little while ago with their R1 as well, which is a great model. And already what you're seeing is people are taking that and transforming it. So one of the criticisms of DeepSeek when it came out with their own results was that there was some Chinese censorship that happened with some of the results. We all saw that. And then because it's open source, another company, Perplexity, grabbed the model, redid it, and was able to eliminate that bias. And so that's the beauty of open source, right? You have that transparency. People can build and improve really rapidly.
Right, and you have that control. Mozilla has long been, obviously, a champion of privacy and individual rights here. How are you approaching AI, and how is your approach perhaps different than others in your space?
Yeah, well, the most important thing to know about Mozilla is we're actually a nonprofit. Mozilla is a nonprofit organization, and so our whole mission is to make the internet a better place. We're not trying to make profits. We're not trying to create shareholder returns. In fact, I may be one of the only CEOs here that can legitimately go to my board and say we're going to run zero profit this year because there's really important things for the benefit of the internet that we're going to invest in. And my board's psyched about that, right? It's a completely different orientation to the world. So when we think about AI, we're looking at helping regulators and policymakers. They love hearing what we have to say because they know that we're actually aligned with public interest. We are building in areas that we think are really important. We're doing bug bounties to help find flaws and report flaws on models, because there's a lot in these early days. We're creating tools. We have a developer tool called Lumigator, where developers can use that to help pick which model they want to use. So we're doing a lot of work around choice, around agency, around great regulation, and everything we do is really about ensuring that the internet stays healthy and open so that innovators, like everyone here, can continue to access and have equal opportunity to participate and build the internet of the future.
Well, and speaking of, one of the more interesting projects I think over the last few years was around language and helping bring other languages beyond just English into models, if you want to talk anything about that, but it was quite interesting to this group.
Absolutely. We actually have a project we've been working on for a long time called Common Voice, and it's exactly about that. It's about bringing the languages of the world into models. I mean, just imagine a world, and we're on the verge of this being the world, where the only AI that is sort of pervasive across the world is built out of the West Coast of America, with mostly American inputs, with mostly American programmers. Like, the bias that creates is extraordinary. You know, there was an example, I think it was Anthropic, where they were modeling how it responded to different inputs. And if you talk about the Golden Gate Bridge, the model gets really excited, right? There's some crazy bias there. So we really want to make sure that different voices come in, different languages come in, different cultures come in, that we think about how we can eliminate bias. And so we're doing that in the projects that we're doing. We're also investing in our venture capital arm in some people that are doing fantastic things like content moderation and bias removal. But really, it's going to take an ecosystem of people working on those big problems that AI could unlock to make sure that it stays safe and that users are in control.
Sure. There's so much that you're doing, but are there more areas that you're exploring with an AI that you'd be happy to share with the group here?
Oh, there's so many. I think, like many companies, we are just doing a million things in a million directions because the future's pretty uncertain. Right. But in Firefox, for example, there's a big cheer over there. They were excited about that story. But with Firefox, for example, we don't have our own agent or our own LLM, but we give people choice. So on Firefox now, you can choose what you want to see. In our new products area, we have great tools like Solo. Solo enables solopreneurs, sort of one-person businesses, to create a website incredibly easy using AI and to keep it safe. We're doing things like translation. In a lot of browsers, you can translate information, but on Firefox, when you do that translation, it never leaves your device. So imagine, for example, that you're living in a foreign country, you get a tax return, you can't read it. You can actually translate that on Firefox, and it's not getting uploaded to someone else's cloud. So we're integrating it in all sorts of things on the browser, and we're creating new products. But in all of those products and solutions, we're really centered on what's the user experience, how do we make it great for them, how can we make sure that they're in control both of their choices and of their data.
Yeah. You touched briefly on agents. What else should the group here gathered know about protecting their privacy or approaching this next phase?
Yeah, so if you look at what all the big tech companies are investing in, they're clearly investing in an agentic future, right? That we will interact with the web and a lot of things will happen for us through agents. That's not a bad thing. I would love agents to do a huge amount of stuff for me. I have 3 kids, I've got a big job, it's very busy, agents sound amazing. But it's important to think about some of the challenges in that space. It's also very important to look at the incentives, right? If you are booking a flight with an agent, how do you know that that agent is showing you the best price?
Sure.
How do you know that they're not getting a kickback by doing affiliate deals with particular airlines? This stuff is real, right? There was an example with Honey recently where it was exposed that they were pretending to show you the best coupons, but they were actually working with the retailers to not show you the best coupons. And so I think with anything you're doing with the agent, you've got to think about, are they an agent for me? Or are they a double agent? Are they actually working for someone else?
Right.
And so having great choices, having great transparency, those are the types of things I think people should be super aware of. The utility is going to be amazing, but be in control of where your data's going. Choose agents and companies that are aligned with your values, and you'll have a great experience and be really safe and get good deals.
Yeah. Is your agent taking bribes? I feel like is going to be the line of what we ask in the future.
I'm sure some agents will take bribes. Like, it's going to happen, right? And we just need to be thoughtful about navigating that.
Especially before we connect payments to them and let them go and shop on our behalf, right?
Yeah.
So, of everything that you're working on, has anything surprised you recently? I feel like there's so much that...
Yeah, I think what surprised me is, from the perspective of Mozilla, right? I think what surprised me is how open everyone is to working together, actually, and the amount of enthusiasm sort of ground up around building open source solutions. In the early days of the internet, there was just a small force of people that were fighting for open, right? It was Mozilla and some friends, and the whole concept of open source was fairly new, but this group of people were fighting to ensure that the internet stayed open, healthy, and accessible. Now, in this next wave of tech innovation with AI, there are so many people working on this. And so it's been really thrilling to get into the ecosystem. We actually sponsor a lot of builders, a lot of companies who are doing great things. And one example is Llama-File. So there's a great developer called Justine. We partner with her, and she's created a way to get models to run on your local device really in a really small way, in a really cost-effective, light way. And so there's so much going on in this space. There's so much energy. There are so many people that really care about the future of the internet being open and staying open and being accessible. And I think that's just, everywhere I look, it's just incredibly exciting to see.
Yeah, there's a lot of energy in it right now. And I think we've watched conversations on open source go full circle. We're watching conversations, I think, about AI ethics also come in kind of a full circle in some ways too, and a lot more energy being infused back into that space.
Yeah, look, I think that people care, right? Governments care, regulators care. I think there's a lot of people that are seeing how AI is absolutely shaping and even more so going to shape our interactions with the world. And I think that, for those of us with children, like our children are going to grow up with AI everywhere in their world. They're going to grow up in a world, when I was little and I saw a photo, I would say, oh, it's a pretty photo. My child, when she sees a photo, says, oh, I bet it's fake. Like, what an incredibly different way of interacting with the world. And so the importance of ethics, the importance of choice, the importance of great experiences, and of regulators having access to it, of researchers being able to check into it, is so important in the world of AI. And it didn't look like the early days of AI was trending very much to closed. Right? It was big, expensive, only a few companies with very deep pockets could build solutions, but it does feel like the tide is shifting, and we're starting to get really good momentum behind openness around lots of people being able to innovate on it, and that's exciting. And in fact, that's actually what it's going to take for AI to really take off and reach its full potential.
You raise a good point. I'm the mother of 3 teenagers as well, and you watch the arc of that conversation around privacy, I think, because you went from the, privacy feeling very important in the 90s, and then you have these conversations with, people in their 20s and 30s who are like, well, my privacy's gone. I can't get it back anyway. It's dead. What's the point? Yeah. And then my own teenagers who were, well, I can get around this. I can't trust that. And I feel like their generation is starting to bring back some of the questioning.
Yeah, we got a little complacent there for a while. We were sort of like, they've probably all got my data somewhere, so does it really matter?
Right.
But it does matter, right? And I was actually speaking to some folks that talk to Gen Z communities yesterday, and what we were talking about is, you need to know that if people are sucking up your data, they're going to be using it to shape you, right? To nudge your behaviors, to limit what you see or to control what you see. And so you've got to be aware of that because it's having to shape what you buy, right?
Absolutely.
That your data is being used for the benefit of big tech companies against you, right? So you need to be aware of that.
Right.
And you also have to be aware of censorship and of surveillance, right? Like, the more data that is collected, if you don't know where it's going, it's probably going to be used against you in some way there too. And even if you don't care about all of that for yourself personally, you should care about it for others in marginalized communities. You should care about it for future generations. So I think that I've been imploring Gen Z in particular, who are very digitally aware, to demand more, right? Demand more transparency, ask what's going on with your data. This stuff is very technically possible now. We just invested in a company called Anonym, and Anonym has extraordinary technology in the advertising space where they can help enable really high performance advertising but they do it in a way that protects your data. We can use differential privacy. We have clean rooms with double encryption. There's great advances in cryptography. Like, the tech is there to keep your data private while still creating good utility and good businesses. We just have to demand that people use it.
Yeah. Was that the thing that brought privacy back in a way? This idea that what you read is what you think? I mean, it's a pretty short step. And then the idea of a business kind of controlling what you're talking about with your friends, what you're thinking about, I don't know, is the ability to take back and read what you wish, not what someone wishes you to read.
Yeah, I think that, social media and a lot of our experience with the internet has got so fragmented. Like, it's really fundamentally dividing communities. We see this in America, we see it in Europe, we see it all over the world. I'm sure here in the Middle East as well. And so I think that there's this really important element of us just being back in control of data, having alternative and independent choices.
Sure.
Right? Like, you could use Blue Sky instead of Twitter. You could use Firefox instead of Chrome. We're the only browser that's not backed by billionaires. People can vote with their feet. They can choose independence. They can choose alternatives, and they can choose places that are just treating their data in a better way, where the benefit of the data comes to you, the user, not to the benefit of the company.
Sure. Final minute. We've covered a lot of ground. What have we not talked about yet that we should?
Yeah. I mean, I think I'll pull it back to what we were saying before, which is this concept of agency and choice. Right? We all should be in control of how we interact with the internet. AI is going to completely reshape those interactions. Agents will be making choices for us. We're going to have less transparency into what's going on. And so I'd encourage everyone, first of all, embrace AI. I think it's incredibly exciting. Get on the open source movement. There's incredible talent and incredible movement going on there. But be aware, right? Make good choices and ensure that you are still in control of the internet, and that the internet can still be this place of joy and creativity and discovery and wonder, instead of a place that's controlled by an algorithm.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much, and thank all of you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Thanks to Laura Chambers and Jennifer Strong for that fascinating conversation about AI, because obviously we're excited about AI, but also we have quite a few concerns, right? Especially when it comes to privacy. Now, this next session, I'm very much looking forward to hearing, and hopefully all of you are as excited as I am about this next session. In an era marked by global conflicts and polarization, the role of journalism has never been more critical or more challenging. Our next speakers will explore how journalists navigate the complexities of reporting in high-stakes environments, from combating misinformation to maintaining objectivity and ensuring safety. Please welcome, in conversation with Gillian Wolfe, presenter for Reuters Plus, Director of News at Al Jazeera Media Network, Salah Najem, Director of TRT World, Mevlut Salman Tessim, and the CEO of the Kyiv Post, Luc Chenier.
Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me. We're here to talk about an industry at a crossroads, not just about an industry where it is in the era of conflict, but also a war on journalism itself. If we're talking about journalism, we get a front row seat at life. We write the first draft of history. How would you say this industry has evolved, and what are the key challenges to journalists today that haven't been faced in the past? Luke, I'll give this one to you.
How has it evolved? It's evolving at lightning speed. I think you would all, excuse me. I feel personally that with the convergence of what's happening in digital, with bloggers, with vloggers that are now being somehow taken seriously in a way, or that are challenging the traditional media of what we're doing, I think we're coming at a crossroads that eventually the old is what I call the old traditional with the new on what's happening are going to somehow have to mix together on, somehow they're going to have to find a way to coexist and not fight each other. It's kind of like Kodak, as I was saying before. It's like Kodak in digital. There's no sense in fighting it, but how do we get there? And I'm curious what the rest of the panel thinks.
Someone, I'll throw that to you.
So, and basically, I see one of the biggest challenges right now as a journalist and journalism. And journalist safety is our biggest issue right now. And just picture this and as a bulletproof vest, a helmet, and it is basically uniform of the journalists on the conflict zones. But unfortunately, when we see the data, and more than 169 journalists killed by Israel since October 7. I believe more than journalists also killed during the Ukraine-Russian war. So unfortunately, and we are not keeping safe the journalists, and no one has a more respect to journalists as well. That's the big issue, because what I believe, if there is no journalists on the ground, there is no storytelling, as well no truth. That's the biggest challenge right now for keeping journalism as a safe and well-respected positions.
Salah.
My whole career was in international broadcasting, and throughout my career, it was always time of conflict in one place or the other. So that's part of what we are doing, and there is a certain amount of risk related to that, we understand. But in the past 10 years, the risk changed, because all parties of conflicts are now ignoring international law, international human rights, and the journalists become the unwanted witness to crimes of war and crimes against humanity. So it turns from being a reporter to a target to one party of the conflict or both parties of the conflict, and they escape with impunity. They turn the international law and international organization into something that's irrelevant. But despite that, we have to continue reporting and take even more precautions. But the solidarity of journalists, international organizations, and press organizations as well, that kind of solidarity might be the protection that we need to establish nowadays.
I got chills when you said unwanted witnesses. When we're reporting from the front lines, it has become increasingly difficult due to geopolitical constraints and accessibility, of course. We're talking about Ukraine and Russia, Gaza. How do you prioritize objectivity in highly polarized environments? And is it always possible or even desirable to remain completely neutral? Salah, I'll throw that one back to you.
Well, we have to define how objectivity could be reached. We aspire to be objective. Can we do that 100%? Difficult to say. But objectivity actually is in the process of covering the news. In the process, you have to examine all parties and all opinions and all facts. But the conclusion should be what you believe all these facts led to. So you conclude by saying this was right, this was wrong, or this violated international law, or this needs international intervention. Here it becomes a little bit difficult because you show the world what the scope of the conflict and the big picture is. And by doing that, some people should be accountable. And that's when they don't want to see.
Luke, you spoke about forced innovation when you rebuilt the Kiev Post amid the war.
Yeah.
You had cyber attacks, economic instability. Why did you approach the Kiev Post in making it global?
Well, sorry. When I came in 3 years ago, it was 2 months before the invasion started, and one of the first issues that we felt is that Ukraine was very well served within Ukraine. Everyone knew there was a lot of media. But outside, it was very fragmented. Ukraine didn't really have its own voice. It wasn't really speaking to the world. People didn't know. There was just perceptions on what was going on. So we decided at that point that Ukraine didn't need Kiev Post
to report within Ukraine and needed to become the voice of Ukraine around the world. So my goal was to eliminate as much of our footprint within Ukraine while still reporting about Ukraine, but to focus more on the United States, Europe, Australia, in that area. So we shifted in a very big way, and we focused in a big way. We dumped the subscription model. We needed to let as many people in to get to know Ukraine. Ukraine needed a voice to the world, and that was our new mission on what we did. And 3 years later, well, Kiev Post is doing very well, and with my chief editor, Bogdan Nahailo, we're hand in hand. As I was the CEO and he was for the news, we work great in tandem, but we don't cross each other's lines in terms of business and church and state.
We're talking a lot about conflict, and the problem when reporting on conflict is that you're going to have a lot more audiences becoming disenfranchised and disengaged. We've got selective audiences avoiding the news, which is becoming more and more on the rise. What would you say is, critical to covering the news where we're not just reporting solely on the world's top stories, but we're giving a voice to the voiceless still? We're reporting on underreported stories that offer nuance and hope, and hopefully avoiding the sentiment that ignorance is bliss. Selma.
So basically, there's a kind of visibility of the conflicts, and who's deciding, and the main question here, who's deciding which conflicts matters? And when we see back, absolutely, as a media organizations, and it is not only related to the scale of the human suffering, it is clear that all making any conflict visibility, it is absolutely related to some media outlets, some media persons, political and also the financial interests. It is so clear on it. So, but instead of that one, we should give more space, we should give more visibility to voice of voiceless and different sides. We couldn't tell the story only from the powerful sides version. We should feel that we should show the full of the story, full of the versions of the realities, human stories, and also don't forget it. And conflicts is not happening only during the fighting. There is a post-conflict side, there is another back of the conflicts. We should focus on the other reasons and the reasons of all kind of the conflicts.
Salah, how does Al Jazeera do that in reporting the underreported stories, the voices of the voiceless, and making sure that every story is told?
I'll approach it from the point of view that the bigger the conflict is, the most coverage that it gets, and then people get used to, and we are aware of that. So how can we make people not get used to a conflict or to atrocities and get immune from that? That's by understanding the human being in the conflict, the effect on the human being, the effect on the environment, the effect on the external world as well. The angle that we are covering is very important because it takes you away from getting used to pictures of blood and violence. Conflict is not only that. It's about the little child that wants to get education in a very remote place without any facility. It's about a person who wants to get a simple pill of aspirin in order to help him get over a cold while there is no medicine. Gaza is an example of that. That's one of the most, we cannot ignore that there is a massacre going on there, and we don't want people to get used to that. Or the politicians or the decision makers think that by getting the conflict bigger, they get impunity, and people get used to that, and international organizations as well. So we get new angles, new characters, new issues every day to cover that conflict and continue to have it on the news agenda.
I'm going to throw that question right back at you because you spoke about Gaza, and I think the hardest part of this line of work is when journalists become the targets themselves, right? I know each one of us sitting on the stage today knows of a journalist that put their life on the line and lost it. Salah, you compared the work of journalists to the Red Cross, continuing the mission despite the risks. How do we protect frontline reporters, and what role must the international community play to prioritize and protect this line of work?
We have a role as media organizations, and the international community has another role, and the political establishments has a role that they are ignoring now in protecting journalists. Our role is to provide every possible protection to the journalists, starting from the gear to the tracking devices to having risk assessment plan to protection, armored cars, whatever possible, and we do that. But the second thing is the international communities, they have to understand that there is a need to cover the stories and what's happening in a conflict in order actually to make sense of what's happening and bring it to the attention of the peacemakers, or bring the politicians and public opinion in the countries that are in conflict to the importance of pressuring their governments to come to terms and actually establish peace as well. And international organizations in having accountability for people who are committing crimes against journalists and try to silence them. We in Al Jazeera had our fair share, our correspondents and teams in Gaza. Some of them were targeted, and that's actually proven, and some of them were killed, some of them were injured, some of them are being here in Qatar, and some of them, the most famous, for example, is Shireen Abu Aqla, who was targeted by a sniper shot. One shot killed her while she marketed herself as a press very clearly. And the other one is our correspondent in Gaza, Wael Dahdouh, who his family was targeted because it was going to be a very big story if he personally was targeted on air. So accountability and bringing people to justice is, or people responsible to justice is very important. But then you have the IC, International Court, Criminal Court, having sanctions put on it, demeaned, criticized by powers who have interest in continuing this act against reporters who uncover war crimes.
Salman, I see you nodding over there, and we both know that journalism is not a crime. What would you say to what Salah has said, and how has it impacted your journalists there at TRT?
I agree with Salah, as he said. The government, militaries, even proxies, first of all, they have to stop targeting journalists. It is exactly crime. It is another war casualties. And we should unite together all the major media outlets, plus, and we should make a more reaction. We should just make our voice more up and up. And also as a solution, I believe we are kind of in the tech summit. I believe we should reduce the risk on the ground as well within the technology, within the new developed structures. It might be maybe unmanned tools. It might be using in the future as well, but we should make sure also those unmanned tools and technology not controlled by someone who wants to hide the truths. It should be totally not provided or controlled by parties of the conflict.
Luke, what about you? Your experiences there in Ukraine as well, on the front lines.
Yeah, I mean, sorry. Ukraine in general, I think it's a little bit different because the Ukrainian government has embraced, I mean, I'm not working for the government, I'm just saying that has embraced journalism and they've given free access in a big way. I haven't seen any barriers or what they've been trying. They're actually encouraging the more news because right now there's so much disinformation globally that's happening. The government needs it, and the war effort and the issue of Ukraine that they need. So in terms of journalism, they've been very generous, I would say, in not obstructing and let us do our work and the whole bit. So while some governments are trying to hide the truth, I feel that the Ukrainian government has been very open to get as much truth out there as possible in a world in such disinformation that we're experiencing. So,
you mentioned disinformation, and that brings me to my next point about the evolution of technology when we talk in journalism, right? We've got artificial intelligence, which can either help or hinder the way in which we tell and disseminate the truth. How has it helped you in the building of your newsroom? How has it hindered the dissemination of news to the audiences that you have around the world?
Okay, so basically, right now, information is started controlled by some major players. And today, 80% of the videos in internet, in web, and controlled by the big tech companies and public source media, and they just only have 10% of this content. So basically, it is clear that technology is just growing and it's being alive in even the journalist's life day by day. But there's another big challenges here. I believe it will be more big challenges for future as well. So we've also, as a TRT world, we face restriction from those big tech companies, and they remove and they censor every month 5 or 6 videos of us, even though there's no violating any community rules, there's no violating any platform rules. There is some questioning here, how much and reaching the information is democratic. So I believe it is the time also thinking about that side. And what I want to say, basically, there is kind of editorial interference is happening by those companies because it's not ours, it's not controlled or directly in our own platforms. So, and we are actually having challenged this. We need a more structured and the vision. I believe we already, as a TRT, have a good announcement in soon. We have new systems, TRT Global, and its super application more. What is the basically? It is absolutely AI-driven system, is a technological system, but it is more valuable driven system which is inside. The idea, and we will try to democratize the getting information. It is really important.
I'm going to pivot this over to Salah as well. Salah, you take issue with the term fake news. Why?
Fake news was a term that appeared in 2017, I think, to discredit all trusted news media that broadcast stories not to the taste of people in power. So how to discredit that? Everything could be fake news, whether it's accurate or inaccurate, said by a politician or a famous person, and then nobody will believe you. But news is news. One big value of what you should consider news, it should be accurate, it should be fair, it should be balanced. Fake is not news, it's rumor. Let's go back to the original terminology. Rumors are not news. People don't believe rumors. And hoax as well. If something is really tailored to appear like news, but it's fake, it used to be called hoax. And hoaxes are not news. But attaching news to fake is to discredit news.
Gentlemen, we've only got a little bit more time on the clock. I'm going to give you each a few seconds to answer this next question. How do you think the role of journalism is going to evolve in the next couple of years? Luke.
I'll put it as quick as possible. I'm a firm believer that the technology and the side of vloggers and bloggers and all that, which is not, and journalism, and journalists are now becoming more videographers, they're becoming storytellers, they're becoming documentarians. I don't see them being called journalists per se, but I see them becoming chroniclers of what's going to happen, where they're going to mix all of the things and bringing it to the space where people are actually interested in. So I think we're going to evolve.
Salman?
Okay, I can define journalism as a mirror. And so even though technology might make this mirror bigger, but as a journalist or one of the duty, we should keep this mirror clear as always. And even wars, conflicts, everything is a chaos, but journalism is a compass, and journalist compass always shows the humanity and ethical, all the procedures.
Salah.
Technology and technological developments will make it much easier for news gathering and for distributing and disseminating news. But the role of news and journalism will become even more critical to people as some or a lot of people and audience are losing trust in a lot of outlets that are there because a lot of them are not really accurate. They discover that by time, and then some trusted news outlets will remain really the source and reference.
An ever-evolving industry, and even in times of conflict, journalism won't die. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining me here on this insightful conversation in Web Summit.
Thank you so much, Gillian, for leading that great conversation about the role of journalism and journalists at a time of heightened global tensions, at a time of uncertainty around the world. And our role and responsibility as journalists. That was a great conversation. Now, our next talk, ladies and gentlemen, I see we have a full house, so that's good. And for anyone else who wants to join us, there are more seats available, so please do join us. Our next talk here at Center Stage will explore how AI-driven advancements in drug discovery, personalized medicine, and bioengineering are not only reshaping healthcare, but also redefining the human experience. Speaking to Emil Potransky, editor at TechMeme, about how AI is physiologically changing humans, please welcome to the center stage Vishwa Koluru, CEO and founder of Envida, and Molly He, CEO, co-founder of Element Biosciences.
Hello, everyone. Who's excited to talk about AI and your body? I mean, a little bit of excitement, a little bit of concern, that's completely fair.
Talking about AI, our ultimate goal is to digitize biology. What that means is that we're able to ultimately to predict and prevent diseases just by looking at your genetics makeup and also your environmental factors. And this sounds like science fiction, and because it is hard, right? Biology is super complex. And to your point earlier, do you know how many cells in your body? There are 37 trillion cells in your body, and every single cell is doing somewhat different things. So it's very difficult to understand how the biology works in your body. And there are more unknown factors or variables than the known rules. So what Element tried to do is to build not only the AI model, but also the experimental tools for us to collect enough data in your body, every single cell, to understand biology on the fundamental ground. And then we can hopefully build a more accurate AI model to decipher the biology in your body.
Hi, I'm Vishwa Koluru, founder and CEO of Envida. We're doing to life's chemical code what Molly and Element are doing to life's biological code. Why is that important? Two really simple reasons. We know more about genes of random viruses than the chemistry of your blood. 99% of the planet's chemical code remains unknown to science. Two, chemistry is both the noun and the verb of what it means to be alive. Every one of your 37 trillion cells, every second, does 20 billion chemical reactions to turn your breakfast into you.
All right, so let's talk about AI. How is AI helping your company change human biology and physiology?
I guess I'll start. We are just starting to use AI recently, because initially when we started the company, we are a hardcore instrumental tools company. We make tools for DNA sequencing, we make tools to identify protein markers and all that, very, very biology-oriented. But now recently we realized that because our tools can actually give you highly scalable, low-cost, affordable data very quickly, we're becoming a data factory. So we can actually take these data and build AI foundation model to understand biology. So there are a couple ways that our company is using AI. The first one is actually inside our protocol or product already. That is to use AI to do data analysis. Because our instrument coming out with all kinds of different images of the cells and how proteins and RNA and DNA molecules interact inside cells, we're able to use AI to decipher images a lot more accurately. So that's the first layer. And the second layer is that we can use AI to build foundation model. Essentially, it's a large language model based on the data we collected from the instrument, and try to build a predictive model to understand biology. And obviously, AI is an algorithm. It's easy to write, but it's not easy to have a predictable, accurate model. So you will have to have experimental data, otherwise it's just going to be garbage in and garbage out. So this is why we're excited about using AI for our business, because we have the tools and also we have the model together.
Yeah, at Enveda, I think we think about things very complementarily. So all of you, how many of you have used ChatGPT? So have you ever thought about why or how ChatGPT can translate between two languages that should really have no training data, right? So I can go on there and I can ask ChatGPT to write a poem about mass spectrometry, which is a very fancy word for an instrument that actually weighs molecules, right? And I can then ask it to translate it to Telugu, which is my mother tongue, and it will do so perfectly. Why? The reason is not because there are millions of books written in English about mass spectrometry that have also been translated to Telugu. It's because it's learned enough English, of which mass spectrometry is a subject, and enough Telugu, where even though mass spectrometry is not a subject, there are related concepts. So we use essentially the same sort of AI logic that exists in inherent grammar and language to teach computers the grammar of chemistry. So at Enveda, the easiest way to think about it is we can tell you what molecules are and what they might do by building a ChatGPT for chemistry. And like Molly mentioned, it's built on the world's largest data set of the weights of molecules and how they break apart when you hit them with radiation.
I feel like we should combine our data.
That's right. Combine biology and chemistry, they're two sides of the same coin.
Yeah.
I definitely want to get to the data part again. But pulling back a bit, when I first heard about the premise of this panel, my mind immediately went to 2018 when a Chinese researcher announced he had genetically modified human babies, which of course has ethical implications. So where should we draw the ethical line, especially as we use AI more? Where would you say we should think really hard about AI-enhanced biology and what is allowed and what isn't allowed?
Yeah, that really is a very, very good question. And you know, my mind is racing right now because I really think that any tools that has the potential to impact medical care or human society has its positive side and the negative side. So we really just have to really looking at the positive side, try to minimize the negative side, because one obvious example we can think about is the nuclear weapon, right? Because all these things that the nuclear power is so important for energy generation, but when it's used for negative purposes, it can cause a catastrophe. So it's the same thing for genetic engineering. You know, it can be used for treating diseases and all that, but it can also be used for things that we don't want to do, really, as a human society. So this is really upon the entire society to police that, really. But for Element ourselves, our goal is to, increase the affordability of a precision medicine so that we can predict and cure diseases. Other than that, we want it to be operating within the morale of the society. Yeah.
I think both Molly and I have the distinct privilege of waking up every morning and having a groundswell of passion, because what we do is directly in service of patients. And so from that vantage point, I think I'm going to come down on one side of this debate and say it's probably unethical for us to not use AI, given its massive potential for us to understand living systems and hopefully be able to manipulate them for our own benefit. To give you a sense of how much we don't know, if you've all understood and read your biochemistry, there's a group of molecules called bile acids. And these molecules are just made from cholesterol. And previously, they were thought to be passive actors in metabolism, and that there were a few dozen. At Enveda's labs and in the labs of our scientific co-founder, in the last 4 years alone, we've discovered that there are tens of thousands of these molecules, and that there are massive recurring patterns in different forms and stages of disease. In fact, today we think that these thousands of bile acids form an inter-organ communication highway. And you might imagine the repercussions of that could be huge in how we diagnose, treat, and mitigate disease. So without AI and without our ability to, say it simply, just match, recognize, and generate patterns, which is what AI is, I don't think we'd be able to do any of that. And I think it's irresponsible to keep medical science from moving forward because there's a chance of something potentially going wrong. I think initially when the bicycle was first invented, it was considered to be illegal and a product of the devil to ride it. In fact, the British even invented a disease called bicyclitis, which they said will affect you, and it's the expression of your face when you're riding hard between two towns. So I think there's a lot of fear, obviously, and the fear comes from uncertainty. But over time, I have deep faith in humanity that will figure out how to use it for the better, not for the worse.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think AI is just a tool, right? Because I think how to use it is upon us to decide.
Yeah, so speaking of that, I would say as AI becomes more and more prevalent in medicine, would you say we run the risk of changing what it means to be human? Or again, it's just another tool and that's a bunch of fear-mongering, don't worry about it, AI will impact medicine, but overall it will be a net positive?
Yeah, that's a hard question to answer because I think, at Element, we're using AI to improve the healthcare, improve hopefully, to make better medicines for each different conditions. How do we change the physiology of the humans? That really coming down to, okay, do we really want to use AI as a tool to guide genetic engineering of a person? Maybe it's possible sometime in the future because the tools can only be, can be used for that because we can already genetically modify an animal, right? And genetically modify a plant to improve their nutrition content or have you. But when it comes down to the humans, I do think, how to use AI is really upon us. How do we decide what is ethical, what is not ethical to do? At Element, we really wanted to be operating within the realm of improving the entire human healthcare instead of creating something very different.
Yeah, I think that what it means to be human has never remained constant. If you imagine the life in the 1700s or 4,000 years ago when we first tamed the horse on the Asian and Eurasian steppe, I think at every given time we're on a continuum. I think what's exciting is, just like when the first horse was tamed and humans could now roam hundreds of miles a day and therefore have larger hordes and create the first beginnings of society and language that today still remain in 445 languages, we're at a point where maybe that continuum is potentially at the precipice of a leap. And that's maybe something that's scary, but I would contend that, just as internet and attention algorithms have changed us, I'm sure AI and access to question and answers, as well as new ways of understanding what's in us, on us, and around us will change. But the responsibility, I think, remains not to resist that change, but to think about what it means to be a good human, what personal well-being entails, and what overall societal prosperity looks like, and creating systems of government, policy, and or your own values in light of that new technology. But certainly not one where you think, oh, AI might change you, and therefore is something that we must try to hold off.
Speaking of government policies and laws that we might want to pass and regulations and all that, how are you thinking about AI's impact on healthcare with regards to equity? How can we ensure that across socioeconomic groups, AI's impact on healthcare will be equitable and not just something that's reserved for, frankly, the rich.
Yeah, I'm super passionate about that. You know, I don't know how many of you knows about Element's business. The fundamental reason we create Element Biosciences is to democratizing DNA sequencing at the beginning, so that the access of genetics information for everybody can be done regardless how well you're funded. And as a matter of fact, you know, since we started to commercialize our products, we gained 55% of our revenue come from outside the US. And we're in many, many emerging markets because, you know, now with our tools, we can take these DNA sequencing to areas that genetic information was not accessible before. So with the same kind of philosophy, we wanted to incorporate AI into our offering, so then we can actually make it, you know, faster, better, and cheaper, if we will, so that we can democratize the access of AI combined with a tool to everybody around the world. And I'm very passionate about that.
I agree, and I think that any sufficiently scaled technology has almost always had a democratizing output, right? Electricity, the internet, and I think AI will certainly fall in that same bucket. I don't know if you've been to San Francisco recently, but if you have, you can take a fully self-driven taxi ride by Waymo. And Waymo has this advertisement, you know, ride with the most experienced driver in San Francisco, because something like 15 million combined driving hours have been used to train the Waymo cars. And I think that, you know, the fact that you can now get an experienced 15 million hour car, and you can do so at the same price as Bill Gates, is a profoundly equalizing thing. There is one roadblock along the way, however, which is bias in our data, right? So if there is no bias, or if we can work against inherent biases that exist already in the data that we're using to train AI, I have no doubt that it'll actually be a forcing function to scale well-being, prosperity, and access to information and quality healthcare.
Okay, we have time for one last question. So paint me a picture. It's 2025. What can we expect from AI and healthcare this year, in biotech and genetic engineering this year? What can we expect in 2050? Will we cure all human diseases? Will we solve aging? What is the pie in the sky, and when can we expect, where are you seeing things heading this year and 2050, 2100?
I think this year, I agree with you. I think it's all about creating unbiased data sets for AI to train their models on. Because I think, you know, as I mentioned earlier, AI as a model, it can be garbage in, garbage out. Without a complete unbiased data set, you're going to actually get a biased model, and that's not going to be good. So I think this year, and maybe even in the next few years, Element is going to be dedicated to providing unbiased, large-scale data sets for scientists and researchers to make the, you know, really accurate foundation model on to decipher biology. In 2050, I don't think we're able to say, you know, we can predict everything based on the model yet, but I think we will get there. It's step by step. Yeah.
You know, I'll give one literal answer and one analogy. Within the decade, I think Enveda and others in the field will publish the first complete genome, or in other words, what is the complement of chemicals in your body, and what are their levels when you're healthy. And I think that will have as much of an impact, if not greater, than the human genome. The analogy that I'll give you is that, you know, 1.7 billion years ago, an archaeal cell swallowed a bacterium. And when it did, that became effectively the mitochondria, increasing the energy per gene 200,000 times and paving the way for all complex life to evolve. And this was a miracle right in the pathway of 2 billion years of completely banal single-cell life. And so I think today where we are is sort of like the mitochondrial moment for humanity. So it'll be very, very hard to predict where we'll go, but it'll be wonderful.
Awesome. Let's end it there. Thank you, Molly. Thank you, Vishwa. Some food for thought.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, how are we doing? Come on, a little bit more energy. I know it's almost lunchtime, but we've got 2 more exciting sessions coming up, so it's going to be great. Now more than ever, consumers are exploring ways to share their passion for entertainment brands and characters beyond their screens. With industry experts marking the sector as an area of global growth, let's hear how Paramount, which is one of the biggest entertainment companies in the United States, brings its characters and brands to life for fans at theme parks, hotels, resorts, attractions, restaurants, live stage shows, and more, building franchises with a long-term strategy that connects fans to extraordinary experiences. Please join me in welcoming out the President and CEO of International Markets at Paramount, Pam Kaufman, for a very exciting session.
Let's do this.
Your
house is really nice.
I know, right?
I am ready. Hit it.
We're the only ones who can do this.
Welcome back, Nick.
Aw, this is so sweet.
Mr. Manfredi, how do you plead?
Not guilty, Your Honor.
He said it! Let's go!
Welcome to the oil business. Whatever it takes, make it invisible. Time to remind them I'm ready.
Sweet Dora!
How about a race?
Let's do this!
I'm never gonna stop you from applauding me.
This is Survivor.
Glad you're back.
I never left.
Having any fun yet?
That was great, right? Hello, and thank you so much for having me today. So let me ask you guys a question. What if you could stay overnight in SpongeBob's famous Pineapple Under the Sea? What if you can visit the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles in their sewer lair? Or get beamed up by Scotty like they do in Star Trek? I don't know about you guys, but I definitely want to do that. For over 100 years, Paramount has been able to turn television and movies into cultural currency. From the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles to Top Gun, MTV to Mean Girls, Paramount has some of the most iconic brands and characters that bring people together all over the world. Paramount knows fandom. We honor it, we build it, we harness it, and we keep growing. With licensing, we take this pop culture relevancy one step further. We have a tremendous consumer products, gaming, and experiences business that allows audience to express their fandom all over the world with everything from toys and t-shirts, resorts, and roller coasters. Specifically, in Paramount's themed entertainment business, we're looking at the ways hotels, restaurants, live stage shows, and theme parks immerse fans in the shows and the movie they love. How are we doing this? By leveraging our popular and enduring IP in ways that fans can interact with. Consider these facts. The global recreation market is estimated to be around $2 trillion. The global hospitality industry is worth, call it $1.5 trillion. And the global licensing industry has reached over $350 billion in retail sales. Now let's talk about where we come in. Character and entertainment properties represent more than 40% of the global licensing business. That's nearly $150 billion. In 2024, the toy market saw a slight decline in sales overall, but sales of licensed toys went up nearly 10%. Experiences that use licensed brands and characters typically see 25% more attendance than those that do not, and guess what? Charge 30% higher in costs. So what does this mean for you? It means an opportunity. Adults and families are spending their time and money to share a connection with others around the entertainment franchises that they love. At Paramount, we have seen this firsthand and have succeeded by being very prescriptive about which IP we place and where we're placing it. It's critical that we maintain the authenticity of our properties and create experiences that go above and beyond fan expectations. And while many of our franchises like Paw Patrol, SpongeBob SquarePants, and Star Trek, I hope we have a few fans in here, are recognized globally and work in almost every territory, it's crucial that we are working with partners who collaborate and share our vision and the content creator's vision on how to experience those franchises in real life. The passion that fans show for an experience that honors the content, it is unmatched. For example, on stage, nothing shows this enthusiasm more than a theater full of preschoolers and their parents dancing along to Paw Patrol Live. Currently, there are 4 simultaneous Paw Patrol Live tours happening, and in 2024, that means you could see Paw Patrol Live in 180 different cities. At the same time, our adult properties are on the most prestigious stages around the world, from the Tony-nominated Mean Girls to the Olivier award-winning smash hit revival of Sunset Boulevard. You gotta check that out. And for the super fans who want to be immersed 24/7, we turn to hospitality, where we see our growth coming from families who are traveling together to make lifelong memories. Hotels and resorts present an opportunity to create bespoke experiences for all ages at every moment of the day. At Nickelodeon Hotels and Resorts in Riviera Maya, families can swim out of their hotel room and go to breakfast with Dora the Explorer, get slimed at the Aquanic Water Park, and then, of course, head to Bikini Bottom for dinner. In Dubai, cinema lovers can get a taste of movie star lifestyle at the city's 2 Paramount hotels. You can step into The Godfather in the Don Corleone suite, get ready in rooms with soundstage lighting, and party in Prohibition era like you're backstage at a Paramount park. All of these experiences have been praised by the industry and fans with coveted awards that highlight our world-class accommodations and distinct approach to luxury and hospitality. And we and our partners are continuing to create the most authentic experiences possible, and we're really looking to grow this area of the business. Together, over the next 5 years, we plan to launch over 15 projects. So let me break it down and tell you what's incoming. First, for those Emily in Paris fans, We have Emily in Paris, the series, which is produced by Paramount and airs on Netflix. And now fans can actually experience Emily in Paris couture on tour, an Emily in Paris experience, beginning in the late May in the United States. Lending further authenticity to this experience, we have the creative consultant who helps us advise on all of Emily's wardrobe that you can also shop. Next month will be the grand opening of the Nickelodeon Land and Resort coming to Land of Legends in Antalya, Turkey, where you'll be able to swing with jellyfish in Bikini Bottom, watch Star Trek in a 5D cinema, and fly with our favorite air rescue pup, Sky from Paw Patrol. Then, of course, you can relax at a Nickelodeon hotel with so many amazing touches, including a built-in blimp right on the outside of the hotel. On the other side of the world, Nickelodeon-branded hotels will be opening in 2 of the biggest US tourist destinations, Orlando, Florida, coming in 2026, and Anaheim, California in 2027. In Orlando, Florida, Nickelodeon Hotels and Resorts will be in the billion-dollar Everest Place property featuring condos, themed suites, and all kinds of amenities based on our biggest characters, including a restaurant for SpongeBob called, what else? La Spatula. Nickelodeon Hotels and Resorts Garden Grove in Anaheim, California will feature a 4-star resort with 500 rooms, a 600-seat theater, a lazy river, a kids lounge, and of course a lot more. And I'm really excited to tell you that in 2029, we signed a deal for the first ever Paramount theme park, which is planned to open with the Shinsegae Group in South Korea as part of their new Star Bay City complex. The park will feature rides, shows, attractions, and restaurants based on Paramount's brands, including the iconic mountain and the famous arches that have welcomed so many stars to our Los Angeles lot. So let's take a look at some of these properties.
Just right, it's the way, that away, no loose change you a time, looking brand new, yeah, working overtime, coming in hot, one step to the side, way we do, the way we do, look what we got right now, we level up like, look what we got right now, no, it's about to go down, look what we got, we level up like, we're so ready for this, you know, switch it up, keep it up for it, we're so ready for this, switch it up, keep it up for it, we're so ready for this, you know, we're so ready for this. Look what we got, it's a vibe, let me take you for a ride, show me what we got right side, yeah, come on, let's go, on time, let's go. That was insane! We're so ready for this, you know, switch it up, keep it up for it, we're so ready for this, switch it up, keep it up. We're so ready for this, you know, we're so ready for this, are you really ready? 'Cause we're so ready for this.
How great is that? Come on. And by the way, I highly recommend you get slimed. I've been slimed a few times. It's a little weird. But anyway, I hope you guys decide to come and visit some of these places. So as you can see, across Brazil, the US, Italy, Japan, or the Middle East, the reaction is the same, whether you're eating a Krabby Patty or following in the footsteps of Emily in Paris. We are committed to working with our partners to give fans around the world these unique experiences using a wide range of brands and characters beloved by all generations. Here in the Middle East, our branded experiences include interactive shows for Paw Patrol and SpongeBob SquarePants, and We've been holding an annual Paw Patrol Festival for families. We are seeing explosive growth in this area, growth in theme parks, resorts, attractions, shows, and immersive experiences. The GCC hospitality market was valued at about $28 billion and now is projected to reach about $48 billion by 2028. So who knows? We could be seeing something happening right here in Doha. Stay tuned. So to wrap it up, aside from sleeping in a pineapple, here are a few takeaways I just want to leave with you. There is endless opportunity in working with licensed properties across the very fast-growing hospitality and global recreation industries, serving kids, families, and of course, adults. We know iconic IP connects people worldwide, and Paramount's properties, we definitely deliver on that engagement. Paramount, we know, was built on creativity, and we continue to innovate on every platform for every audience, and we're always looking to work with talented partners and new opportunities in the space. As this business keeps growing, who knows, you might end up flying with Top Gun, swinging through a rainforest with Dora the Explorer, or you just might be riding on horseback at a Yellowstone ranch. There's so many opportunities we're working on, and you're going to see and hear a lot more from us. So thank you so much for having me today.
Did you enjoy that presentation by Pam as much as I did? I hope you did, because it was really fascinating, wasn't it? Thank you so much for being with us at Web Summit, day 2 of Web Summit here in Doha, the second edition, by the way, in Doha. And it's just been amazing to see the energy in this hall, in this conference hall. Last year was amazing, but I feel like this year is even better because there's so many people, so many different startups, investors, everyone just mingling and having a great time and hopefully creating those connections that Web Summit is all about, right? Now, for our next session, which will be the final session before lunchtime, we're going to do something very special, and that will be taking us into space. But before we get to that, I just wanted to remind you about the app, the Web Summit app. If you haven't downloaded it yet, you're missing out on a lot. There's a lot going on that app in terms of, who you want to connect with, where you want to go, the spaces you want to check out, the different events going on here at the convention center, but also off-site, various events across Doha. So anything you want to know is on that app, the Web Summit app. Let's see if we can get me perhaps the iPad. Can we get me the iPad? Okay, thank you. The good old piece of paper, right? You can always trust it. So, as I said, for our next session, we're heading into space, and space is approaching a new frontier. The space economy is expected to be worth $1.8 trillion by 2035 as satellite and rocket-enabled technologies become increasingly prevalent. Already, space-enabled technologies drive everything from weather forecasts to the increasingly smart gadgets such as smartwatches. But space technologies are also delivering benefits to a wider range of industries such as retail, consumer goods, and lifestyle, all set to benefit from space innovations. This session features an astronaut and leading space investor who will discuss the future of the industry. To talk about the future of space with Jennifer Strong, the host of the Shift podcast, please welcome Sarah Sabri, astronaut, CEO, and founder at Deep Space Initiative, and Adam Nowinski, the co-founder and managing partner at OTB Ventures.
How much fun is this? All right. Before we dive in here, though, can we start by just talking about what space tech is? Because for people who don't do what you two do all day, it can sound a little bit out there, right? Building a moon business, the space economy. So either one of you want to go first?
I mean, it really varies. So hello, first of all, everyone. I'm really excited to be here, and thank you so much for joining this talk. And space tech is really something that I mean, it's so broad, it's so huge. It's not really just something specific that's like just its own field. Everything that you're using every single day in your hands right now has some space tech in it. A lot of the things that you have at home have some space tech in it. So it's actually so much more broad than we think it is. It's not like a specific field. It has medicine in there. It has pharmaceuticals. It has manufacturing. It has electronics. It has transportation systems. It has computer engineering. It has all of it, basically. It's really difficult to think about a field that exists on Earth that's not applied in space, and it's not that's not something that we can work on in space. So I think that's something that I think we need to kind of just emphasize on, because we need all of the different backgrounds, different expertise to be applied in space too, because it's so growing, and I think we're going to talk about that today as well. It's becoming so huge that we need as much help as possible to really push it forward, but not also forget our Earth, which is just a sneak peek of what's about to come.
Yeah, so good morning, good afternoon, everyone. So just to follow up, like basically we wouldn't be able to function this day without satellites and without technology in space. And just to follow up what Sarah said, like think of GPS, think of any navigation, whether you drive a car or you are flying a plane or you want to find any of the objects or any other person, like this is GPS. Communication, like more and more communication is actually being done through the satellites. And we are not only talking about satellite TV but regular phones, which are right now connecting through the satellites. And last but not least, the whole Earth observation. You cannot really think about how the Earth is functioning, how you can actually improve many areas of Earth without Earth observation. And Earth observation is not just optical, and everyone knows beautiful pictures of Earth, but it's infrared, it's radar. You can and you need to understand the Earth only by observing it with different instruments, and this is all happening right now. And I think the important part is that back 5-10 years ago, of course, all of this was already there in space, but few companies, few corporates were actually actively using it. Like today, insurance companies are using satellite data to try to even try to predict disasters. Of course, you can predict it by a day or two, but it still matters. You can send the rescue teams. You know what areas you can or you should evacuate, and which one can stay. These are important parts which are actually happening more and more frequently in today's lives.
Absolutely. You can also predict where food aid will be needed and reroute all kinds of resources much earlier thanks to this observation. And to your point, one of my favorite stories is actually Organic Valley, which is it's the largest, I think, co-op in the United States of organic dairy products. They have the ability to see where irrigation is leaking now from space, or observing novel forms of light to know how plants are doing in the field. It's incredible, the list of things.
Absolutely, like the companies which are using the infrared, like Hydrosat, which are having the satellites capable of measuring up to 1/10 of a degree on a change of temperature on the Earth. And plants react to the water stress with changing the temperature. So you can precisely understand how much water they need. And if you overwater them, it's not only you are losing money and you are using one of the precious resources, which is water, but you are also, like having crops much lower. Crops can be up to 30% lower if you are overwatering your plants. So precise hydration, you can only do it from space.
Right. So now that we know that this matters, right, and it applies to our real lives and our real businesses, it's not just other real businesses like asteroid mining, but more practical things. Let's talk about money. So space tech has the potential to generate something like $2 trillion in the next decade. And I'm curious to hear from each of your perspectives, like what specifically are we watching for? Where is this investment coming from and who is benefiting?
These days, like you have both private and governmental money. Again, in the past 10, 15 years ago, you've basically had national, international space agencies. Think of NASA, think of European Space Agency and all the governments which were actually actively, taking part in space economy. And ever since it started to become a commercial product, ever since each and every one of us started to use it, we have a lot of investment funds, including OTB, which are actively investing in this space just because it's just making money. Like the company that we've invested in, ISI 8 years ago, this year should be doing something like 200 million revenues, or hopefully even more. These are real money of the real startups which are evolving and are being established each day.
Yeah, I completely agree, honestly. It has a lot of potential, and I think whenever we think space, we think it's going to be so far away that it's not going to be generating money, but yes, it does generate because it's very applicable right now. We are needing it right now. A lot of countries are really investing very heavily on satellite imagery, and because you use it to monitor weather, and you can't just have one country that's able to get all of this data because then you have too much leverage over another country. So a lot of countries around Africa and emerging countries as well are really heavily investing in that because that's something that we really, really need. But then other than that, you have a lot of the technology that we're developing in space has a lot of benefits that we don't really see on Earth. And for example, we were just talking about that backstage about in-space manufacturing. We had a project last year as part of the Space Initiative, and what we did was really try to analyze what are the benefits of manufacturing in space compared to manufacturing out on Earth. You have a lot more flexibility in manipulating the properties of a specific material. You have a lot of benefits in terms of the quality or how the optical fibers are being used there too. So in terms of optical fibers, pharmaceuticals, a lot of things like this, there's so many things that when you're actually producing them or you're building them in space, this environment gives you such an edge and such a benefit. It depends on what it is, of course. It depends on what you're aiming to manufacture. This environment is so unique. It's so powerful, especially when you're talking about fluid mechanics, when you're talking about different mechanical properties. And when it comes to pharmaceuticals, we're really trying to actually understand if we can create things that we're not able to create on Earth. So definitely something that we need to be investing in because that has so much potential to be curing things, to be making things cheaper on Earth too if you produce them and then bring them back. Of course, once we figure out how to reduce the cost of launch and bring things back more and more. But there's so many things like this, and there's also a company that's working on biopods, that's generating revenue right now because you have this environment that initially it was created for space because you want to enhance life on space, build these biopods in space, and be able to live on on the moon, on the surface on the moon or Mars. But then we are also, Interstellar Lab is actually that company. It's what they're doing is they're also bringing it to Earth and using it for other companies too, which is, again, generating revenue. So there's so many things like this. And
Well, I was just going to jump in and say one thing that I found especially interesting about covering space tech is actually how collaborative it is and how it's still kind of a small, despite being, to your point, a very wide range. This is research, this is manufacturing, this is pharmaceuticals and agriculture and a million more things. It's a small universe of people who largely seem to know each other and support each other and collaborate.
It's still the beginning of the industry, even though, the numbers seems already, big, and what's even more important, dynamically growing, just the beginning. And really there is a huge economy which is going to build up there. And relating to your point, it is actually a global cooperation. And what's also important, a global infrastructure. And I think, the word infrastructure is important because, at the end of the day, the truth is that it is still complicated to do this business. It's not the easiest business, but that's why we love it. It's not because it's easy, but because it's hard. But you need to think about several approaches. Like if you are sending something to be produced in manufacture, for instance, pharmaceuticals, to your point, you need not only to have a rocket launcher, but then you need to have a production facility. You need to have a system to connect. It's called the rendezvous system, which is super complicated. Please bear in mind that the objects in space are moving with a huge speed, sometimes in complete darkness, and the precision needs to be 100%. And then it's the return vehicles that you need to build, and the companies reinventing this space because you want to come back to Earth frequently with the manufactured products, with companies like Atmos, which are doing parachuting them from the space, or the companies which are inventing new products which can be still manufactured without gravity and push those boundaries. But it is exciting because it is difficult.
Yeah. And Sarah, you have an announcement actually that you want to make.
I do, yes. So this is actually the first official public announcement for the company. So I'm so excited to announce for the very, very first time the launch of Strive. So Strive is my second company, actually. And what it does, it's a space and terrestrial research company for innovative ventures and exploration. So it's at the intersection between space tech and Earth sustainability. Because whenever you think about space, you think it's in complete contradiction with Earth sustainability, right? Like, why are we trying to explore space when we're completely neglecting our Earth? Well, we're here to kind of show you that that's not actually just the case. There is a lot of space tech that is used to help our challenges that we're facing here on Earth, and we're here to basically test that, show you that it can happen, and really have an impact on Earth itself. So this is our official launch today, and basically what we do is we're going to be hosting these different missions throughout the year in some of the most remote locations on Earth. Our first one in August is in the Arctic. What we're going to be doing is we're going to be there for 2 weeks in isolation, testing technology that's specific to this polar environment. It's in the middle of nowhere, and it's definitely just snow on snow. It's all white, and we're going to be working in this isolated and confined environment together, testing technology from different space startups and tech startups that is working both on the goal of pushing the boundaries of space, pushing exploration, but also protecting our environment. And what we aim to do, too, is work on the grassroots level with the communities there to help them utilize this in their own communities and really have them integrate that as part of how they really use things day to day. So, and it's also astronaut training, so it's a little bit of everything. And yeah, we're so excited to announce that, and we're hosting a press conference today at 3 if you're interested to learn more about it. So
very cool. Thank you. And Adam, I want to ask you, what are some of the primary challenges you see facing startups in this space?
The truth is that it is a bit CapEx heavy, and it takes a bit of time to develop it. It's not just, some of the consumer startups that, getting traction almost immediately, gets, hundreds of millions of users, and then the revenues and the things are moving, You really need to have some of the smartest minds on Earth, to work on it. And you need to work with really visionaries, which are spending years, developing new technologies. And then the commercializing, as mentioned, it's not coming typically overnight. But once it comes, these are big, think of SpaceX, the company that has been very, had a lot of challenges in the early days, near collapsed, was saved by NASA, to fairly say. And today, it's worth something, whatever the number could be, but, probably about $150 billion, bringing huge revenues from, an amazing rocket launchers and telecommunication through the Starlink. So, like it takes some time. It takes some, like some of the smartest minds, but the reward is huge. And the good thing is that this is only going to speeding up, and we see this traction. When we started to invest back 8 years ago, like there was still a promise. Everyone was thinking about, like you can count the cars in front of the Walmart from the space and estimate the revenues from Walmart, and that was, like the use case that everyone was mentioning, but no one was actually using it, because it wasn't precise and no one knew how to actually incorporate this into the commercial space. But today actually all those areas are, as you were saying, connected and starting to become a real economy. So be brave, like to all the startuppers, to all those who think about, like investing in new space, have courage, have vision, not try to replicate, think of something completely different, and the money will follow you.
And we are sadly just about out of time, but I would love from each of you to know how you got into this field in the first place.
The short answer is existential crisis. I had a lot of questions about the world, and as an engineer, I became just obsessed with having those answers and obsessed with the idea that I could leave this world without having them. And that's why I wanted to be a part of it. I wanted to be a part of it so badly that I saw the challenges of what my passport does, and that's why I founded Deep Space Initiative, which is my first company. And what we do is we're trying to give this opportunity to everyone around the world, regardless of your resources, your passport, where you come from, how much you have in the bank, but it's only dependent on your CV, what you do, your research, and your capabilities. And yeah, for me, that's definitely, and also the side of just wanting to have those answers so badly, it kind of just, yeah, I'm just obsessed.
And for you?
For me, like, frankly speaking, I've always been a fan of Star Wars movie, so to be frank and honest. And then at some point, I joined Singularity University in US and discovered this whole idea. That was something like 12 years ago or so. And ever since I started, like to think about it and slowly to invest. And finally, I've met some of the smartest visionary founders like Rafał Modrzewski from ISI, with whom, like we started to talk. Then we've decided to invest as a fund. And ever since, like, and it's an exciting journey. We've already did, I think, 7 or 8 investments in space tech, and each and every one is a breakthrough. It's so exciting, like to work with founders who actually not only are doing businesses, but are changing the world. And what's, I think, most importantly, with this, they are actually making Earth much better place to live, much safer place to live, because you cannot understand what's happening on Earth without looking it from the sky.
We're actually out of time. Thank you both so much for sharing your journey with us, and thank you all for being here.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Sarah, Adam, and Jennifer, for that great conversation. And that wraps up our morning sessions here at Center Stage. Hope you all enjoyed them very much. We're going to take a short break for lunch, be back here at 2 for another exciting afternoon at Web Summit Qatar 2025. We've got a great lineup for you, and we've got the semifinals of the pitches later. So please do join us for that. Enjoy your lunch.
Please give a warm welcome to your host, Mr. Q Khalifa Al Haroon.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone, and welcome to Web Summit here in Qatar for the second time. Thank you for the kind welcome. Hello, and welcome back to the afternoon sessions on center stage on day 2 at Web Summit Qatar. My name is Khalifa Al Haroon, also known as Mr. Q, your friendly neighborhood Qatari. I'm a serial entrepreneur, and as the founder and CEO of ILQ Media Network, Raqami TV, Store 974, and Pay Later. We've got a booth over there, so please go ahead and check it out. I'm born and raised here in Qatar, and I'm so excited to have you at Web Summit here in Doha for the second year. I'm extremely happy to be hosting this afternoon's sessions of Day 2 at Web Summit Qatar, and there's so much going on around the entire venue. But to keep track of what's happening here on center stage, don't forget the Web Summit Qatar app is the best way to create memories, create schedules, and find out about all of the talks that are happening here in the event. So, of course, I wanted to also encourage you to network with all of the different attendees, and you'll also find out where to meet up later for the night summit. You can also find out about live translation facilities over there. Okay, so I hope you're enjoying day 2. So far, this has been really exciting, and this afternoon, we have talks from Jay Shetty, TikTok, IBM, and more. So, we've also got the startup pitch semi-finals, so make sure to make yourselves comfortable. The afternoon session on center stage starts now. So, let's talk about Qatar Airways, because Qatar Airways is setting new benchmarks in innovation, from enhancing passenger experiences with personalized services to optimizing operations and sustainability efforts. Kicking off our afternoon sessions here at Web Summit Qatar 2025, we will hear how the airline leverages advanced technologies to maintain its position as a global leader in aviation, shaping the future of air travel. Speaking to Jamila Gandhi from Forbes Middle East, please welcome to the stage Qatar Airways Group Chief Executive Badr Mohammed Al-Mir.
Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. My name is Jamila Gandhi, and I will be your host for this fireside chat with a leader who has spent his career elevating Qatar's aviation industry, Engineer Badr Mohammed Al-Mir. Now, Engineer Badr has took the helm of Group CEO at Qatar Airways in 2023, so it's been his domain for a while. He previously was the Chief Operating Officer at Doha's Hamad International Airport. So it's safe to say that aviation is not just his profession, but also in his DNA. Also worth noting, Hamad International Airport was recognized as the best airport in the Middle East for an impressive 10 consecutive years. Now, speaking of,
Thank you.
Speaking of air travel, like many, you probably have claims of airlines saying that they're digitally first, digitally native. What would you have to say to that? Ways break the benchmark.
You know, and first of all, thank you for the opportunity. In Qatar Airways, we are always being proactive and looking at new technologies, new ways of having a better experience to our passengers, and we plan years and years ahead. And you can see it in so many projects that we have engaged in and we have implemented, that we are at least 10 steps ahead of the competitors. As you said, Starlink is a very good example, which we will dwell into later if you would like to. But we have already implemented it on our aircraft. We promised to have Starlink on Qatar Airways 4 months ago, and so many passengers are experiencing Starlink connectivity as we speak. So it's always about being proactive, trying to understand what are the future technologies, how to elevate the passenger experience in the next 10, 15, 20 years.
You mentioned being proactive and planning. This would be a good point to bring up. When you assumed your role, you led QR 2.0. Tell me more about that. Why was that introduced? What's the vision behind it? And why 2.0?
QR 2.0 is about innovation, connectivity, and people. But this is the nice thing as headlines for the news or for the media. What's behind Qatar Airways 2.0? Why did we use the 2.0 slogan for Qatar Airways? It was basically to achieve two things. First, to give a big promise to our passengers, and second, to put a pressure pressure on our staff, on our team. We want to tell them that now there are so many projects. We want to promise our passengers that there are so many projects and areas that we are going to adopt in order to work on the customer experience, and on the pressure on our team just to make it clear to them that they don't have the time that they need to spend on implementing projects. And we're not talking about 2 or 3 or 5 areas of working on the passenger experience. We're talking about multiple projects on multiple areas, on multiple platforms. 2.0 was, you know, I'll give you an example. When you have the new iPhone, let us say now the new iPhone 17, whenever it comes out, the first thing that you will ask, how is it better than iPhone 16? And you will start comparing both iPhones together. And this is what we're trying to do. On Qatar Airways 2.0, we need to deliver at least multiple projects or multiple to enhance the experience of our passengers on multiple areas and do it in a very short time.
That's an incredible way to understand what the airline is doing. One of the projects, has been Starlink, and that has been since you joined. So the full fleet implementation of Starlink, is expected this year. Tell me more about how that's going, the pipeline, challenges, and updates with the initiative.
We started talking about Starlink, I believe, almost 5-6 months ago. As we speak today, it's implemented on 50% of our 777 fleet, almost 30 aircrafts. The installation time when we started with the Starlink team was taken around 2.5 to 3 days per aircraft. However, we worked closely with the Starlink team to reduce this time from 3 days to 9.5 hours. Our plan was to have 50 aircrafts by May of this year. I'm sure we will exceed this number. We are continuing to install Starlink on our aircrafts. We are working very closely with Boeing and Airbus and Starlink teams. And I'll give you another example. Starlink, there was no certification to install Starlink on Airbus 350 or Boeing 787. And the discussion was ongoing for months and almost 2-3 years between both teams, and SpaceX and Boeing with Airbus. However, once we got involved, we managed to get everybody on the table. We agreed on a solution, and we will be the first airline to install Starlink on our Dreamliner 787 and our 350 fleet. So by the end of this year, inshallah, Starlink will be installed on all our wide bodies.
A world first, ladies and gentlemen. Speaking of another project that was implemented, Sama, the virtual AI assistant. Tell us about why that was born and how that enhances customer experience for passengers.
Sama is one of the projects that we started when we focused, or when AI was one of our pillars of our new strategy. I will not talk a lot about Sama because you can go and visit Sama in our booth. However, we're also implementing multiple other projects and with regards to AI. When it comes to catering, when it comes to the duty free, when it comes to booking online. So we have so many other projects that we're implementing. We're trying to use AI, to utilize AI to give a better experience for our passengers. And I'll give you a case that we are working on today and should be implemented very soon. We all travel, and you travel on business class, for example. You decide to have a certain meal on board, and the cabin crew will tell you, sorry, we are out of this meal. Other passengers have ordered it. We want to avoid this situation. With AI, we will understand, we will study sector by sector, season by season. For example, London Heathrow flight during summer, we have noticed by numbers, majority of the passengers are from within the GCC countries going for summer vacation, and they're ordering a specific type of meal. So this is where AI will help us to provide the expected service that our passengers require, whether it is summer vacation, New Year, Chinese New Year. So this is how AI is going to be implemented to make sure that we are not running out of the preferred meal on board. This is given a better customer experience. But on the other hand as well, this is reducing the number of wasted meals on board. This is saving cost for the airline. This is, again, it is also part of our sustainability focus. And if you go and ask this question to any airline, what is the number of wasted meals on board? You're talking about hundreds and hundreds of thousands, which is, this is haram. So this is what we need to address.
It's a very apt priority considering Ramadan's coming up, and food wastage and food security is at the top of every country's national agenda. So it's great to see Qatar Airways being at the forefront of this project and this initiative. You mentioned business class passengers within cabins and other experiences in flight. What else can passengers and customers expect with tech?
There are so many areas that we are trying to improve when it comes to technology and digitalization of our passenger journey. I will only give you an idea about a project that we have been working on lately for the last, let us say, 4 or 5 months on our first class cabin. And you will see what we're talking about when it comes to technology and digitalization of our new cabin. It will be something different, and it will change, it will create a new benchmark for the industry.
And that's in 2025 that passengers can expect this?
No, it will be with the new aircraft, so maybe end of 2026, beginning of 2027.
Okay. Worth the wait, I'm sure, definitely. I want to switch gears slightly and talk about, sports. So I know Qatar Airways is a major player in global sports, so Formula One, FIFA, the AFC, and it's strengthening its role as excellence and the airline of champions, really. What role does sports sponsorship play in the airline's broader strategy?
It's another way to approach certain level or sectors of our customers. You have customers who are into sport, into football, into rugby, into Formula One, and this is our way to show them that we are there to promote Qatar Airways, to show them what we can deliver. It's again talking about raising the benchmark when we talk about reaching our customers.
That's incredible to be so inclusive of sports, but also different types of people and passengers. Qatar Airways has signed a multi-year partnership with Web Summit, and tech is obviously at the forefront for the airline. What can we expect going forward for the next couple of years with this?
With the partnership with Web Summit or overall Qatar Airways strategy?
With the Web Summit.
Web Summit, it's a very successful event, and we are proud to be part of it from the first year, and we're going to continue to invest in it and be partners with the organizers.
That's incredible. Engineer Badr, you've had a storied career in aviation. I'm sure it must have not been easy to get to where you are. Just from when you started with Qatar Airways to now, are there any challenges or valuable lessons with leadership that you can share with our audience?
There are so many lessons that we get through our journey, and whether it is 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, you will continue to learn in your career. But one of the most important things that we learned as a team is decisions must be taken collectively between team members. It's not a one-man show. It's not a decision that is dictated by one person in the organization. It's always better to sit around the table, to put ideas, to argue, to debate, to fight. But by the end of the day, you guarantee that the answer or the solution you will agree on is for the interest of the company. And when you make people around you feel that they're part of the decision making, they will make sure whatever decision is taken, they will make sure it will be in the benefit of the company.
And how do you invite people to share their thoughts and decision making and empower them to share their voice with you?
Put them on the spot, ask them for their opinion. If they agree with the ideas that are presented by their colleagues or no. And then hold them accountable. Tell them if it doesn't work, then you failed and the organization failed, unless you have a different idea that is better than what is presented. You need to give them some sort of assurance that they will be listened to and they're part of the decision.
Of course, yes. Sounds like accountability is not only present with the leadership aspect of things, but also, as we said, with QR 2.0. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Thank you for listening. Engineer Badr.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Well, I'm sure there's one thing you can't deny. Once you've actually flown on Qatar Airways, they've set the bar very high. I hope that you're all fortunate to be able to try the airline. Now, let's go on to the second part of the event. With signs indicating that we are in for an active IPO market this year, will 2025 finally be the year of the bounce back for companies going public? How bullish are investors? Who will be the biggest winners? And what are the emerging trends shaping public listings around the world? To take stock of the IPO market in 2025 and beyond, yes, indeed, pun intended, welcome in conversation with Zachary Karabel from Time, Khalid Telhouni, Managing Partner at Nuwa Capital, Tomaso Rodriguez, CEO at Talabat, and Danny Farha. Oh! Getting everyone hyped, I like that. Danny Farha, co-founder and general partner at Beko Capital. Please, welcome them.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the middle of the second day of the Web Summit of Doha, the most exciting place one can be in Qatar right now, which may or may not be saying much. So, we are going to talk a little bit about the IPO ecosystem. You know, 30 years ago, there was not really a venture capital market anywhere in the world, and now this has become just an ineluctable part of how we do business and how we fund startups and how this whole ecosystem of 1,500 companies that are here in alpha and beta and other stages looking for the next round of capital exists. And this is a relatively recent phenomenon in the MENA region. I think maybe in the past 10 to 12 years only have there been a series of funds, and two of the gentlemen here have been part of the most successful of these funds, and we'll talk a little bit about whether or not there should be a more efflorescent ecosystem here, or whether or not there is just enough capital for the needs. And of course, we are here with someone who represents the apex of the success of that ecosystem with Talabat and its recent IPO on the stock exchange in Dubai, and has done quite well. And Tomaso is here as the CEO of that company. So let's just start with a question from our VC peeps of after several years of there being very little liquidity globally, plenty of liquidity, but very little exits, either in the form of IPOs or in the form of acquisitions, largely because of a very frigid climate in the United States regulatorily, which prevented many buyers from pursuing that just because they didn't want to deal with the regulatory hangover. The same thing in the European Union, less so here, but of course capital is global. So is this a brave new world? Are we kind of back to the races? Are we back to 2018? Is that a good thing, a bad thing?
No, so I think particularly for our region, the phenomenon of like IPOs generally, and particularly IPOs for tech companies, is relatively new. So it really started with Jahez on Tadawul in Saudi a couple of years ago, and I think that came together with an influx of all types of companies going public, traditionally family-owned businesses going public. And that's a function of the deepening of these capital markets, starting with the Aramco IPO. And then the regulators, particularly in Saudi, and then to some extent in the UAE as well, really encouraging and opening up their capital markets for IPOs. I think the driver for that is to enable the crystallization of value and to allow kind of investors from our region to participate in the wealth created via these companies. So I think we're just at the beginning. So we're a bit decoupled to some degree from global capital markets in the sense we're at the beginning of the development of our markets. And so we expect, there have been a number of them regionally, and expect over the coming year, or 12 to 24 months, another 5 or 7 tech-based IPOs coming out of the region, at least.
And we'll go to Danny before Tomaso.
So, okay, just make sure everyone can hear me. I guess, yeah, thanks. Before we go to Tomaso, maybe I'm going to take 3 steps back and basically ask the question that I think the Gulf and the region should be asking, and I'm talking about the leadership of these countries. And that question is, do we as a region want to be consumers of technology or exporters of technology? Europe has I think SAP, above $100 billion in market cap. Spotify is flirting with $100 billion ago. The governments in the region realized that basically buying or leasing software from other countries, let's just leave it at that, is dangerous, right, from a security perspective. So we all started building our own cybersecurity and sort of software defense nucleuses, if you like. UAE's been doing it for a long time and is doubling down on it. Saudi is doing it. I don't know what we're doing in Qatar, but I'm sure you guys are thinking about that. So with the advent of AI, I mean, using an LLM that has been built by another country for national purposes is a defense, is a matter of defense, a matter of security. And so the beautiful thing for us is that the governments in the region, certainly in the UAE and Saudi, are building their own Falcon and Jace, and I know Qatar is also throwing its hat in the race. This is fantastic for us because if we start building deep tech, and that's coming, and that's probably going to take another 5-10 years, then e-commerce and food delivery and all the things that we invest in today that will come public becomes table stakes.
So on the food delivery and consumer, we're going to pivot for a moment to Talabat and his experience. I'm glad you got in the large language model and AI. I thought we
no
might
conversation
have gotten,
without AI.
We might have gotten through a 20-minute conversation without large language models being referenced, but no, just in case you were wondering. So you have the most successful IPO of the past few years, $2 billion raised, $10 billion valuation. How was the experience of going through that process? And then I want to ask you the follow-up question of why bother doing an IPO at all when you were profitable, thriving, and expanding?
Thanks, Zach. First of all, can I just say hi to the Talabat Qatar team in the room? The only people in the room that are forced to be here right now. Thank you for coming.
Wave. Come on, guys.
Exactly.
Mexican wave.
Thomas brought his own audio.
Exactly, brother. They're handing out free food for everybody who wants it. But no, I think, look, it's a fantastic time for the region and for the IPO landscapes, I believe. As you said, most successful, biggest IPO of 2024 in tech globally was Talabat, like $10 billion valuation, $2 billion raise of funds. And I think, the reason is not, you have a great IPO ecosystem and you create IPO ecosystem, et cetera, but at the end of the day is also the region is a fantastic region to do business, right? And the reason is that for tech companies is that you have super young population, more than 70% of people are below 40 years of age. You have urban penetration, kind of urbanization is super high, internet penetration is super high. And when you look at our customers, for example, we have customers that order more than 120 times a month, right? Could you imagine what's the profile of that customer?
And the ARPU must be off the charts.
Yeah, how does it look like, the customer for you? Well, how do you think, like, is it?
Families, I would imagine.
It's young kids.
It's young kids ordering for the family.
Ordering for themselves. They're 18 to 20 years old, they're home, they want a snack, and they're just so used to take out a phone out of their pocket, push a button, and get something delivered, right? And 70% of the population in this region is young. So that's why we have these secular tailwinds of demand for tech companies that is gonna come in the years to come, right? So I think that's really the reason why this is working now. Yeah.
So just quick follow-up on this, and then I want to get to some of the larger questions of, you operate in both the Gulf region of intense wealth, right? Not in Saudi, but in the GCC. But you also operate in Egypt and in Iraq, which have a very, very different profile. I mean, Iraq certainly has oil money, but it does not have the kind of per capita, the level of oil money and the relationship to the overall economy is much more tenuous. So how do you function in those kind of radically different, I mean, it may all be Arab speaking, but they're radically different economic markets?
When we look at our growth, it's pretty much similar across the region. So we see that, of course, Egypt and Iraq is growing very, very fast for us. They're kind of our newest markets. But we don't see a big difference in terms of potential, right? A platform like Talabat really caters for everybody, from expensive food to very cheap food, up to the point where ordering food is cheaper than cooking at home, right? And what we saw in countries like Egypt, where there's been some problems with inflation and FX, fluctuations, etc., that people stopped somehow spending on a lot of USD denominated products, right, and travel maybe a little less and buy a car a bit less often, etc., but increase their discretionary spend on things like food delivery, right? So I think it's a product that works in any type of economy.
So I want to, this is interesting in that you have this sort of regional ecosystem, which again is very different depending on the country. Egypt has totally different dynamics than Qatar. But sort of back to what you had said, Khalid, where it's a well-capitalized internal region. So I guess for both of you first, is it capitalized enough? Meaning, is there enough money going into this ecosystem of startups that are serving presumably a set of needs that are not otherwise being met by either local players or global players? And then I do want to pursue this question of, can this region thrive? Which it clearly is. I mean, Saudi it's like, you go to Saudi now, I'm sure all of you have been, it feels very much like what China felt like in 2001 or 2002. It's kind of the beginning of this is our world, how do we own it and change it? But can this area really thrive even if the rest of the world is increasingly troubled? So I'm wondering.
To the first question, I think, well, let me start with the second question and then go back to the first one. I think there's a lot of, for the first time in my living memory, I think the region has at its back a lot of very positive secular trends relative to the rest of the world. Firstly, I think these economies are generally unlevered, with some exceptions around, like, say, Egypt or Jordan and places like that. Number two, massive demographic tailwinds, right? Like, as you mentioned earlier, which fuels a lot of the growth of companies like Talabat, is this is a young, digitally native, very well-connected, relatively well-educated population in the Gulf with high income per capita. But even in kind of the non-Gulf countries, you do have sort of increasing wealth, if not like for the currency issues. So I think that all helps propel these countries forward. I think the social, political, and economic liberalization emanating out of Saudi into the rest of the region has huge secondary effects. I think key amongst them is is opening up innovation and entrepreneurship to restructure these economies whole, so they become digital first or technology driven. And I think that's really exciting. Do we have enough capital in the region to fuel this? The capital's available, but not earmarked so much for venture capital. There is still a little bit of, it's increased very significantly up from, I don't know, 6-7 years ago, $500-600 million worth of venture invested per year to close to $2 to $3 billion, depending how you're counting now. But I think that's still a fraction of what it ought to be. If you benchmark against other similar emerging markets, whether that's India or Southeast Asia or Latin America, we're still considerably below the mark, either in terms of how the asset class mix looks like, I mean venture is underrepresented, or in terms of how much general investment is there. There probably are too many firms, and this, at the risk of sounding slightly self-serving, it's very fragmented, right? So there are no kind of very few large enough firms that can drive, that are non-government related, that can really set the agenda, whereas you do have a large number of venture firms that cluster around the seed to Series A mark, whereas at the later stages it's a bit empty, and I think there should be a sort of normalizing of that distribution of capital and a general increase.
And maybe just to quantify the other side of that, right? So if in the US you've got the NASDAQ, which has $40 trillion of market capitalization, you've got S&P and other exchanges, which are probably 35% tech as a percentage of total market capitalization. If you just take the region, right, take ADX, Abu Dhabi, DFM, Dubai, and Tadawul, and strip out Aramco, right, so that you strip out the big monster, the big outlier. It's probably $1 trillion each in Abu Dhabi and Saudi, and probably $300 billion in Dubai. Just say 2 trillion, just for argument's sake. If you take 5%, 5 to 10% as a range of companies that should be on the public markets that are tech companies, that is anywhere from $100 to $200 billion of market capitalization that we don't have right now on the public markets. And that's just 3 exchanges, right? That's 10 billion, that's a big number. But you have another 2 billion in Saudi, or thereabouts, maybe 3, with Rasan, the insurance marketplace, and Jahez. And you have a few in Abu Dhabi worth 2 or 3 billion. It's nothing. There is an incredible amount of ground that we need to cover. So, and do we have the money? I mean, look around you. We've got the money, and we have the will, and we have young leaders. We just need a bit of regulation. By the way, maybe I'll end with this. If you look at the US markets like NASDAQ and NYSE and what have you, you would probably need to be 3 billion minimum market cap to be able to list. And even that, I would say, I would worry. That's pretty low in the US, right? And you run the risk of being an orphan stock. So you really need to grow. You need to have phenomenal predictability. You need to have phenomenal governance. Here in this part of the world, you can do $500 million at the small board in Saudi, and you can do $1 billion easy. It's very welcoming, as long as you have the right governance, the right cap table, the right predictability, and the right growth, and probably even profitability. Like these guys paid a nice dividend recently. Then $1 billion, like you can bring a lot of companies to market. So that's the advantage I think we have in the region over listing somewhere else and somewhere far away where nobody knows who you are in the US if you're a regional business, and you become an orphan stock for a variety of reasons. And we've had experience with two such
orphans?
Yeah, like trauma, like serious trauma.
So, it's interesting where the conversation's going, and I do want to bring this more to kind of a bigger picture macro, which is, until very recently, all of these discussions tended to be like, what's the role of the Gulf in the global economy? How do we attract outside investment capital? Because local money tended to be family controlled in real estate, more quote unquote illiquid assets. Oh, the irony of everything being invested in illiquid assets in a world where all that money came from the liquidity of oil, but that's a whole other question. Whereas now, the tenor of a lot of this is the world out there may be chaotic and increasingly politically fragmented, and who knows, right? Maybe more conflict prone, and yet, people in the region are now talking about all of this movement and churning and excitement and energy that was almost entirely of the region, right? Almost disconnected. Yeah. So, you're in Iraq. Nobody would have gone into Iraq 10 years ago because Iraq was politically chaotic. For all I know, your next market's going to be Syria, right? I mean, it's just, do you feel like all of this ecosystem can now exist in a way that is separate from, maybe even detached from the political and or economic chaos that may increasingly be true of the rest of the world?
I mean, my response to that is we fundraise from the region. 99% of our investors are from here, but we do speak to investors all over the world, particularly in the US. Now, Trump is making the US really exciting, so it's a very difficult proposition. But Trump aside, what we would tell US investors is if you have a global lens and you're not investing in two of the most exciting economies in the region, or three if it's Qatar, hopefully, but the GCC, then your asset allocation is off. These are high growth, high quality, petrodollar, so there's no devaluation that like we talked about in other economies. Politically stable, very predictable. You know what you're getting, and so I just can't understand how. And it's changing, right? Even the U.S. investors that are investing heavily in the U.S. for good reason are now looking at the GCC and flying in here and saying, "Wow, we need a piece of this."
And for you, Tommaso, I mean, does political instability risk ever factor into this for you? Or are you basically saying, look, there are a lot of young people who want food and delivery regardless of whether or not the government is functional or dysfunctional, whether the region's at war or at peace?
I think that, everything has two sides of the coin, right? And actually, if I look at the landscape, there are a lot of companies that have been extremely successful because of the instability, right? So you're mentioning now Syria, et cetera, and I think now Syria is becoming more open. But a lot of companies have been kind of tech companies that started in Syria, they were protected because there was no opening of the country, right? So no one wanted to kind of go in. We spoke earlier about Kaspi also, which is, you just came from Kazakhstan, you told me. Incredible company that built a $2 billion net income per year business out of the lack of available payment methods like MasterCard and Visa Rails and stuff like that. So I think that, everything has a bit of two sides of the coin, and I think we usually are not scared about this kind of situations, and we tend to look more at the opportunities rather than the challenges in these situations.
And I guess, Khaled, final, your take on this, you kind of introduced this question of the dynamics locally being a bit different than they are everywhere else. Could you see essentially increasingly the needs of the region in terms of this ecosystem, startups, the later stage, all of it being, in spite of what you said, which is it would be good if foreign investors were involved. It's a good discipline. It's also connective. But could you see it essentially being, if not an island, a big island in a global a calm island in a global storm?
Yeah, no, I think the way I think about it is more as if, you know, if you want to create like a historical analogy, I think the region is creating its own Marshall Plan to redevelop their economies and their societies, driven by the GCC at its core. And then helped by these other kind of trends like demographics, which, you know, 10 years ago we used to say, oh, the region suffers from a youth bulge or a demographic time bomb, but now it's actually the opposite compared to the rest of the world. The fact that all the economies are dollar denominated, or particularly the GCC, and you have enough wealth built up here to kind of drive that change. So as I chart the next sort of 20 years, I think this is the Middle Eastern moment. And I think the next 10, 15 years, assuming there are no crazy externalities, which, you know, who knows, I think this is our moment. This is the same as, you know, post-war Europe, post-war Germany particularly, post-war Japan. I think of, you know, the emergence of Singapore and Southeast Asia, and I think about the, you know, the emergence of Korea after the Korean War. We did not have as dramatic a dislocation as those types of wars, but we had a slow sort of drip of conflict, of insecurity, that's now just changing, and then aided by this massive growth in kind of technological innovation, entrepreneurship, reshaping these economies. So I want to say the next 10, 15 years are going to be the moment the Middle East emerges.
That is a great way to end it. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for Talabat bringing your own audience. And it's the moment. Thank you all. Thank you.
All right. So now it's time for the next session. And again, for those of you that have just joined, I just wanted to say salam alaikum. Welcome once again to this amazing event. Welcome to our country. And now let's talk about AI. Because the AI revolution is at an inflection point for data-driven marketing. In our next session, we are joined by two of the world's leading marketers to learn how they harness the opportunities in the numbers as they explore what modern marketing teams should look like. To learn more about navigating the data gold rush in marketing, in conversation with Maha Ainain, the founder of Digital and Savvy, please welcome Carla Zakham Hassan, Chief Marketing Officer at JP Morgan Chase, and Jonathan Adashek, Senior Vice President, Marketing and Communications at IBM.
Well, hello, everybody. How are you guys doing? I am so delighted to be here because I get to share the stage with two of the most brilliant minds in marketing. If you guys think about how AI is causing a revolution, no more can be said than what it's doing to how we communicate, how brands are articulating, how they're telling their stories, and connecting with consumers. So today we are going to hear from two of the brilliant minds, like I said, in marketing, Carla and Jonathan, talking not just about AI and trends, but how they're really challenging themselves and their organizations to embrace it, and what we need to be thinking about when it comes to AI and specifically marketing. It's reshaped everything that you guys are doing, or it has the capability to do so. What excites you the most, Carla, when it comes to AI, data, and marketing?
I mean, I think, first of all, thank you. It's really exciting to be here, and Maha and Jonathan, it's really great to share the stage with you. Look, the world of marketing is changing dramatically. When I think about the combination, actually, that's what excites me, is actually the combination of technology, creativity, all of that coming together. You know, at JP Morgan Chase, we talk a lot about marketing being at the forefront of heart and science. And so to me, the ability now to use science to drive engagement with our customers and our clients in human ways is really, really exciting for me. Obviously, there's efficiency. We'll talk much more, I'm sure, about that because people really focus on that when it comes to marketing and AI. We focus a lot on efficiency, and it's there. But I do think the thing that's exciting is the fact that now we're able to leverage data, technology, at the science to bring together with the humanity, the heart, to drive business results.
And Jonathan, your approach is a little bit different because you're B2B.
Yeah.
What excites you about this shift?
Well, first, thank you for having me.
Yeah.
And Carla stole most of what I was going to say. But we do have a bit of a different approach than in a B2B lens than on a consumer lens. On a tech B2B front, we're engaging with 12 to 19 different buyers, people in a buying group on one purchase. And that purchasing cycle can be anywhere from 6 weeks to 6 months, 8 months, 9 months. And what's interesting is people are no longer just going straight down the funnel. They're going back and forth, up and down the funnel. And those 12 to 19 people are plugging in at different times. And those people always change with every buying decision as well. So being able to use AI for us to be able to understand where people are on that journey, how do you engage them at the right time with the right content, with the right journey. And we were talking a little bit about it beforehand. For me, it's making sure that it's not just personalized content, but that it's relevant. And especially in this B2B journey where somebody might be looking at something, how do you make sure it's relevant to them and not just, dear Jonathan, and there's your email.
Yeah, so the personalization has its, perks, but you have to be relevant. You can't just be personal, you have to be relevant as well.
100%, 100%.
And what is the biggest change in your organizations? Because every day now, every company that's sitting here listening to this is like, how should I be using AI in my business? What are your companies, JP Morgan Chase, IBM, done internally to get people on board, and what tools are you using?
Please.
So we probably could spend an hour talking about what impact it's had and the change and the things that we're doing, and its impact is felt actually everywhere. So we've got 320,000 employees globally. 200,000 of them right now are active on an internal program we have called LLM Suite. It's effectively ChatGPT, but it's in our own internal sort of closed ecosystem. Okay. And we're really trying to help employees. So now if you just take the employees piece, we're really trying to help them be as efficient as possible so that they can spend their time on the things that matter, the higher order sort of activities. Okay. And so we've got, we're piloting Copilot right now, helping people to write their emails faster. Obviously, all the research that a lot of the teams do across the firm. We've got consumer businesses, we've got B2B businesses, et cetera. So we're really trying to make sure that people themselves, our own people, are spending more time on the strategy and the upper funnel thinking than they are on the sort of menial tasks, and we're trying to make it easy for them. It's hard. At first they weren't embracing it. But then, and you always have the people that are the first, the people that start, and then you've got fast followers. But I think once people start to see how it can actually help them, then you start to get the majority of people following. It's like any trend, right? You'll have like 2% of people that start it, then 10% like follow, and then the rest go, wait, what am I missing out on? I need to see that. And so it follows that very, very similar pattern, I would say. And that's what we're doing internally. And obviously from a marketing perspective, it's really changing the game. And I would say the biggest challenge we have as a legacy organization, there's 4,000 JP Morgan Chase marketers around the world. And the challenge we have is actually the change management. To be honest, like I'm actually jealous sometimes of people that are in smaller companies or startups, because you can start from scratch, you can hire people that have that capability right now. And for both Jonathan and I, it's really a lot of change management. It's upskilling our people. It's helping them not be afraid, frankly, that AI is here and that it can actually help them as opposed to take away their job. And so it's that's probably the biggest challenge, I would say. But we're using it in I'm sure we'll talk about it in so many other ways from a pure marketing perspective.
Yeah. And what about you? How have you been using it at IBM?
So for us, we're focused a lot of our work on making sure that we're using our own tools. We're client zero, we like to call it.
Okay.
And for that means Watson X, which is our AI platform. And we really have everybody focused on using Watson X. But one of the things we did when we started this was we did a company-wide challenge. It was about a 2-week challenge. We've got about 275,000 people in the company. 168,000 people got together on Teams.
Wow.
And created tools using Watson X. And there were different parameters, and you could say I'm going to be in different categories, and people would cross the organization. So you'd have somebody from marketing or comms with a salesperson that naturally came together. And some of this helped us find bugs in the product before we released it.
Smart.
But fundamentally what it did is it got those 168,000 people comfortable with using AI and be willing to take some chances and take some risks. The other thing that we've been doing is, inside of my organization, we made a hard shift to Adobe, and that's our marketing tech stack. And we're looking across everything we do to look at the tools, because it's very easy if you have a plethora of tools in your organization and you've got this tool that 5 people use, it's very easy for everybody else to say, I don't need to deal with that. But if you take a step back and look and reduce your number of tools and make sure you're implementing the AI across those tools and say everybody's using this, then everybody has to learn. Because then you're going to be like, then you're going to lose out to the person who is using AI. You're not going to lose out to the AI, you're going to lose out to the person who's using it.
Yeah, I heard that. I want to just bring that point up. You're not going to lose your job to AI, you're going to lose your job to someone who knows how to use AI.
That's right.
That's key, because you have to learn how to adapt.
You do, and the fundamental thing is, as leaders, you and I and others in this room, and Maha, you as well, like, the average shelf life of a tech skill is just under 3 years today. So think about the skilling that you have to do for people who work in your organization to both use the technology, but to operate in an organization that has technology deployed in a different way, even if they're not touching it.
That's right. And
There's a constant learning that needs to happen.
No, I agree. And think about people that have been in our organizations in the marketing function for over 15 years, doing the same thing, most likely in spreadsheets, right? And then you've got to really think about how to help them to automate and to pivot and to think about new technology. And so that is a real challenge for leaders to try to make sure that our own people, step up to the challenge and upskill themselves. They've got to. And so this technology is turning every 2-3 years, and yet you have folks that have been working in the same kind of technology for a really long time.
Okay, so, I want to dive into marketing, real purebred marketing, building brand, trust, credibility with customers. What are you doing in your organizations today, knowing how AI can help with the creative process, for example, to help build better marketing strategies?
Yeah, look, it's, there's a couple, we think about AI in a couple of different ways. We think about it in efficiencies, obviously, and we also think about it, to your point, in efficacy. So whether it's in creativity, whether it's in thinking about how we use our data a little bit better to put relevant, personalized offers and whatever you want to our customers and our clients. And so from an efficiency standpoint, several things that we've done. So we actually have decreased the time that it takes to write all of our thought leadership series that really drive our optimization and search by 17%.
Wow.
So we have people who used to write these things. Writing took them 6, 7, 8 days. It now, it takes them maybe a half an hour to prompt properly, and it takes them about 7 hours to edit. And so when you think about the efficiency that drives, but more than that, then as the Gen AI becomes smarter, it actually starts helping us produce better content. And when the content is smarter, it actually rises up to the top of search, right? Or particularly organic search. And so for us, we've seen 3x, more than 3x times the efficacy, literally the business results coming out of it as a result of the work that we've done through Gen AI in search. So that's just one example. So there's plenty of examples. I think the biggest thing that we have to think about, particularly in our industry, in financial services, the first thing we think about always, even through the lens of innovation, is brand safety and customer safety.
Yep.
We have over 60 million digitally active users.
60 million?
60. And so you can imagine with that large of a customer base, we've got to make sure they're safe. Now, it happens also on the JP Morgan side of the business, right? We've got tens of thousands of clients, and we also, you make sure you have their data in a lot of cases. And so how you use the data that you have, I think we have a tremendous responsibility. So as we think about AI, we think about it in that context. So how do we drive creativity, efficacy, all the things I'm talking about, but how do we do it in a way that is safe for our customer and safe for our brand? That to us is really important.
Love that. So creativity, efficiency, systems, processes, efficacy. What about the role of brand purpose? And then I want to come to you and talk about what you guys are doing, just on that point.
It's critical, like how people think about your brand. Do they trust your brand? It's really critical, and particularly in our businesses where a lot of the stuff becomes commoditized, where the fear of commoditization happens. Like in some of our businesses, we give offers to our customers, someone else is going to give an offer to our customer, right? At the end of the day, how you actually stop the switching and create brand loyalty is by the brand and the values of the brand and the stories we tell and the engagement we have as a brand. And so what's really, really important is as the innovation and technology just completely blossoms, we also have to be really careful not to lose the humanity of your brand. Because at the end of the day, that's what you're selling. A brand is a promise. It's a promise you make to your clients and your customers. What are you promising them? And that is really important. So purpose sits at the heart of everything we do.
Very good. Jonathan, I want to know, what from a marketing standpoint, how are you in this AI-driven world, driven efficiencies and strategies, how are you playing it out in your marketing?
So we're using it, two key places that I'll talk about. One is really about how do we get more effective and target where we need to be better. So there's content creation, which I'll talk about as well, but I look at our events. Okay. We'll do over 2,000 events in a year as a company. That's half the number we were doing 2 years ago.
Half?
Half. We're seeing 5% more client interest come out of those events at a lower cost, 30% less cost on doing those, at a half the level we were doing before. Because we're able to use AI to better understand where we should be, who we should be engaging with, and on what topic. I think the other place for us, and Carla touched on it, is the content creation. So last year at Adobe Summit, we took over the Sphere in Las Vegas, and we turned it into a giant fishbowl. And it was all about trusting the AI, trusting what you create, because Watson X is behind the AI in Adobe. The ideation to get to the concept would have taken us 15 days. It took us 2 days.
2 days, down from 15.
Down from 15.
Wow.
Like our digital banners that we run today used to have 7 handoffs across 9 different teams. 9 handoffs across 7 different teams, sorry. That took on average of 6 weeks. We're now down to 6 seconds in a day. And we only say a day because we want to give people the opportunity to weigh in. But now we can create that content in 6 seconds. So it is driving so much more focus. And when you've got an international business, as we do and many others do, you need to then be able to iterate. And AI is also helping us iterate and have that content management so that you don't have disparate things out there.
What I'm hearing from both of you is the speed and efficiency is unparalleled.
I would say the speed and efficiency, but I would also then say the effectiveness. And why? Because it gets smarter, right? So in our Chase Digital app, for example, we think about like, where should we place the content? And Gen AI is helping us think through, like, so for you, Maha, I might put an offer higher somewhere on our actual, Chase Digital app than I would put a totally different offer for Jonathan. But maybe the same offer might go lower for him because it's not. And so, look, we've all been using large language models and like AI for quite a bit. But the generative AI piece is the thing that's the game changer. And just wait till we get even past that in augmented. But I do think that it's helping us get smarter because it's learning from the mistakes that it makes. It's also learning from the positive. And so as marketers, we can't just think about it only as the efficiency piece. We've really got to think about it. It just makes us smarter and allows us to do more things. So yes, definitely the time save is there, but it's actually delivering delivering business results.
Not just the what, but the how.
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, from my perspective, we're piloting a tool that we've created inside that allows us to look at where we are in terms of our goals, our budget, our people, our targets, all those things, and say, what's the next best thing we should do?
That's right.
Understanding this, where should we spend our money? Where should we go engage with this person that's an open opportunity? Where's there a new opportunity that we haven't seen? And it's getting smarter as we pull more of that data in and it continues to learn. So it's really, the opportunities here are massive for us.
How many people in the audience are in charge of marketing or a CEO, founder of a company? What advice would you give to the people who just raised their hand on how they might be able to use AI for their marketing?
Carla said it before, and I'm going to steal it before she can say it again. Take advantage of the opportunity you have today that you're building a culture from the start. And you don't need to go through that massive culture change. So take full advantage of that. I cannot stress it enough.
Yeah, definitely. If you're at a smaller organization, take advantage of it because it's one of the hardest, it's one of our biggest challenges. Biggest piece of advice that I would have is actually the change management. So if you are not in that bucket of people that have the luxury of starting from scratch, if you are in our bucket, I would actually say the biggest thing you have to do is think about how you manage the change. Because it's not good enough to just have a vision. It's not good enough to even just have a strategy. It's not good enough to go procure the tools and bring them in and build the right APIs to bring them into, it's not enough. The change management at the end of the day, how you change the behavior and the minds of the people that are going to ultimately do the work is the biggest work that we have.
Ladies and gentlemen, Carla and Jonathan, thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, now from AI to AI. Our next two speakers are reshaping creativity and productivity with AI. In fact, there are a lot of different booths around here in Web Summit that are also focused on AI, so I encourage you all to go and visit them, okay? Let's talk about Jasper AI, because they produce high-quality, original content for blog and social media posts. While Builder.ai simplifies app development, allowing users to create custom applications without extensive technical expertise. From app development to high-quality image generation, these platforms empower businesses to unlock new possibilities with AI. Speaking with Ivan Mehta from TechCrunch about building AI products that inspire, please welcome Timothy Young, the CEO of Jasper, and Sachin Devdugal, the co-founder and CEO at Builder.ai.
Good afternoon, Web Summit. I want to grab your attention for a second and ask a question. Who amongst the audience knows about the humane pin? No one? The humane pin? Wow. We're gonna talk about AI, but very few people know about humane pin. I mean, that kind of shows that it wasn't really an inspirational product. I want to get your thoughts on, they marketed it a lot in terms of being an inspirational product, but how do you even be inspirational without failing? Tie in those thoughts about humane pin and building an inspirational AI product. Sachin?
So look, I think what's really important is to just get a level set for just where we are from a life sort of timeline perspective. It's kind of like the day after AOL launched the disk. And then everyone said, oh my God, the internet was born yesterday, but it wasn't really. The internet had been here for many, many years before. And language models, transformer models have been here for over a decade. What we're really seeing now is the first real use cases. And I think for me, in my own experience, what's been the most inspiring is the first use of AI, which is the ability to go from idea to execution without becoming a subject matter expert. Whether you want to make a song that we were sort of discussing earlier on, you want to make an application, you want to write a unique piece of content, you're no longer limited by your ability to use a tool set. And really what that means is that we've gone from complex user interfaces to something that looks like WhatsApp to control the most complex software on the planet. And that's just so inspiring in itself.
Dave?
Yeah, I mean, I would completely agree with you. You know, the best technology products, when they move from being efficient to being inspirational, are the ones where the technology actually goes into the background, right? And enables, with a simple hook, kind of very complex and advanced human ambition, right? So think about, you know, whether it's Deliveroo or it's Uber, it's a one-click, right? When I was at Dropbox, we used to talk a lot about how efficient the product was. And I used to always wonder, hey, why do we still exist? Why do users still love us 10, 12, 15 years after some of the biggest competition any other, you know, independent company has faced, from Apple, Microsoft, Google? And it's really because the product was so simple. There was one unit of value, and the product reflected each individual user. So your Dropbox and how you organize all your most important digital things looked a lot different than mine. And I think that's what we're seeing again with AI. Very simple user interfaces, but allow you to scale your ambition. If you're a marketer and you're at a Fortune 500 company and you're using Jasper, you used to write maybe 2 marketing pieces a week and really struggle with that. Now you can use Jasper and you can create 2,000 in a week. And really your ambition can go from working on a product that you market in a geo to marketing hundreds of products globally.
And I wanted to add to that, you know, I had a really interesting conversation yesterday in Web Summit in Doha. You know, there's a lady that came to us and she said, I run a nonprofit for people with Alzheimer's. And I want to build an application that allows people to be able to diagnose better, measure better, and get expert help. This is someone that's running a nonprofit for Alzheimer's, somebody who would never create software before. And so suddenly using AI, you're giving them the ability to do what they couldn't do. And I think that is just, that's really inspiring.
We talked about efficiency in general, but efficiency also means becoming a bit boring in a way. ChatGPT right now is an aspirational product or inspirational product for a lot of people, but it was a research project. It was released as a research project. How do you become, can you engineer simple products into becoming inspirational?
So look, I think, you know, we at least have a philosophy that non-subject matter experts in anything, music, content, software, they really have 2 fears. It's the fear of irrelevance that gets them to want to do something. It's the fear of failure that stops them. And you know, how do you keep someone away from both those fears? You keep them excited, right? You deliver magic. I think what we're seeing for the first time is en masse across music, film, graphics, content, software, legal, we're delivering magic really fast. And that magic gives people the energy to keep going, right? To the next point of magic, to the next point of delight. And that's just so powerful.
But Tim, do you really think it's magic or it's efficiently engineering or repeating tasks very quickly?
I mean, I think speed and efficiency are just table stakes. You know, to be honest, I think what most organizations want is they want a strategic advantage, right? They want to understand, how do we take our distinct knowledge and insights and values about our products, our customers, our markets, and bring those to bear, right? And I think in that sense, you want to think about, how do I make each employee more powerful, right? More capable. And you know, the reality is, when you look at large organizations in particular, and you actually go sit with an end-level employee, a frontline employee, it's a very lonely job for most of them. And they've spent a couple decades looking at, you know, a blinking cursor on a page. And so now they have the ability to have essentially superpowers, right? They have the ability to reduce the friction of getting started. They have a brainstorming partner. They can ideate much faster. If I'm writing a piece of content, I can have AI write me 100 versions of that. and now I can be the editor, right? So now I'm automatically upskilling, and I'm able to deliver a lot more value back to the business, which then makes me more valuable.
I wanted to ask, like the other day we had the conversation about AI bringing a lot of value to us. And for that right now, the pitch of AI products or AI apps is that we'll collect a lot of data from you, you trust us, and you give us a lot of data and we provide some value out of it. What's the line, I would say, that there is to cross when it becomes too creepy or too invasive versus becoming efficient in terms of gathering your data and giving value back to you?
So look, I think you have to go a little bit, take a step back and saying, where is the value actually coming? Right? And from my experience speaking to customers, and we have a number of customers in Qatar, is real value comes from two areas. Well, three. One is accelerate idea to MVP or execution, but really it's remove human variability and offload some of my tasks. And the question really is how much do I need that's unique to me to be able to achieve that? That doesn't exist in the general status of the data, right? In the general status of the language model, in the general sort of ether. And I think you have to do the minimum amount needed to be smart enough that it's delivering delight to the customer, without asking them to give you the bank account, their wallet, and all of their personal messages. And so you're starting to see companies really tread that very important line between too much, where actually from a laws of diminishing return, you don't really get a lot of additional benefit.
Tim, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, I think for us, we mainly deal with large enterprises, right? And so the value that they're going to get in reshaping their business around this new infrastructure called AI is leveraging probably their last 10 to 15 years in big data, right? That is the real key asset. When I think about building AI products, the model is not the product. The context is the product, right? You know, all the unique business logic, the unique data that you have, the insights that you have, how you process those, and get the model to think in the language of your business is where there's an incredible amount of value. So for us, I think it's less about encroachment and it's more about how do companies leverage the data that they have, how do they enable employees to do that in a responsible manner, and then how do they do that in a secure way as they bring that data forward to customer experiences.
Well, and I think there's a really interesting thing in that, and something you just said, which is, you know, we all have an artist problem, that we think everything's unique. Yeah. But actually, when you look at a set of conversations, a set of behaviors, a set of calls to a call center, what you realize is only 2% is unique. 98% is a variation of the 2%. And so you're effectively seeing Legofication of everything, and actually the only reason it can happen is because of the current state of AI.
And like the points that you made is that the efficiency key, or rather the uniqueness that you're talking about, it comes from good design in a way, because models are commoditized. More and more functions of what AI can do is becoming more and more available to each and every developer. So how do you think about design in terms of developing a taste which stays in the mindset of users for the long time? All companies want to become a verb. Like ChatGPT, even when people talk to chatbots, they say that I'm talking to ChatGPT, even if they're talking to Llama, or they're talking to Claude, or they're talking to Google. How do you kind of inspire that design? Do you think that first mover advantage is necessary there, or that you can disrupt the market or get to people's mind share with good design and good taste?
So look, I think owning the vernacular is always powerful. But no one owns search for a very long time, right? It went through different iterations. So yes, being the first mover means you have first dibs on the vernacular. Doesn't mean you have long-term dibs on the vernacular. We've seen this with Yahoo, then it went to Google, and now it's a Perplexity or a ChatGPT or a Claude. I think what's really important is how do you deliver simplicity? And that comes down to an abstraction problem. And what do I mean by that? What's the atomic unit? Right? So for us, Builder, the atomic unit is the feature. For others, the atomic unit is a legal construct or a content construct, or as Ed Sheeran once said, all songs can be done with 4 chords. Right? So the point is then, when I have that abstraction unit, which is really the hard work for your idea, how can I take lots of these abstraction units and put them together to create a unique experience?
I mean, I would say in the enterprise, I think we broadly as an industry are applying AI incorrectly. I think we've applied it in the enterprise in a very consumer-like way, but it hasn't necessarily fulfilled what I think it can in terms of unlocking value. And what I mean by that is if you think about what AI is really great at versus humans, it's about looking at very large data sets and then finding unique insights and subtle patterns. And what I think you're going to start to see products, including Jasper and others, shift to is that instead of the employees and humans prompting AI, it's going to be the inverse. AI is actually going to prompt the humans. And that's what's going to drive that spark of inspiration, right? In a marketing context, it can look at all the marketing activities that are going on, everything that your competitors are doing, all of your SEO, and then start to find pockets and say, hey, you haven't updated anything on the blog about this product in 2 months. Or hey, have you noticed that you have a particular new cohort of users in this geography or that are attached to a new persona? We don't market to that persona. Would you like me to help you start to market in that direction? So that's where I think the spark will come from. Because today, it's very easy to use AI, but you have to know how to use it. You have to come with an intended goal in mind. And I think very quickly, as companies kind of warm up their data and warm up the security around it, and then they process it with LLMs in agentic behavior, you're going to see the complete inverse. And that's when we're going to see the real power of AI reshape organizations.
Yes, how do you make humans superhumans?
Yeah.
And that's the real power of this.
How do founders who are building an AI should think about building differentiation, because models are changing very quickly. They can't stick to like a very linear and I would say rigid tech stack. When the models are coming in quick and fast, they have to plug in and change their product accordingly. How should they think about their strategy in building these products?
So I think number one, building products in 2025 and 2026 is going to be like the most insanely easy experience compared to building it in 2020. And a part of that, I think, is we've now seen this become, I call it infrastructurized, right? It's now table stakes. As you think about building the application layer, which to me is actually the higher value layer, you can almost think about the models or the foundational models as cloud plus plus. And so really it's about the application layer. And the application layer, it's all about how do I deliver a simple experience, number one, but also how am I not dependent on a single model? Because if you think about DeepSeek, for example, built on Llama, distilled with OpenAI, right? And so you're seeing a really good example of something that shook everyone for the last few weeks, and it's actually multi-model. And so we're seeing more and more founders take this approach of saying, I will use multiple models to give me the right answer. I will cross-verify, I'll check, and the IP now gets built at that layer above, orchestration plus plus, versus just being focused on building foundational models.
I want to ask a slightly different question to you. Because you're in marketing, there is going to be a lot of AI content slop. How do founders or how do companies come out of it and not be in pressure of, okay, despite using whatever tool, the content they generate can be mediocre, but how do they get out of the pressure of producing more and actually produce effective content?
I think it depends on what the strategy and the focus is. Most of our customers, one of their main goals is personalization, right? So there's a major footwear brand that we've written some case studies on that's based in Europe, and a lot of us are wearing their footwear. And one of the things that they wanted to do is personalize the photos on their product pages. So if you, let's say, have a brand new trail running shoe that's coming out, what they want to be able to do is when you go to that site to buy that product, the photo that you see is AI generated, right? But it's a composite of a trail runner, right? And it's on a trail that is very close to your house, right? So, that's how they want to take, from just having one stock photo to an infinite number, right? 1 to the n of customers. But they want to do it in a hyper-personalized way. right? And I think that's where, it's not just about creating, a quantity of content. It's really about quality. It's about personalization. And most even large organizations who have global ambitions have a very difficult time around scaling just base level content, right? Because it has to go out through multiple channels, in multiple geographies, in a lot of localized languages, and then you have variants that you're testing. So just to be able to do that all at the same time globally is a big challenge. When I was at Dropbox, we would launch first in North America. By the time it got to the Middle East, it was multiple quarters behind. And so while all the materials were finally translated, corporate office in San Francisco, we'd already moved on to the next thing. And so, now that same organization is able to roll out campaigns globally, all localized at scale. And I think, those are some of the use cases that we see large marketing organizations, really achieving and unlocking new value. It's all about, what can we help them do that has, historically been impossible, right? It's not just more of the same. It's, hey, let's find those impossible problems like rolling out a global product and help you achieve that quickly.
Now, we have 30 seconds left, so I want to ask a quick question to both of you. What's an inspirational product in current ways that you can think of, and you can't take your own names, companies?
Can you go first?
Yeah.
Granola would be the first one. I think the second one is I really want a fusion of my calendar and AI. I think it's just a huge missed opportunity. It's something that we're working on for marketers at Jasper, but the AI should be proactive. It should look at my calendar and start creating content, start creating summaries ahead of the meeting. I think it's a huge vector of innovation.
Yeah, I'd say the same thing. We were discussing this. To me, the big unearthing is how can I bring together email, notes, and my calendar so that I can stay current and not spend any time trying to catch up. And I think that's just so powerful, especially if you can then bring in public data like what you posted or what you wrote about, because it makes me smart before the meeting.
Awesome. Thanks a lot, folks, for sticking around and listening to our talk. That's it from us. Thank you.
All right, so we have a few more sessions to go. You are the survivors, the learners, the ones that want to take things to the next level because you want to be the best that you can be. And so, for the next session, let's talk about media. Because in a fragmented media environment, with endless sources of information to choose from, people's news habits have changed dramatically. In the life of our times, whether it's in print or TV or radio, they haven't been replaced, but we've all had to learn to live with the new kids on the block. We're talking about podcasts, we're talking about social media and email newsletters. Are people returning to old ways, or are these new media sources going to continue to capture our attention? That's the question that we want to answer. To discuss this and the future of media consumption, in conversation with Sarah Fisher from Axios, please welcome the CEO of Vox Media, Jim Bankoff.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for being here today. We have an awesome conversation lined up with Jim Bankoff, the CEO of Vox Media. Jim, welcome.
Thank you, Sarah. It's great to be here.
It's good to see you. I think a lot of people in the US know about Vox, but they might not understand internationally just the breadth of what you do. You have so many brands within your portfolio. There's Vox.com, which is a politics and policy site, SB Nation, which covers sports, Eater, which covers food and food culture, The Verge, which covers tech. There's more than a dozen brands in your portfolio. How do you decide of those brands where you're going to make strategic investment versus where you're not? And I ask because over the years, you've sunsetted certain brands, you doubled down on others. How do you make that call?
Well, speaking to a group of entrepreneurs and business people who are all focused on how technology is changing their business, whether you're directly in technology or not, you are impacted by technology. And I bring this up because I think no industry is more impacted by change than media. We have to focus on technology change. And one day it's Facebook, one day it's Twitch, one day it's TikTok, one day it's podcasts. And so we have all that change. And then we have the cultural change and the change in society and change in taste. And of course we have economic change. So I'm getting to the answer of your question, which is always understanding best we can where all that change is happening, how we can meet audiences, our consumers are our audiences, and how we can get in front of those audiences. So we look at where audiences are growing, to answer your question, and then we're still very much a talent-based business, whether that talent is an outstanding journalist, like the ones who work for us, or you, of course, or whether it's entertainers, people who can provide information, influencers. Increasingly, with our Vox Media Podcast Network, we're going after people who can operate across video, across social, et cetera. So matching where audiences are going with the talent that can reach them, that's where we tend to invest. And things change, and what might have been relevant 5 years ago might be less relevant today, and that's okay, and not being afraid to make those decisions and move on.
When I think about things changing, when Vox Media started its sort of streaming licensing business, there was a huge focus on video, and today you still do a lot of video, but there's way more of an emphasis now on your podcast network. That has grown to be massive for Vox. Walk me through the role that podcasting plays in your business. How big is it?
Yeah, well, it's the fastest growing part of our business, and it's becoming an increasingly big part of our business. And for the audience here that may be less familiar, since we are more US-centric, you may recognize some of our big podcasts like Pivot with Scott Galloway and Kara Swisher, or a lot of sports broadcasts. We just recently signed Andy Roddick. We have relationship advice with Esther Perel and Brene Brown. And Today Explained, a whole suite of amazing podcasts. And when you put it all together, in the US, we are really one of the top publishers producing podcasts. And the only people who are bigger than us are the massive tech platforms like Spotify. And they're less about creating as they are distributing. So we're really proud of what we have built. And we're gonna continue to invest in it because it's growing so quickly.
How do you remain competitive then against the Spotifys of the world, the YouTubes of the world?
I think what we offer, we're not going after only scale. We're proud of our scale, and we're big enough scale that the biggest marketers want to work with us. But if you're just looking for massive scale, there are other alternatives, and we recognize that. I understand that Spotify is big, but if you're looking for a certain sensibility, what I'll call a curated sensibility, whether it's in technology with Nilay Patel or Marquez Brownlee, or with Kara Swisher, et cetera, or whether it's within food, or whatever the category is, we offer all of the consumer passion points, but we do it with a certain sensibility. And that sensibility, I like to think of it as premium, as thoughtful, as people who can engage an audience, but who can do it in what I'll call a fact-based way, and add their color and their flourish to it. And over time, what you find is the talent seeks you out as much as we seek them out, because they know what they're getting with our network, and they somewhat self-select into becoming part of our network. And just like the talent, the podcasting talent, the influencer talent, over time when you build a reputation, they come to you. The advertisers that we work with also come to us for that same reason, and the audiences also come to us for that same reason. And so it creates this kind of virtuous cycle, if you will, of alignment between talent, their audiences, and the marketers that support us, because they all know what they're getting and they all want to be part of it.
I covered a few years ago that you started to put up paywalls around some of your podcasts, making them subscription-only podcasts. You've also started membership programs and paywalls around some of your sites. You have subscriptions to New York Magazine, which you now own. How big is the subscription business across your entire revenue portfolio today compared to where it was?
Well, we're having tremendous success, particularly last year across Vox Media. The number of subscriptions that we have sold grew 30% last year, which is a very robust number off of a significant base too. Our flagship subscription product is New York Magazine. New York Magazine is a national publication, even though it has New York in its title. Like a lot of great subscription products are now national, have New York in their title, and so we it's becoming increasingly global. New York Magazine itself is composed of certain verticals like The Cut, which focuses on women's lifestyle with a particular emphasis on fashion and culture. And then we have Vulture, which is an entertainment culture vertical, The Strategist, which focuses on shopping, Intelligencer, which is more politics. So people are coming and subscribing to our digital products. Certain people still like the magazine. By the way, I brought a prop up here. This is our spring fashion issue with The Cut. We're a digital media company, but we're still very proud to have this beautiful magazine, and it's thick, and it's really it's something tangible. It complements what's going on in digital. But to your point, there are people paying directly, subscribers, and we found success with this, so much so that we did launch in other verticals, in other categories. We launched with Vox, as you mentioned, it's our kind of, it helps you navigate the issues of the day, whether they're policy issues, whether they're cultural issues. Our editor-in-chief, Swati is out here somewhere, and she's doing an amazing job with Vox, and we also launched a subscription membership offering with The Verge too. And what we found is that there is demand for these products, and we can offer robust advertising solutions while also giving our members something special and something more.
So given all of that, can you give me just a rough estimate, like how much is subscriptions a part of your overall revenue portfolio?
In terms of the slice of the pie, advertising remains the majority. Subscription is growing quickly, and subscription, it's frankly while I mentioned the numbers of how quickly we're growing, it takes time to build a robust subscription business. We grow, I think, we invest to acquire subscribers. Thankfully, that's going really well. But it comes at a certain pace, and we have to be careful about putting your foot too far down on that because it grows over time. You want to make sure to attract the audience. I think what it's really a measure of, though, if people are willing to pay for your product, and thankfully they're willing to pay for ours, it shows just how deeply engaged and how they're fans of the product and they're willing to pay for it. There are certain parts of our portfolio where that's not necessary. For instance, in sports, we have such scale. Sports is such a robust market for advertising that we've said for our SB Nation brand, we're not going to go subscription yet. We've done some tests there. Those tests have been interesting, but we're fine with that being an advertising-supported product for now. Whereas The Verge has that audience, it has that deep connection, and by having a subscription product, we can invest even more in the journalism, and it gives us the robust financial base to do that.
Let's zoom out for a second. A few years ago, there was so many headlines around the collapse of big digital media holding groups and giants. You saw BuzzFeed was struggling on the public markets, although that's a very different kind of company than Vox. Vice sold itself in pieces. Today, Vox Media is one of the few companies from that era that is still independent, which is pretty extraordinary. What does the path look like for you from here on out? Do you expect to remain independent? Are you looking to acquire another big company like you did with New York Mag? Are you looking to sell yourself, go public? What do you want to do?
Well, the big question, and I know you ask this question of a lot of entrepreneurs, and for entrepreneurs in the audience, and depending on what stage you are, you'll be asked by your employees, by talented journalists, what's the exit strategy? And you'll sometimes hear what I'm about to say, which is what I really believe is that you focus on creating long-term value. In our case, what that means is focus on quality. I appreciate the compliment. We are proud that we have thrived in a very difficult media landscape, and we've managed to thrive. And we do that by focusing on quality and scale. The quality is reflected, we really put the investment forward. Yes, we use technology, and we're known for using technology to advance our products, but that technology is at service of the talent of our journalists. This year, we were nominated for more awards for our journalism than any other company of our ilk. That includes some other amazing companies. And to me, awards aren't everything, but they are a reflection of the fact that you're investing in quality. Just like we're investing in quality journalism, we're also investing in financial sustainability. We started our journey now over a decade ago, and as an earlier stage company, we were focused on growth, 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 growth. We achieved that growth. And then a couple of years ago, we're like, okay, now let's be a sustainable business as well. And now, we're succeeding at that. So if you focus on quality work, you focus on profitability, and you focus on, having a team that can be supported, I like to think, and I hope, the rest takes care of itself, and you create options for yourself to answer your question. And so all the options that you mentioned are always on the table. I've seen entrepreneurs before say, we will never do this, or we will never do that. And then 6 months later, a year later, they're explaining, why did you say that? So as for me, I want to focus on our business. I'm not out looking to take any shortcuts or anything like that. And if I do that successfully, we'll have optionality to do the things that you mentioned or other things as well.
When you think about Vox Media as a business, if you look at 2024, because as you mentioned, you've taken efforts to streamline, to become more sustainable, was the company still, revenue-wise, its biggest and best in 2024? Or are you in a period where you might be slowing down, but you're doing so in an effort to become more sustainable long-term?
That's a great question. I think if we ever start slowing down, that's bad news. We want to continue to grow, and thankfully, we've been continuing to grow. Having said that, and you touched on this earlier in our conversation, there are places where we're really putting the accelerator down. We mentioned the Vox Media Podcast Network. We mentioned video podcasts in particular. We mentioned subscriptions in particular. We mentioned some of our big brands, Quality Journalism, Eater, The Verge, SB Nation, The Cut, Vulture, et cetera. So there are places where we are really putting our accelerator foot down. There are places where we are not investing as much as before, though. One example of that is we continue to make streaming TV, where, as a matter of fact, we're excited that one of our productions, Full Swing, if anyone is into golf here, on Netflix, you may have seen our television program called Full Swing. It's about the lives of professional golfers with access to them. Season 3 is being released this week, so we still do great programs like that. But looking at the streaming market, we realize there are a lot of changes there, and it's becoming in some ways a smaller market. And so we're not putting as many resources into that as we once were. That's an example of a place where we're okay if revenue doesn't grow quite as quickly, because we want to be smart about it. We want to keep costs aligned with revenue. Are we still in that business? Yes. Are we still going to continue to develop our intellectual property into streaming TV? Yes. But are we going to go after it with the same aggressive mentality as some of our other businesses? Probably less so.
When I think about the moves you've made over the past year, Vox Media is like one of many dozens of media companies that struck a commercial deal with OpenAI.
Yes.
And I want to know why you decided to strike that deal, given some of your peers, the New York Times, for example, have opted instead to sue out of fear that striking this deal is a temporary Band-Aid to a long-term problem around copyright that's not going away.
Yeah. Well, AI is probably the thing that everyone here is talking about the most, and we're certainly talking about it a lot too. when we talk about AI, we first and foremost look at opportunity to serve our customers better, opportunity to make sure that the work that is being done by humans, our journalists and our creators, is surfaced properly, that the back end, not the front end of the creativity or the journalism, but the back end is being advanced by AI. Just some quick examples of that. We're using technology with our Eater brand to have agents to help you find the best restaurant based on all of the human research that we have done. So if you go and you go into Eater and you download our app, you'll be able to use AI to help recommend based on all of the human research and human work that we are doing. Same thing with our Strategist brand. The Strategist is one of the biggest shopping brands, and if you want to go in and get a shopping recommendation, we now have the Strategist gift guide, gift scout, that can help you get a recommendation. So we use AI and we use agentic technology in a lot of ways. We use AI behind the scenes in a lot of ways. And then, yes, there are these big platforms, and some of those platforms have stolen our work, and we're not afraid to stand up and defend our rights, and we always will defend our rights when that happens. And there are instances of that. And then there are instances of organizations that are willing to enter a commercial relationship with us, that value our rights, that value the guidelines, not only will value the money and pay us for those rights, of course, but will also handle our work in the way that we want it to be handled, with rules and guidelines. And where there is a company, and OpenAI was an example of this, where there is a company that is willing to enter commercial terms and understand the value that we bring, we're always open to talk. We're a company that has always gotten ahead by embracing technology, not running scared from it. But when there are abuses, we're going to stand up for our rights.
Two quick things before I have to let you go. One is that it sounds to me like Vox Media is pretty comfortable where it is. You're not in a rush to look for a sale partner or to do a merger or an acquisition. Would you say that's the way that you would describe where you are right now?
Absolutely. I believe in controlling our own destiny. We have a great team, we have great investors, we have great partners, and we are a successful, growing, sustainable company. And so the short answer is yes. We're not out there looking. There's always interest, and but we're not out there looking.
And then lastly, we just saw a new president take office and a new administration. A lot of media companies are coming out and saying, we are seeing an increase in interest in traffic and in subscriptions. Are you seeing a Trump bump?
There's definitely more interest than ever in news. As I mentioned, we're seeing a lot of success with our Vox brand. We're seeing a lot of success with our Verge brand, with New York Magazine brand. Having said that, though, our company is not over-leveraged on the news du jour out of Washington. There certainly is a lot of news out of Washington these days, but what Vox Media really does is, when we're best, is kind of set the trends, whether it's in fashion with The Cut, whether it's in technology with The Verge, et cetera, food with Eater. We're best out there setting the trends, and sometimes that's around policy, helping people to understand. So whether it's in politics, whether it's in sports, whether it's in fashion, whether it's in food, that's what we're best at doing, and we're very diversified across that. So there are other companies that kind of live and die based on what's going on in Washington, and they almost come to rely on a chaotic news cycle for their success. We've never been that company. We thrive in different times because of our diversification in our portfolio.
Jim, we're out of time, but just a few of the things that we learned today. Very interesting that when you're talking about why someone should join the Vox Media Podcast Network over another one, it's that curated sensibility. It's premier and it's thoughtful that attracts advertisers, subscribers, and talent, of course. When you think about Vox Media, subs grew 30% over the last year, so it's definitely becoming more diversified in your revenue streams. Licensing, podcasts, big deal. You know when to de-invest as well. You're still doing some streaming shows like Full Swing, but you're not going as big on video streaming as it's decreased in the market. When you think about who is ripe for some of those subscriptions versus others for advertising, it's the places where people have deep connection, you said. like The Cut and the magazine that you just showed, and The Verge. When it comes to AI deals, you're going to fight for your rights, but if someone shows up and can prove value and is also willing to adhere by guidelines and ethos that matter to you, that is when a deal would make sense. And then lastly, you're not in a rush to do anything. Vox Media seems like it's in a really comfortable place right now, and that's a testament to some very dedicated commitment to your mission. So congratulations, and thank you, Jim.
Thank you, Sarah. I really appreciate it. Thank you, everybody.
All right, so now we have a very, very special session. And I want to give some people the opportunity to find their seats before we welcome this gentleman on stage. And while we're waiting for the people to take their seats, let me just go ahead and mention something really quick. One of the channels that I have is called Raqami TV. Raqami TV is one of the world's biggest Arabic tech channels. And not a lot of people know this, and they should though. The team, the core that actually helped to build this and build it to where it is are based out of Gaza. And all these content creators want to do is just to help unite all of the Arab with their love for technology. It's something beautiful. And they're not involved in any, let's say, politics. They're not involved. They just want to live a peaceful life and enjoy technology. And sadly, some of them passed away just simply creating content. And this is why I think today it's really important for you all to please enjoy the session that you're about to see, because we have Mu'taz Azaiza, who is an award-winning Palestinian photojournalist. His images have garnered global recognition with millions of followers across his social platforms. As an active photojournalist during the latest phase of the conflict in Gaza, Mu'taz's photos have shed light on the hardships endured by Palestinians. He has become a beacon of hope and resilience for many in Palestine and around the world. His powerful visual storytelling highlights humanity's unyielding spirit, inspiring us to witness, empathize, and act in a divided world. To reveal untold stories of resilience and hope through his lens, please welcome to the center stage, Mu'taz Azaiza.
Hello everyone, Assalamu alaikum. Thank you so much. Thank you. Me too. Okay, hello everyone, and thank you Web Summit for having me today. It's my pleasure to be in front of you to speak, and I'm honored for you to care and to sit to hear me. After a year and 5 months of a genocide, live in 4K, on social media, on all TV, you still want to hear more, want to do more, so I respect you. So thank you so much. And today I'm not here as a photojournalist. I'm here as a witness, as a survivor from a genocide. From a genocide that a lot of maybe countries, government, media don't like to call it a genocide because they don't consider it a genocide. Because one of all photographers, all journalists, when I won the Freedom Prize in Normandy, when I was between maybe thousands of people who elected me to be the Freedom Prize winner, he told me that you should not on the stage say it's a genocide, because it's not. A genocide means that there's still 5 Palestinians in Italy, so Israeli occupation will follow them and kill them. The photographer himself, I didn't know that. After I checked, he was a photographer. He joined the Israeli occupation when they occupied Jerusalem. And he documented this. I didn't know. So, but thank God I said it's a genocide. I didn't listen to anyone. And this is what I like about myself. There is a lot of sacrifice, but in the end, I sleep with, I feel good about myself. So, yeah, thank you for coming. Palestinians, especially in Gaza, these days, doesn't have anything except their social media. And I'm sure that you saw thousands of videos coming out from civilians, from people, random people from Gaza. They want to express about what they feel, what they hope, about their feeling, about their fear. And for sorry, it's the only mean that we have, the only mean that people use. And even this mean, it wasn't safe. You could, maybe you'll be killed for just using social media and show what's happening. As more than 200 journalists got killed by Israeli occupation for just showing. And thank God I survived. I suppose maybe to be one of the 200 and more journalists who got killed. So, what happened to me? What happened to us? What happened to Gaza? While like the whole world is watching, there is many want to act, want to do more. They're trying. There are some people who succeeded to enter Gaza, to be between us. There is a lot of people who start to boycott, and still, there's a lot of people who like collect donations and support people of Gaza, people of Palestine. There's a American soldier who burned himself to death just to show that he's not accepting what is happening. May his soul rest in peace. So, what I'm sure about that there's a lot of good people around the world. But they are not in the position that have the power that they can stop occupation from killing the people in front of the whole world, just watching. After 100 days, I felt that I'm just working for the world. I'm just showing them what is happening, sacrificing my life and my family, my friends, not finding food and like clean water, not finding diesel, spending a lot of money on just to fill my car with diesel. I spent like $2,000 for just once of time. So in every 2 days, 3 days, I need $2,000 to fill my car with diesel. And in a way that there's no cash, there's no banks, there's nothing, I said to myself, okay, I want to go out and try. Maybe I'll do something from outside. I went out, and I thought maybe I will go out. I used to work with Honora USA. I will get access to the US, and maybe I can do something from there, do a protest. But I went there, I thought that, like in Palestine, if you are angry, you can do your own protest whenever you want. But I found the world doesn't work like as we used to. So I found that there's a lot of hard things like I want to do, but I can't. Because even if I have like millions of people who follow me, but in the end, on the ground, I'm just a single Palestinian. His passport doesn't allow him to enter every place he wants. And I had to meet a lot of ambassadors, a lot of people, okay, to make sure that I can have access to their countries, to speak up, to make sure that people never forget and not stop talking about Palestine and what's happening in Gaza. And during this conflict, my own conflict with myself, my own war, I was facing censorship. And I didn't used to face like censorship. I don't know how to deal with it. I've been like documenting what's happening. And believe me or not, one day my account for the first time got suspended. I don't have access for it. said, okay, I will sleep now. It was maybe day 45 or 40, day after the Israeli occupation, military operation against Gaza, after the genocide started. And I said, okay, I will sleep. Then, once of time, Instagram sent me an email saying that we are so sorry, we closed your account by mistake. I said, okay, Instagram saying sorry for me, that's cool. They turned on again. After 1 week, they shut it down again. I received the same message that they are sorry, they closed my account by mistake. So I found that there's a lot of pressure from the people who follow me. And it's working, yeah. The pressure of people can do something. Till I left, and after the war, come to the end, the genocide, the war, they removed more than 40 video from my account. And I can't know which video because it's a black screen, so I didn't know which videos they removed. And yeah, so I'm trying now to make hope through what I'm documenting through the people, through you. Like this young girl under the rubble, her name is Nada. She's 17 years old, now she's 19. And now she's in the US getting a treatment in a hospital in Maryland. After doing 67 surgery in her leg, she was going to lose her leg. And thank God there was a good people who helped to save her life, to save her leg, and to make sure that she get a new future. After she lost 8 of her own family, her mom was deeply injured, and her dad was captured in the Israeli prisons, and he's now free. He's now in Tunisia. I didn't prepare a lot of pictures because I think most of you saw all the pictures, saw all the footage. Because you being here today, that means, yeah, you care, so I don't think it's the first time for you to see. So yeah, you saw a lot of footage, a lot of pictures. And I used to be the person before that I'm documenting every aggression that happened in Gaza, because on 2017, I documented the first massacre in my life. I was 18 years old. I look old, but I'm 26. So I documented the first massacre, and I shared it on my account, but nobody cared. 2018, I was documenting with the BRCS because I'm a volunteer with the BRCS. I'm a first responder. I'm a member of the National Disaster Response Team. And I get a shot in my left femur by an Israeli sniper on the borders, doing just my voluntary work, humanitarian work. I was boasting about this, but didn't get that much of attention. In 2019, 2020, 2021, war, 11 days of destroying every street in Gaza, every tower in Gaza. 2022, 2023, on May, there was aggression for 5 days, before even 7 October. And yeah, since 7 October, I've been, my life changed. I didn't expect this, but I had an old dream that I want to do something for my Gaza. I want to do something, but I didn't have the power. And why I continue doing this, why I'm here today, why I'm there and here, that I feel that there is a hope. I have now kind of power, the power of people, that I can bring hope for my home. So I'm using my pictures to make more hope. So this is the same, this is 8-story building that Nada was under it. She was under this. And she survived. This building was containing 300 people. Only 23 survived from the airstrike. And I was always afraid about people knowing Gaza from the war, because photojournalists in Gaza, photographers, people in Gaza just get the attention from the world only when there is aggression, there is a war, there is people losing their lives. When you document something that you are in danger, under fire, you look more attractive under fire. But when you're normal struggle, yeah, nobody look. Yeah, a lot of people, a lot of youth actually from Gaza before 7th of October, dozens of them committed a suicide. I don't know if there's people know this or not. How many people here know that people from Gaza committed suicide before? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah. Yeah, there were people like killing themselves, burning themselves. But nobody knows. Why? Yeah, because he was suffering, locked in and besieged in Gaza Strip, have no opportunity, nobody's accepting him. They're trying hard. Someone who now like 35 years, 38, 40 years, he have nothing. Nothing, literally nothing. And let's say he built a new house, a small house, to build a new life. Aggression happened, he loses his house. So it was his only hope. So what I want to make sure that please don't just look to Gaza when there's a war, or there's aggression. Palestinians are suffering daily from the Israeli occupation. It's not about 7th of October. It's about the lives of Palestinians that really matter. And I hope that the world doesn't translate this, that Palestinian just, God created him to suffer. God didn't create us to suffer. We're like humans, like you. We want to have children, we want to study, we want to travel, we want to dance, we want to pray, we want to do anything in our homeland without occupation. But the double standard thing like just happening when it comes to occupied Palestine. And I really don't know anything about Palestine, just Gaza. Like I know the information, but I never saw my home. I never saw Palestine. In August 2023, before 7th October, I applied for a permission to go to Jerusalem and the West Bank. There was like aggression happening in Jenin refugee camp. I was working with UNRWA, and it was my first time to apply for a permission. You need to apply so the occupation accepts you so you can go, but young people not usually allowed. Just if you have cancer, maybe you can get the treatment, and you will suffer in the way, and the way back maybe you will die. This is what usually happening. I got denied for security reasons. I was a tourist for them, for just being 24 years old, who want to see his home and to do my work. After what happened, just 5 months ago, I started to receive like a new calls that from the Israeli occupation that, do you want the permission to come? Yeah, we'll get you one. It's fine. Just apply. After all what happened. So I don't know if I will like be in a position that will allow me to see my home, my full country. It's my country. They will make you feel that even when you apply for permission that they don't make you feel like you're coming to your home. They make everything hard for Palestinians to stay in Palestine. They make it easy for you to leave without even pushing you, no. They want you to leave. So I hope one day, from my place, with the help of you, all of you, not only me, to bring hope, to support Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank and occupied lands to stay. Not just, okay, stay and don't leave, no. Just to remain in their land. To not make the occupation success. To push them out. No, we just want them to stay there. To support their resilience. From my side, I want to make hope again with my pictures. Enough of graphics, as they call it. I want to make hope. I want to see you like, this is the Sea of Gaza. It's really beautiful. We have the most beautiful sunset in the whole world. I traveled for 15 countries now. I never felt comfortable in anywhere. I don't know why. My whole dream is I want to travel, but when I travel in these circumstances, I didn't feel it. But me being here with my camera on the beach, documenting this beautiful sunset, guys just jumping in the sea, for me it's really satisfying. This is me. And when I was taking this picture, my friend, his name Muhammad Al-Rifi, he was a dreamer. He wanted to take beautiful pictures find a work and travel. He got killed by Israeli sniper while he's waiting for a flower. Yeah, and he passed. A soul just passed by after a sniper decided to kill him. Just he was waiting for a flower truck and he passed. This is just one story for thousands of stories, from thousands of stories. Everyone in Gaza has his own story, has his own struggle, has his own memories with Gaza. Like for us now, even if I will go back to Gaza, if we will have a new Gaza, they will rebuild it one day. But it's not the Gaza that we used to live in, like the old streets, the trees, the hospital, the buildings, the stores, the shops that we used to live in. So thank you for hearing me. And from my place, I ask you to please do not feel bored. And please don't make the Palestinian cause a trendy thing. When there is a war, we will keep talking and then slowly we'll feel bored and stop talking because you're tired. If you're tired, remember that we are dying, we are getting killed. So maybe being tired is better than being killed. And what you will not accept for your children, Palestinians also will not accept for their children. Yeah, we're not superheroes. We're just fighting an occupation alone. And we hope everyone one day to help us to be free from the occupation. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I'm just a messenger, a witness, and a survivor. And please, I wish you just stand for 1 minute for the souls that we have lost, for the journalists, for the innocents, for the 17,000 and more children who got killed, for the women, for the elderly, for the youth. The youth who could build a future, build a country, build homes. So, yeah. And Palestinians never have a choice. Really. Just want you to know that we never have a choice. Thank you so much. Always. Okay. Good.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well done.
Bye. Nice to meet you. Bye.
Beautiful message.
Thanks. Nice to meet you.
So I think to Mu'taz and all of the amazing people around the world that are trying to fight to make Palestine and the world a better place, everyone just to get in another good mood, let's give another round of applause so we can hear you in the back. Nahmad Rabbna. So, our next two speakers are all about podcasting. One is a global bestseller author, award-winning podcast host of On Purpose, and the Chief Purpose Officer of Calm, who has made an indelible impact on hearts and minds worldwide. With an astounding following of over 50 million across social media platforms. The other is the CEO of iHeartMedia Digital, with a reach that spans over 188 million registered users and 148 million monthly podcast downloads in the US. Under his leadership, iHeartMedia Digital has become the #1 podcast publisher globally. To talk about the power of audio as a tool for authentic communication and connection, please welcome Jay Shetty and the CEO of iHeartMedia Digital, Connell Berg.
What's up, everyone? Hello. Oh, here we are. Here we are.
Here we are. Thank you guys for being here with us for a few minutes. We get to have the treat of my week here is to be able to talk to creators and friends. And you're a dear friend and a creator I just deeply admire. We met through podcasting. You came on our radar at iHeartMedia because you had the #1 health and wellness podcast in the world. But I want to go way back. I just get this crazy treat of being able to talk to creators who we all know really well, and we assume we're always here and doing the thing they're doing, but that's definitely not the case. I mean, how does the son of immigrants growing up in London, you told me this story last night, but I want to hear it again, and I want them to hear it. Like, how did you get here? How did this happen?
Thank you so much for being here, everyone. Thank you for showing up. I'm so grateful to see you all. Connell, I'm such an admirer of what iHeart's done for podcasting. I'm so grateful to be a part of the family and getting to come to Qatar for the first time. So thank you, Qatar. Thank you, Doha, for the warm welcome. Really happy to be here. It wasn't always like this. And I was literally just right now in the iHeart booth, and I was looking at the pictures of my podcast next to Malcolm Gladwell, who I'm a huge fan of. I read all of Malcolm's books when I was in my teens. And then Charlemagne, who's Breakfast Club. I love the show. And I was seeing my picture then. I was just thinking, I was like, I never imagined in a million years that I'd have a career in media, let alone the career that I'm having right now. And I have to pinch myself every moment because I grew up, born and raised in London. And I had 3 options growing up, either to be a doctor, a lawyer, or a failure. Because when you're Indian, as some of you may know, culturally too in this part, success and stability and security are everything. I didn't even know media existed as a career. And so then when I went off on my own path and graduated from business school, but decided to become a monk for 3 years, lived as a monk for 3 years, traveled across India, UK, and Europe, teaching meditation, philanthropy work. When I left that life, reintegrating was really hard, because I'd forgotten how to do small talk. I didn't really know what job I'd get. And I ended up at Accenture for a couple of years because I needed to just move out of my parents' loft because I was living with my parents again. And when I took that job at Accenture, it was to pay the bills. And I got that after being rejected from 40 companies. Because, surprise, surprise, no one wants to hire a former monk, right? They're wondering, like, what are your transferable skills? Like being silent and sitting still, we don't need that. And so I was at Accenture, and it was Accenture where I built my confidence because they were building mental health programs. And I was being invited to teach meditation and mindfulness because of my background at the company on top of my day job. So by day, I was a consultant, and by night, I was a meditation coach. And I'm telling you the quick version. So doing that for 2 years, I built my confidence there. And at the same time, I was running all of the articles and Twitter channels for our CEOs. So I was getting well-versed in social media. And I remember I just had this desire that meditation had to be accessible outside of the boardroom, that wisdom had to be accessible to people who couldn't afford it. And at the time, I remember going to a video training day where they were training you to be a presenter, hoping that it would help me network and get a job. And I was told that I had some skills, but then I was told there was no jobs in media. And so I said, thanks for inviting me to tell me that there's no jobs in media. And then they said, maybe you should start a YouTube channel. This was 2015, 2016. And I said, that doesn't work for anyone but Justin Bieber. It's not going to work for me. And I really believed that when I said it. And I got to this place in life where there's a beautiful quote by Thomas Edison that I live by till this day. And he said, when you feel you've exhausted all options, remember this, you haven't. And I love that. When you feel you're at the end of the road, when you feel you've tried everything, when you feel you've done everything possible, I promise you, you haven't. There's still one more thing to do. And for me, that was to create videos on YouTube, which was my last resort. And it's because of that that I'm here today. A few years later, After I launched the videos, I decided to launch the podcast because I had all these amazing relationships. I was working with coaching clients who were athletes, musicians, actors. I had these amazing relationships offline. And I thought, how amazing would it be if people could hear the parts of their story that they would never see on a late night show, that they would never see on a 3-minute clip. These people had so much more depth, so much more soul, so much more history that we didn't know. And we saw them almost at these caricatures or these like one-dimensional people. And I wanted to build a show where someone could have multiple dimensions, because me and you, we all have multiple dimensions. And I wanted to give myself permission and you all permission to be everything you want it to be and not have to put yourself in a box. So that's a quick version of 12 years of my life.
I just think about your parents during that time. So many of us come from parents that supported us through thick and thin. What were their thoughts in the night when you came back from like, I didn't get a job today either? Were they like, well, what happened?
I have stressed out my parents a lot in my life, and I'm very, very grateful for them, for being so understanding, for being so kind. I stressed them out when I told them I wasn't going to study medicine. So that was the first stress. I was like 14 years old when I made that decision. Then I stressed them out when I told them I was going to become a monk. Then I stressed them out when I told them I'm leaving the monastery. Then I stressed them out when I said I was going to leave Accenture, which was this safe, stable job, to try a career in media. Then I stressed them out when I told them I was going to move to New York. Then I stressed them out when I told them I'll move to LA, which is even further away. And so my parents have been stressed and given me freedom at the same time. And I'm very grateful for those two things. They've never supported me or not supported me. And there's a benefit to that. For anyone who's never felt unsupported or, not supported enough by their parents, it helped me make my own mistakes. It helped me bet on myself. It helped me take my own risks. And I feel like that's the greatest blessing in the world, when you're actually confident in yourself because you know your decision's on you. My parents didn't care whether I won or failed and didn't help me win or make me fail. They just left me to it. And I think that freedom is what's given me the ability to be free today. But I see it as freedom. I could see it as neglect. I could see it as, them being disinterested. But I see it as freedom. And I think freedom is the greatest gift any authority in the world can give you.
I think what you and Malcolm Gladwell share, and he was on this stage yesterday talking to us about why he's so intrigued by the medium of audio. What you and Malcolm Gladwell share is you work in a lot of different mediums. Books, obviously video, but you're both drawn to audio. The way Malcolm put it yesterday was he said, if I have to make someone cry in 30 seconds, and I have to pick a medium to do that, it's audio all day. He's like, I don't quite understand it, but there is something about this medium that shoots straight through to your heart, different than, say, print or even video. You work in a genre, to put it one way, that's so sensitive, so personal, so important, so critical. We'll talk about why. But why do you choose, at least in part, audio to do it? How does it hit different for you as a creator?
It's such a great question. I love Malcolm's point. What's really interesting is a lot of what I share today is the timeless wisdom of the Vedic traditions, which has been around 5,000 years. And what's really fascinating is that tradition was distributed through oral reception. Yeah. So when you look at culture and history and storytelling, it's how humans have operated when we didn't have video, when we didn't have FaceTime, when we didn't write things in books. We spoke and we listened. That's how we've communicated forever. So there's a really core part of our DNA that is wired to learn about stories and storytelling for thousands of years before we had the technology. By the way, books and paper were technology at one point. Now we don't see them as technology, we see them as ancient. But before books, we just spoke and we listened. So there's a historic part of us that craves that. For me, there's three things that audio does that others don't do in the same way. The first is intimacy. When you hold a phone to your ear and you let someone talk to you, it's almost the most intimate thing you ever do. Even if you think about it, when you're being vulnerable with someone, sometimes it's easier to not look at them. Looking someone in the eyes can almost feel like a scary thing. Whereas when you're on the phone to someone, you can pour your heart out and time will fly. We used to spend longer on the phone than we do on FaceTime. You'll hang up a FaceTime much quicker than if you just spoke to someone on the phone. Remember those times when you'd be on the phone, you'd be like, gosh, we just spent a couple of hours talking to each other. FaceTime, maybe you'll last 10, 15, 20 minutes, and then it's done. So there's intimacy. The second is energy. Close your eyes for a moment. Just close your eyes. Everyone, just for a second, just close your eyes. I'll close mine as well. I can see if you don't close yours because I haven't closed mine yet, so I see you all. You can feel the energy in my voice when only one sense is activated. When all your senses are activated, you're distracted. Your eyes may look one way, you see a color, you think of something. There's a reason you can open your eyes. Actually, no, keep them closed, keep them closed, keep them closed, keep them closed. Just keeping you on your toes. I heard this once, and it's just coming to me now, so I'm going to share it again. There's a reason why the most intimate acts of our life happen with our eyes closed. Prayer, a kiss, a moment of deep thought, a moment of taking something in. Because your sense that is most distracting, when you're meditating, the sense that is most distracting is turned off. You can open your eyes. You can feel energy when you're not distracted. And I think audio allows you, through energy, to feel the energy of the individual and access their energy on a deeper level. And the third thing I'd say is time. Going back to the first point I made, I know all of you who listen to On Purpose don't listen once a week, don't listen twice a week, you listen every day. Who else in the world do you talk to every day for 1 to 2 hours, apart from a podcaster? So that time you get with someone, when someone comes up to me and says, Jay, I feel like I know you, part of me wants to say, yeah, you do, because you listen to me for 2 hours a day. Like, I'm pouring my heart into this medium, and it's unfiltered. In a book, it's been edited 1 million times. Again, books are amazing. I love books. It's how I learned about Malcolm in the first place. But books are still edited. They're thought about. You've reflected. When you hear me on a podcast, it's me in that moment getting a snapshot. So intimacy, energy, and the longevity, the time that you have with someone is greater than any medium.
It's interesting, too, because when we think about media today, I've always observed over the last few years, it seems like the middle is dropping out. What I mean by that is, like, we're moving toward the extremes of very short-form content, social media, and then very immersive, long movies. Movies are getting longer. And this mid-range of content, just an hour of humans talking to each other, is falling out. And the thing that seems to be filling this gap a little bit is podcasts. You have podcasts that now mass reach medium in the United States. And I think a lot of what's driving this is people being able to spend and fill this gap with just an hour, hour and a half, 2 hours a day of just the sound of humans' voices talking to each other, which is thousands of years old. You're right, we're literally wired this way. But, I think some of this, maybe, is related to this mental health crisis that we have, certainly in the United States, maybe around the world. The statistic I saw when we first sort of met each other and we talked about how iHeart could help, I saw these numbers that I couldn't believe them. It was something like 75% of us know someone who is in a mental health crisis. 50% of us are in a family with someone who is having a mental health crisis or challenge. A quarter of us are in that crisis or challenge. Just startling. We've been through a weird 5 or 10 years, to say the least. COVID among some of the reasons. Just talk about that a bit. Like, did you see this coming a long time ago? Did it surprise you as well? Is there a way out of it? Just help us try to understand it a bit.
It's really interesting to me because I felt that COVID was the first time that people realized we needed this work. So I've been doing this work pretty much since I was 18, 19 years old. And, you know, COVID happened, what, 4 or 5 years ago. So I was like 32 at the time, 31 at the time. And it took me 12 years for people to go, this is important. And it's really interesting that as humans, we almost wait for things to go really bad to realize we need to work on ourselves. It's just how we're wired as well. But what I will say is this. Those of you that took to podcasts, working on yourself, listening to meditations during the pandemic, they haven't left it. And that's what shows me how incredible you all are, that you chose to do the work at the most difficult time, and you chose to keep doing it. I meet people all the time today who say, Jay, I started listening On Purpose during the pandemic, and I haven't stopped till this day because I see the value of it in my life. But what I want to speak to when you talk about mental health is that we're living at a time where I read a study that said we consume more tragedy in 24 hours today than we did in our whole lifetime 25 years ago. If you just think about that for a second. So studies show me and you, we download around something like 60 to 70 gigabytes of information per day. Just think about that for a second. 60 to 70 gigabytes per day. There was an article that was saying that's the same as consuming 25 episodes of Stranger Things in one day. It's like reading The Hobbit, which is 100,000 words, in one day. Every day. That's how much you're consuming. So for anyone who's feeling stressed, overwhelmed, overthinking, it's no surprise. You're not weak. It's not because you're not strong. It's not because you've got something wrong with you. It's just that we're so overly consuming and overwhelmed by so much information. And guess what? 95% of it's useless. 95% of it is stuff you can't do anything about. 95% of it is things you can't control. And that's why I think podcasting has been so powerful, because it's not just an escape, it's an elevation. When you tune into the podcast, it's not just getting you away from that world, it's actually making you better. You're coming back to that world with more attention, more mindfulness, more coaching skills, more emotional intelligence, and now you're actually able to deal with that world better. And that's why it's such a powerful medium, because you're getting to tune in, and instead of running away from your life, you're stepping back, gaining evolution and education, and then coming back to your life. And so I think I'm just so grateful that so many of you have chosen in your hardest and your best times to turn towards growth, because I always say to people, when things are going bad, work hard. When things are going good, work harder. When things are going well for you, work harder. Because then when the thing comes around again, you're going to be so prepared and ready for it. Don't wait for it to go south before you figure out that work again.
So as you've gotten to where you are today, it may help us just to sort of get a sense of this, to get confidence that it's possible. Your schedule's crazy. A couple years ago when we were at an advertising conference in France, you were like, yeah, it's part of a 40-city, thereabouts, global tour to promote a book. It's just a crazy schedule. It's good work, but it's got to be really hard. And you're at an altitude now that's really high. How do you maintain your own advice at this altitude? What do you literally do every day? Is it telling your great team every day, like, hey, sorry, I still got to be Jay Shetty. I still got to do this thing, so I'll be back in an hour. Like, literally what happens?
Two things happen. You fail every day, and you keep trying to figure it out every day. And I always say to people, you don't know how to live at a higher altitude until you get there. So you can't assume that what you know now and what you do now is going to stay the same forever or last the same forever. I think that's the biggest mistake we all make. It's like, oh, I want to live the same life as I did when I started at a company as to now when I'm CEO, right? Like that's your life. Like your life doesn't look the same. Or similarly, when we have kids, it's like you're not going to have the same life when you have kids as when you didn't have kids, or when you got married, or whatever these milestones are. And I think that's what's so hard about humanity. We want to live the same life with all these massive life changes. So for me, a lot of my life truly, genuinely is optimized for my service, for my art, and I enjoy living that way. So I'm up when I'm not traveling. Everything changes and goes out the window when I travel. When I'm not traveling, I'm up at 6 a.m. every day. I'm meditating for an hour and a half every day. I'm at the gym for an hour a day. I'm eating extremely healthy every single day. I have a high protein diet. I'm cold plunging. I'm in the infrared sauna. I'm doing all of it when I can control it. Now I've been traveling for the last 3-4 days. I can't control any of that, right? I don't have access to those things. It's not easy to get those things. I may not be aware. I've got busier schedule. I allow myself to be a bit more relaxed if I don't have that. But when I can control it, I'm fully in control. When I'm out of control, I have grace for myself. And so the way I think about this is high standards when you can control things, high grace when I can't control things. What we usually have is high standards when we can't control things and high grace when we can control things. So when we're in our homes, we're like, oh, it's okay if I'm comfortable today, I'll relax. And then when a big change happens, we're like, oh my God, why am I not in control? And it's the other way around. And so to me, I think the most successful people I've interviewed, the most highly productive people I've spent time with, they have high expectations on everything they can control, but they're very kind and gracious and compassionate to themselves when they can't control it. And I think that balance is what allows you to operate and forgive yourself, because the biggest block in your life is not forgiving yourself. You can't win at the next thing when you're still criticizing yourself for the last loss. You can't win at your next conversation, next interaction, next pitch if you're being harsh to yourself about the fact that you didn't meditate yesterday. It's just not going to work. And we've got to learn to let go. We've got to say, that was then, this is now. I'm not going to let my past define my future. I've got to let it go. I've got to let it be. And I think that's what I have to focus on every single day.
So we're going to take a few questions. We're going to open this up to Q&A. There should be folks with microphones in the audience. So
does anyone have a question?
While you guys are raising your hand and standing up, I'm going to fill time with one more question and find somebody with a microphone and we'll do it. Quick question for you, Jay, while we're queuing it up. We're at a tech conference. We're talking a lot about what I'd call sort of emotional intelligence. Artificial intelligence is here and coming fast. Just while folks sort of queue up, how do you process that? What do you think about it?
One of my friends I was talking to the other day, Tom Bilyeu, who's also a podcaster, he was sharing this really interesting statistic with me. So he said to me that if you take someone who you'd consider below average intelligence, Einstein's IQ is only 2.5 times someone of below average intelligence. So think about that for a second. Below average intelligence, Einstein, who is the smartest person to ever have walked the planet, is 2.5 times that person's intelligence. AI is already 10 times that intelligence and escalating fast, to just give you a sense of how fast it's growing and where it's at. I have two observations. One is, all of us have to use it. It's the way the world's going. Trying to argue it is like trying to argue the internet, trying to argue podcasting, trying to argue social media. Learn it, get better at it, make sure your teams are phenomenal at it, make sure everyone is aware of how to use it for good, for value, for everything you're doing. And the big observation I have around it when I'm asked to speak about AI is that the question I always get is, will AI ever have a soul? That's the question I get asked from my experience and expertise. And my response is, I don't know if AI will ever have a soul. I just hope that the people creating AI have a soul. Because...
yeah, that's good. That's good.
Because AI will have all the flaws that its creator has. If you look at any company, any organization, anything we create, it is filled with our flaws. So if we think AI is going to destroy us and take over the world, it's because there's a part of us that wants to destroy and take over the world. So you just got to hope that the people that are working on it are not building it in their image. We've got to build it in a much higher image than the one that we have ourselves. And that's that purity that I think we need in technology, because all technology could change the world if it was built with a pure motive. But if it always surprises me that the people who build the technology don't want their kids to build technology. If you're building a product that you would never let your kid use, please stop. Just don't build it.
It's a red flag.
Just don't build it.
Well put. Really well put. All right, let's take some questions. So let's raise hands. Let's give them a microphone. Go for it.
Hi, Jay. How are you doing here?
I'm good. How are you? What's your name, man?
Norman.
Nice to meet you.
I came here all the way from Riyadh, and good to see you here in Qatar.
Good to see you.
In the era of this information overloading, what do you think how to manage the time? The era of information overloading, how to manage the time?
Great question. The first thing I'd say is find your news. Don't let news find you. Too many of us will leave the TV on in the background. We, in every gap, will scroll social media. Every moment of our life is filled with information collection without our choice. As soon as you don't have a choice in the matter, your time is consumed and eaten up. If you choose to find, so if you say, I only get my news in the morning and the evening from this newsletter that I subscribe to, now you know where you get your news. You don't have to let news find you. You find your news. Now, when you know you're a creator, like someone like me, I don't consume content to consume. I consume content to create. I have set times in my schedule that I allow myself to go onto TikTok, Instagram, whatever platform it is, to understand the latest trends, to understand what's working, to understand what's resonating, and that's it. But I'm not on there for my entertainment. I'm on there for my education. So you've got to create a schedule that is so organized that you don't have time for distractions. We have time for distractions because we don't have a schedule that we live by. If I looked at my schedule or put it up on the screen right now, I know what I'm doing every minute of the day, including breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Even my meals are in my schedule. And the reason for that is I don't want my day to fill up with distractions. I want my day to be about my mission. And so you want to organize your day around your mission, and that includes your health, your well-being, and your work. And then you won't actually have enough space or time to actually ever get distracted. And a big part of it is building up tools. Whenever I pick my phone out of my pocket, the first question I ask myself is, why did I do that? And 99% of the time, if you ask yourself that, you'll be like, I have no idea. Because you weren't checking the time, you didn't have a use for it, you just did it because studies show 80% of us take our phones out just because we're in a crowd. Because we don't know what to do with the crowd, we just take our phone out because it makes us feel more secure. So if every time you take your phone out, you ask yourself, why am I here? Right? You wouldn't ever just walk into a random store on the street and just do it because you were there. You'd have a reason. You're here for a reason. But your phone is the only place you go to with 0 reasons. There's nothing in life that you do with 0 reasons apart from opening up your phone. And so if you start going, what's my reason for being here? And enough times you laugh at yourself of saying, I have no idea. You start to recognize, wait a minute, let me only look at things. Let me only meet people. Let me only connect when I have an intention, when I have a reason for being here. That will change how you use your time. I hope that helps.
It's awesome.
Thank you.
Let's take a couple more.
Hello. Oh. Hi, Jay. How are you? It's a pleasure to have you in Qatar.
Nice to meet you.
My name is Joe. I just want to share something very quickly. So 4 years ago, someone offered me a shot to climb a mountain, which is Kilimanjaro. I just summited, and I came back last week.
Congrats.
That's amazing.
Meeting you was a dream. I'm taking my shot now. I want to ask you one for a selfie.
Of course. I love it.
2, I got you a bottle of water because you've been talking for 30 minutes.
You're so sweet.
And the third thing is a question. So one of the shots I took in the past 3 years was to start my own consultancy, which is based on emotional intelligence and coaching. And one of the major challenges I'm constantly facing is organizations are hungry to learn, people are hungry to learn, but organizations are hungry for people to work. So it's a constant fight between how can we have the people give themselves the time to get coached, to learn about emotional intelligence and empathy, versus the focus on KPIs, which is always about the money?
Yeah, it's a great question.
What would be your advice?
It's a great question. Then I'm going to come take a selfie with you. I was trying to figure out the exit path from this stage. I'll figure it out. It's a great question. Smart companies will want you to learn. So there's two things here. If your company doesn't want you to learn, it's not a smart company. Because if you don't learn anything and you stay in this company for 10 years, this company's going nowhere. Because if we're doing the same work at the same level, at the same intelligence level for 10 years, my organization's not going anywhere. I want every member of my team to constantly be learning. We bring coaches in. We ask them to do courses that we think that will help them grow. I've got teams, mentors in industries that we want to expand into. That's how we function. Because to me, if I hired you out of college or if I hired you from another company, now you're stuck with that same level of skills. And there's a famous quote from Richard Branson that I love where, and you know, he's one of the few people in the world who's built like 23 or 24 businesses valued at $1 billion each. And he said, people always ask him, what if you train people and they leave? And he said, what if I don't train them and they stay? Right? That's the worst. So first of all, I'd say smart companies do that. Here's the flip side. Smart people train themselves. Unintelligent people wait there and go, wait, my company's not training me. I haven't learned anything in 10 years. My boss is a loser. Like, this is the worst thing ever. Smart people don't do that. Smart people go, I'm going to train myself. I'm going to find a smart company. I'm going to go use my time to get better, to move faster, to work better, to build up all these skills. And then I'm either going to go build something myself, or I'm going to go and find a company that values that culture. And I'll be able to do that because I'm already living by that culture. Smart people don't wait for company culture to change. They either change that culture or change their culture and then go find that culture. So we want to be smart people in smart companies. We don't want to be unintelligent people in unintelligent companies. That's the worst way to live. Does that make sense? And you're so sweet for bringing me water. Are there steps at the end? Are there steps? Oh, we'll do it here. We'll do it here. Oh, you're so sweet. Where's your phone? All right, let's do it. What's your name again, brother?
Joe.
Joe? Yeah. Appreciate you. Joe climbed Mount Kilimanjaro, guys. What a guy. Guy, he's a real networker. He's passing me his business card. This is you know, he promised me water and a selfie, but.
And now you got a business card. Let's line up the last question while he's coming back. One more. We got time for one more. Where's the microphone? Oh, okay. Thank you. Wherever the microphone is,
I got it here.
We'll take yours as well. Okay, go.
Hi, Jay. You're an inspiration not just to me, but to my two awesome daughters. They're Fatima and Amna. They're here in the audience, 16 and 14, and we flew over from Canada for this conference. And honestly, hearing you has been an amazing experience. The question I have is the importance of purpose that you've seen in successful entrepreneurs. My daughter inspire me with their purpose. They're my inspiration. I would love for them to hear from you on how purpose has shaped both your life and in the life of successful entrepreneurs around the world.
Yeah, thank you so much. And where are your daughters? Are they here?
Do you want to stand? I can officially embarrass them by asking them to stand.
Hey, guys.
There they are.
Hello. Nice to meet you. Thanks for coming all the way from Canada. That's impressive.
Thank you.
Look, purpose is a really beautiful and really difficult thing at the same time. And the reason I say that is because a lot of people will come up to me and say, how do I find my purpose? And we're always looking for this treasure chest. We're looking for this X on the ground, like we feel like we're going to find this gold hidden somewhere. And like we do with all humanity, we think everything's this linear journey to a destination that gives you this perfect answer. And that's not how purpose works. Purpose is your reason for doing what you do. And that changes at different stages of your life. Your reason in the beginning may not even be the best reason, it's just the reason you know. And when you have children, a lot of parents, their reason becomes their children. And then when the children move out, the parents have a crisis because they don't know what their reason is anymore if they didn't have it before. And so reasons change, and that's okay, that's fine. What I'd say is that Your reason is what makes you resilient. Your reason is what makes you resilient. Your reason is what gives you the strength and the courage to break through the tough times. Your reason is what gives you everything you need to walk through the times when you feel like everything's falling apart. And so for me, my reason has always been that I believe that the timeless wisdom of the world should be accessible, practical, and relevant to every person on the planet. And because of podcasting and social media, it can be free, which is what I love about what I get to do every day. It's why I love working with iHeart. We're able to provide our podcast absolutely for free for everyone in the world to listen to. And that's what keeps me going. So whether there's ups, there's downs, challenges, whatever it is, I'm just excited about that. And that's what keeps me going, is that we can get this out to everyone in the world, because that's what changed my life. And so finding that is not finding it in a personality test. It's not finding it in a questionnaire. It's not finding it at a conference. You find that by just going, what do I care about right now? And maybe your answer right now is my kids. That's great. Just start there. And as you start doing that, you'll realize I care about something more than that as part of that, because guess what? If you care about your kids, you have to care about their friends. And if you care about your kids, you have to care about their friends, and you have to care about their school. And if you care about your kids and you care about their friends and you have to care about the school, you've got to care about their town. And if you care about all of those things in the town, you've got to care about the city, and then you've got to care about the country. Because your kids live in all of those places. And so what I've realized is that your radius of care has to constantly expand, because everything you care about is part of something much bigger. You can't care about your kids and not care about the country. And you can't care about the country and not care about your kids. They're all part of one and the same thing. And so the more we realize that the businesses we build, the things we do, the leadership symbols we value, all of it affects each other. That's when we start living with purpose, when we realize that we've got to care about a lot more than just our vicinity, because we live in a much bigger space. So I hope that answers your question. I hope it fuels you, and thank you for coming all the way. I appreciate you. Thank you so much.
We had one more question. I promised somebody over there that we would get their question in. Do you have the microphone still? If not, we'll hit you on this. We'll get you on the side. I promise you. Jay.
Yes.
Thank you, man. Every single time we get to talk, I am reminded that the work you do is hard. It's also deeply important. But the thing I'm most struck by every time we talk is just how helpful it is. Like how just basically helpful it is. Thank you, man. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Connor. Thanks, everyone. Thank you so much.
All right, I'm so glad that everybody enjoyed the last session, and I want to jump into the final session before we go to the final main event. Since its launch in 2017, TikTok has rapidly become a global powerhouse, reshaping how brands engage with communities and leaving a lasting mark on social, political, and cultural landscapes. Now, the MENA region ranks second globally in terms of TikTok's monthly active users, with approximately 233.9 million users, accounting for more than 22% of TikTok's total active user base. Even with its recent ban and even faster reinstatement in the United States, the app shows no signs of slowing down, and even more downloads than ever before have been seen. So, to close out Day 2 at Web Summit Qatar 2025, we'll explore the innovation, community, and brand building on TikTok. So please welcome, in conversation with Cameron Clark from The Drum, TikTok's President of Global Business Solutions, Blake Chanley.
The mission of the company is to inspire creativity and bring joy. Like, that is why people come to the app every single day. They want to be entertained, they want to create something amazing, they want to be authentic, they want to be themselves. Creators are the lifeblood of the company. It's not only reinvent it, you have to disrupt, right? Because at the end of the day, you will get disrupted if you don't disrupt.
All right. All right, good afternoon, Web Summit. Welcome, Blake. Blake, we saw a little bit of your story there, but just to give people a sense of what we're going to talk about today, can you just tell everyone a little bit about your background? So you were part of the early stage team at Facebook. You've been with TikTok for the last 5 years. What have you learned from being in these high-performance, high-growth environments?
Yeah, of course. So one, thanks for having me, and I'm glad to be here. Listen, I'm an entrepreneur. Like, in my heart and soul, I love startups. It might seem odd given the size and scale of Facebook and TikTok, but I was fortunate enough to be involved in early stages of both of them. I joined Facebook back in 2007 when it was just a couple hundred people in the company, and just come out of college, and so we hadn't seen the growth, and spent a decade there, and then was fortunate enough to join TikTok 6 years ago, back when it was just acquired, ByteDance acquired Musical.ly, and transitioned to TikTok, and it was before the growth that we see now. So it was still at that point kind of a lip syncing and dancing app, if you will, and skewed very, very young, and the journey's been an amazing one.
Yeah, so we're going to hear a little bit about that journey throughout this conversation and where TikTok's headed next. First of all, it won't have escaped anyone's attention in the room that TikTok has been in the headlines in the US in particular. You've faced the prospect of a ban in the US recently, as I'm sure everyone's aware of. Can you just give everybody a sense of how you've been dealing with that and how that's affected things for TikTok?
Yeah, of course. So many people would know that back on the 19th, there was a law that kicked into place, 19th of January, a law that kicked into place that required us to divest the business. An executive order was put into place by President Trump that basically allowed us to continue to exist while we negotiate with his administration around a settlement that would allow us to continue operating TikTok in the US. And so we're in the middle of those discussions, and I think the date of that is April 5th. And so we're working through the administration to come up with something positive. So our 170 million users there and our 7 million small businesses are able to continue operating on the platform.
And can you tell us a little bit about, obviously there's more to come and we'll see how that unfolds, but can you tell us a little bit about the reaction that you've seen from your community on TikTok and from your partners as well?
Yeah, so listen, there was a period of time back on the 18th, it was a Saturday night, and I remember it distinctly, right, where the app went dark for 14 hours. So in the US, you could no longer access TikTok for those individuals. And it was a pretty interesting moment. Like, it was kind of, I think, users, creators, advertisers, all of a sudden couldn't access the platform, right? And I remember leading up to that, one of the things we'd seen was this enormous amount of creativity from our creator community the week before, the potential, basically talking about their journey, right, on the platform. So we had people that were on the platform basically saying goodbye. And they were in tears, they were saying goodbye, how the app had changed their lives fundamentally, allowed them to buy their parents a house, allowed them to be independent, not have a 9-to-5 job, but build their own brand and connect with communities and audiences all over the world, and that was going to be taken away from them, and they didn't know where to go.
Yeah.
Right? Because they all had audience and communities on other platforms, but it just wasn't the same relationship. Right, what they had. And so they were all saying goodbye, and then I remember literally on Sunday afternoon we came back live, that same creator community was like, we're back, we're here, it's exciting, we can't wait, and so the support from the creators, from users, and from brands, the advertisers, as you can imagine, ambiguity is not a friend of advertisers. They want to know that impressions are going to be delivered, that they're going to get whatever the business outcome they want is, whether it's awareness, consideration, favorability, sales. Right? They want to know that's predictable, and that's what media planning is and advertising is. And for them, they had this moment of, oh no, like we're spending a significant amount of our budget on this platform. It's no longer available. Now, that said, 95% of them have come back on the platform and are back live right now. There are a handful that we're still working with. And so, it's been amazing the support we've gotten from the industry.
Yeah. So tell us then, to get to that point where you've established this level of support, both from the creator community, from brands, what has it taken to get there in that 5-6 years you've been with TikTok? What does that journey of kind of education and building the audience and the community look like?
So there's a couple of fundamentals, right? One is you have to have trust, right? Both with users, creators, brands, regulators. And trust is not something, trust is something you have to earn day in and day out. And it all starts with community safety. So the safety of our users, right? And we have community guidelines that we're very, very clear about what kind of content's allowed in the platform and appropriate in the platform. I think in many cases it's more conservative than others in the space. And then how we moderate, how we automate that moderation to identify that content that shouldn't be on there. And so building that trust and that safety with users is the foundation. Right? And then on top of that, you have to have brand safety. So brands want to know that their brands are going to be safe in an environment. And so we spent the last 6 years building our capabilities around how do we ensure brands are appearing next to content and not amongst content they don't want to. But they want to be inside content that feels authentic, real, safe for them. And so we just built a suite of tools and capabilities and working with regulators and industry bodies to try and be at the forefront of what we think of brand safety.
And you mentioned the content there and people, brands coming to TikTok. Probably a different kind of environment from what they've been used to before in terms of how they create that content and how they drive it forward. So, what sort of advice could you give to people who are coming to TikTok? How do you ensure that they, a brand advertiser has a really positive experience when they come to the platform?
So it's a great question. And I think sometimes we forget there are these big moments in our industry, right, where things fundamentally shift. And these are what we call platform shifts. Search was one, right? Back when Google, it was actually Yahoo, but back when Google really introduced search in a way that was monetized well, it fundamentally required brands and agencies to think differently about how they invest their money. Whether it be SEO, SEM, and so search is a big deal. And then the next big moment was social media. Right now is back when Facebook launched and had a feed, which was the first time there was a feed, right? And that people weren't on there. People were on there sharing amongst friends and family, and that was a very different user experience. The concept of a social graph was relatively new. And so brands had to all of a sudden shift budget from search or just digital display, which were banners and buttons that some of us remember, maybe not everybody in the room, and they had to go to what was the role of a brand in a feed, right? And they had to think differently about social media, and so social media budgets came out, and people planned and bought and created around that content. And then when TikTok, I think, was a fundamentally shift as well, meaning all of a sudden you had a feed that was video and audio first, right? Vertical. And what people automatically did was they started putting ads from Instagram or ads from YouTube onto TikTok, and it fell flat, right? Because the user experience in this platform is just very different. We're not there amongst friends and family. We're there to be entertained, right? The mission of the company is to inspire creativity and bring joy, and so we had to educate the industry about you have to be authentic. Right? The concept of polished creative doesn't work. That's not what they're experiencing in their feed. It's mainly user-generated content or creator-driven, and not necessarily influencer, but creator, which is very different. And so you had to educate as to what does that mean? How do you show up? What kind of authenticity do you have? And so we spent the last 5 years going through that process.
And who's been doing that really well? Like, who would you point to that really has their head around an organizational level how to get the best out of TikTok?
Listen, I think that from an organizational perspective, ecosystems have been built around creators now. I think most brands, whether they're in this room or not, are using creators in some way, shape, or form as part of their marketing campaigns, much more so than before. Right? It's not just a single influencer. It's how do you develop a community of creators that are supporting your brand. And there are amazing brands, globally that are doing it, and then there are, really amazing brands locally here. We spent a lot of time with Qatar Airlines and the work they did with the World Cup, and they brought together creators talking around, soccer/football, and the content was being created and bringing the local culture to life in that way. Qatar Tourism Board does a good job in a very different way. They're bringing emotions into it. So, talking around what you can do when you're in this country or you're in Doha. And so I think there's amazing examples, both locally as well as globally around this. And brands are getting it. Like brands are figuring out what their role is in this environment.
Yeah. We've talked about the speed at which TikTok has grown. You've obviously got big plans to continue at that sort of trajectory. What are the challenges that you might face, you might have to overcome to continue to grow the business?
So there are a couple of core areas that we're focused on right now, right? One is how do we continue to grow our billion-plus user base, and we're fortunate that we're able to do that everywhere. We're seeing amazing growth, right? From a user perspective, how do we continue to protect our creators, our users, and our brands? And then how do we add new elements, right? And so what you're seeing from us now is the role of TikTok is very different today than it was 5 years ago. 5 years ago, it was very much kind of a lip sync, dancing. That was the content you would find on this platform. Fundamentally, the content shift has been dramatic and diversified. And so now people are doing very different things, and they come to TikTok with different needs. So yours and my expectations of the content we're going to experience are very different. And then the things you do with that, there are a couple common themes. One is discovery, right? So when you go on there, when anybody goes onto TikTok, and you open up the app, your expectation is you're going to find something inspirational, something new, something that entertains you, whether it be comedy, food, travel, whatever your interest area is, you're going to discover something you probably didn't know before. Right? Search has become more and more important. TikTok has become the #1 mobile search platform, passing YouTube, and I think that's a fundamental experience that we're investing in. So the first thing that a lot of people do when they travel, right? As they come you land into Doha, and first thing I would do whenever I travel now is I go, what are the best restaurants in whatever city I'm visiting? And the experience that comes up, I did it when I landed last night into town, and it was just like a rich user experience, which is video, it's audio, it's the personalities, it's creators. Like that search experience can apply to all across the board, and then all the way through to shops. And so people would have heard, we're building, TikTok Shops product globally, and we're now in Southeast Asia, US, UK. We just launched a number of different European, I think Germany, Ireland last quarter, Mexico, and we'll be launching TikTok Shops, which allows people to discover products and services all the way through to purchase, all in the transaction. So making this a really unique, robust experience for users.
Yeah. Obviously got a lot of entrepreneurs, innovators in the room and watching along, thinking about how to scale their businesses. What would you advise them from what you see inside the culture of TikTok? What is it about TikTok that creates the conditions for you to achieve the scale and the pace of it, the speed at which you've grown both the user base and the business? What is that down to? Yeah,
I think you captured something. The speed at which we operate as a company is very unique. We're servicing billions of people, tens of billions in revenue, managing relationships with governments all over the world, and we're doing it at real speed and pace, much more so than I've seen in any other company that I've been around, including my former employer, where move fast and break things was actually a phrase we used, right? And so I guess my advice to people that want to engage with the platform is be prepared to move very quickly and be prepared to iterate really fast, because our platform's going to continue to change. And sometimes that can be challenging, but when it's done correctly, the rewards are pretty significant.
And we talked a little bit before we came on about how this part of the world has actually been a good testing ground for TikTok to roll out new tools, develop the product. Why is that? Why has this been such fertile ground for TikTok to think about how it's going to develop?
Yeah, I think MENA in general is one of our most successful regions, right? And in terms of our users, the time people are spending on the platform, the brands that have really leaned in from a share of wallet perspective, time people are spending, and I think that's general as a region. And I think it's around innovation and the willingness to take risk, okay? Which in parts of the world it's not, but I think in this region people have really leaned in around innovation. And I'll give you at least one great stat that I heard in preparation for this was that within Qatar is now is number 10 market in the world, right? This amazing country, right? It's number 10 in the world with regards to content produced per user on the platform. Right, that just speaks to the culture, it speaks to the innovation, it speaks to the desire and inspiration. And I think that's just reflected in everything we do and the work we're doing with the GCO around some of the digital innovation and transformation work has really been reflected. I think that creativity is a core priority in this region and specifically in this country. And so it's exciting. It's exciting. It's a great energy.
And how do you keep the how do you keep the creators engaged with the innovation that's happening at TikTok, and how do you keep them on the platform? Because everybody is vying for their attention. As you said, the creators can be the lightning rod that brings in, of course, the audience and brings in advertisers and brands. So how do you ensure that creators who've been drawn to TikTok because it has been something different, something new, as you mature and become not such a young business anymore yourselves, how do you hold on to that kind of spirit with the creators?
Yeah, I think the creators have a very different experience on TikTok than they do with other platforms, right? And for some, it's amazing, right? There are creators who say they can create a piece of content, and because our graph and the algorithms do not work in the same way that other platforms do. So your success on the platform is not determined by how many followers you have. The success of the platform is determined by the piece of content you create and the ability for you to entertain and inspire people, right? So anybody can go viral, and that's the beauty of TikTok, right? We've had creators that have 1,000 followers that wake up the next morning after creating a piece of content. They've got 400,000 followers, and they've gotten 10 million views on a piece of content. That cannot happen in our platforms, right? That's the lightning in a bottle moment. Now, that takes a lot of work and time and energy and creativity, and you have to create amazing content, but that is unique to TikTok, and that is one of the things that we keep hearing over and over again from creators is that unique quality. The other is we're working on so many different angles to help them monetize their business, right? Help them build themselves into a brand, help them to inspire people and to connect with communities all over the world. And so that's something that all the platforms are doing. And whether it's through affiliates, through shops, like helping people to sell more product, whether it's through our creator funds that we have, whether it's through rev share in the advertising business, we're going to continue to help creators monetize and build businesses that allow them to inspire communities all over the world.
Yeah, and again, for the technology people in the room thinking about iterating and developing the product, you talked about that kind of yearning for innovation within TikTok, but how do you balance that with preserving and protecting what has made the product successful today? How do you get that balance between the new and taking TikTok in different directions with not compromising the experience that people have enjoyed so much today?
Listen, it is a balancing act, and you have to use data you have to test and iterate lots of things, use data to understand whether you're creating net positive experience on the platform, right? Yeah. I think what we found is that we're still at the early stages of this journey that we're on, and so as we introduce new products and capabilities, we're going to find some that don't work. And you need to be able to quickly make decisions that is not going to work and move. I think a lot of companies, one of the big challenges they have is they invest a lot of time and energy into a new feature, a new function, a new capability, a new service. They launch it, and then they stay with it for too long. Right? They go, oh no, but I spent so much time launching this, like I've got to make it work. And they stay with it. We're very disciplined in our approach. We will launch and we will analyze, use data. If it doesn't work, we'll iterate 1 or 2 times and then we'll move on. Right? And so ultimately what we want to do is create an environment where we're living up to the mission of inspired creativity and bringing joy to our creators, to our users, to our brands, and we wake up and think about that every single day.
Yeah, it's interesting. It must be an interesting culture for people to come into if they've been used to different kinds of environments. We talk about maybe the education piece that you're doing to share TikTok to the world, but there must be a little bit of that internally as well in terms of the sort of people that you hire and how you onboard them to that TikTok mentality.
Yeah, it's a very different environment. Like, it moves fast. It is not for the faint of heart, as the folks I work with in the room that work for TikTok will tell you. But we're driving a business very hard, but it's intentional, right? Yeah. And it's a very entrepreneurial spirit. You have to wake up every day, and we have these bite styles, and always day one is one of our bite styles. Right. So you have to believe that we're at the very early beginning of this journey, and that you're going to wake up feeling like the founder of a company every single day, and you're going to push hard through that day, and you're going to have, you're going to sometimes at the end of the day you're going to say I had a great day, and sometimes at the end of the day we're going to go, we didn't have a great day, but that is part of the team we're building, the culture we're building, and the kind of people we look to bring on board.
Yeah, and when you think about the opportunity for further scale, further growth, how do you look at that? Is it a regional thing? Is it a geographical thing, or is it a demographic thing? Like, where do you see the opportunities for TikTok to continue to build as a business?
Yeah, there's probably a couple different ways to look at that. One is from an audience perspective, right? We continue to grow audiences around the world, and there are different audiences, right? So we started as a company very young. Right, so it was definitely a younger audience, and through COVID and other things, we've intentionally, our audience is getting older. We're not losing the younger audience, which is what happened in some other platforms, that as they got older, they had a harder time holding this younger audience. We're still getting the younger audiences coming in, but we're actually scaling up content intentionally, whether it be through sports content or DIY, which might appeal to a different audience than some of the other. The other piece is we're certainly looking at different capabilities regionally and locally. Like Shops is a good example. Shops is something we're very intentional in what markets we enter into based on behavior that we're seeing from users around commerce. Yeah. Right. So we do look at things regionally. We look at things audience-wise.
And you said that you think about that sensibility of the content because the demographic is broadening. So. Yes. What TikTok needs to be in terms of the experience that's going to keep people scrolling, keep them on the app, that might have to shift a little bit as the user base broadens? Yeah,
I mean, you might have, you kind of have user-generated content, creator-generated content, because it's a little bit different. You might have publisher-generated content, so work we do with different publishing partners around the world to bring their content onto our platform in a unique way. It could be work we're doing with the sports leagues. Around bringing the kind of content. Now, when we work with sports leagues, we're not trying to bring, instant replays onto the platform. We're not trying to find highlights. What we're doing is bringing the relationship that athletes have with their team, their family, the locker rooms, the audiences. If someone's a big super fan of a team, a football team, or Liverpool, for example, we want to bring that to life on the platform, that kind of content. So we work closely with a variety of different leagues all over the world to do that. And that content appeals to a very different audience than maybe the latest dance or music hit.
So we know there's a lot going on in the world at the moment. As confidently as you can, how would you sort of forecast what the rest of 2025 is going to look like for TikTok? Where do you want the business to be? Let's say we're sitting here same time next year. What will you be reflecting on at that point?
Yeah, I think that if we are just focused on those core groups. Our users are first. We wake up every day. Our users and creators, the role that brands play. There are teams around the world that are thinking explicitly around how do we make the brand experience better. Certainly the teams that are working with regulators in the U.S. and across Europe. Certainly the regulatory framework in Europe is changing. I think what we want to be is we want to basically be creating culture like we are today. So when you think about culture lives and breathes on TikTok. It's where it's being defined today. There's nowhere else in the world like TikTok. We want that to be our core philosophy and kind of hold that tight and just share it with a larger audience.
Yeah, and we're down to our last minute. So if you could leave everybody in the audience who are thinking about their own organizations, wanting to follow in the footsteps of these fast growth organizations that you've been a part of, is there one lesson, one kind of key message that you would like them to take away today?
Yeah, I guess I would say to people that aren't on TikTok, and there are still a lot of people that aren't using the app for whatever reason, Get into the app, use the app, understand the behavior, right? Because if you don't, it's hard to make decisions. If you're a brand and you're not on TikTok, it's foreign to me. How you'd understand whether to invest time and energy in your brand there if you haven't actually experienced it. It's a very different experience. Understand that we are, we're 100% focused on protecting users, creators, brands, and innovation is core to what we do.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for being with us this afternoon, and thank you, Blake Chandler of TikTok.
Yeah, cool. Thanks all.
We're building the future.
All right, everyone. So that might have been the final session. However, this is not the end because we have something coming up real soon. We're talking about the drama of the pitch semi-final. And yes, it's going to start real soon. However, I just wanted to remind you real quick. Don't forget, download the Web Summit application. You're going to find lots of information. You're going to see the whole entire schedule. You're going to meet new people. And plus, you're going to make sure that you don't miss anything happening here in Qatar. Tonight from 7 p.m. at Doha Beach Club. That's where you have the night summit. And hopefully at 10 o'clock, you'll also get to enjoy the fireworks and the drone show and all of that sort of stuff, and you get to meet some really cool people. Just like I got to meet some really cool people at the event, on the floor, and also backstage. So I hope you're really excited for what's about to happen right now, because I've been Khalif Al Haroun, Mr. Q, your friendly neighborhood Qatari, it was an honor to be here on stage. And now it's time to hand over to Casey and Laura. Please welcome.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, good afternoon.
We're on stage together finally.
I know, finally.
That's crazy. All right. Welcome to the semifinals of Pitch powered by Jasor here at Web Summit Qatar. My name is Casey Lau.
And I am Laura Vicente, and will be your host for the most eagerly anticipated startup pitch competition in MENA. In a few moments, our 10 semifinalists will begin to pitch their hearts out here on center stage.
That's right, Laura. These 10 startups had to fight hard through the group rounds yesterday to earn their place here today. We have over 1,500 startups at Web Summit Qatar this year, so to get to the top 10 is a great accomplishment. Now they will battle it out once again to decide who will go through to the finals.
Okay, only 3 of those startups will make it to the final, which will take place tomorrow, 12:30 p.m. right here on center stage. Now, to determine the best finalists, we'll need some stellar judges, and lots of them. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our judging panel. Yes, we have judges joining us from Juicer, Microsoft, Class5, Global, Aero Capital, Amazon, to name just a few of them. There we go.
There they are. Look at them. Aren't they gorgeous? Wow. They stood up on the top there, yeah. All right. They got their clipboards, and they're ready to do some OG style rankings. All right. For the semifinals, there will be no Q&A. Startups will only have 3 minutes to impress and convince our judges that they deserve one of the 3 coveted spots in tomorrow's finals. All right, that's enough from us. It's time to hear some pitches. Judges, are we ready? Yes, we are. Okay, great. Now, on to our first startup of the semifinals, showing us how they are using AI-driven digital technology to bring global finance across access to African individuals and businesses. Please welcome Raise Digital Technology Service.
Good afternoon, Qatar. Traditional banking infrastructure has kept millions of individuals and businesses locked out of the global economy. Cross-border financial operations are still expensive and slow. Hello, everyone. My name is Shegun, founder and CEO of Raise Digital, a borderless digital bank, helping individuals and businesses manage bank accounts in multiple currencies. Let's take Africa as an example. Despite the youthful population, over 44 million businesses and 100 million individuals struggle with basic global operations, from scaling to receiving international payments or making international payments. As a matter of fact, a photographer I know waited 2 years to receive payment from a US company until he found Raise. That doesn't have to be so. Raise lets anyone, business or individual, instantly open a multi-currency bank account in a matter of minutes. The process is simple. Simply sign up with your local identification document, choose a currency of your choice like the USD wallet, and you can be in Nigeria and have a bank account in the US where you can receive payments, make international payments, or even swap to your local currency. 12 weeks ago, we tried this pilot program with 1,500 users. And in 12 weeks, we've processed over $300,000 in payment. That's $90,000 more in the last 2 weeks since I sent this presentation. For our Nigerian users, we've paid out over 500 million naira. We charge a small spread on currency conversion and transaction fees, and we allow premium business users to pay a subscription model for additional services. To hit 100,000 users by December, we're targeting freelancers and digital nomads that receive foreign payments. We're partnering with institutions like charity organizations, universities, real estate companies that need global payment solutions. We're also currently working with the US Commercial Service Department to facilitate bilateral trades between different regions. The market is huge. You can agree with me on that. Just 2023, over $100 billion was remitted to Africa in friends and family support alone. With Raise fueling global transaction and easy financial access, that number is going to keep growing. We don't compete with banks. We simply partner with them. We bring efficiency and optimization to their traditional infrastructure. And for remittance companies like you see up there, Raise offers a full digital suite of banking solutions, more than money transfer services. Our team brings diverse experience from technology to banking infrastructure. I used to be a senior software engineer for Goldman Sachs and Dell Technology, and I've led projects worth millions of dollars. We have advisors in banking, in real estate, in asset management, and more. We're currently raising $500,000 in pre-seed to hit 100,000 users and $50 million in processed revenue. Our goal is to talk to investors, and we're also open to banking partners as we look to extend our operations to Qatar and the other GCC regions. The timing is perfect for Raise. You can believe that. Because Raise, I can boldly say Raise is going to power every of the other startups you're going to see here today because they all deal with money. So join us in making Raise a reality for Qatar, for Africa, and for the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Oh, wow. What a great way to start our semifinal. Okay, so next, telling us all about their decentralized internet network, let's give a warm welcome to Cher.
Hello, everyone. Very excited to be here. My name is Omar. I'm the co-founders of Cher, Africa's decentralized internet network. We're doing to internet connectivity what solar panels did to energy, allowing everyone to participate in the internet service economy and come together to provide fast, unlimited, community-owned Wi-Fi. Now, the reason we're doing this is because connectivity in Africa is not where it should be. And to understand as to why that's still the case in 2025, we must look at the traditional ISP model. ISPs are distribution companies. They buy data for cheap, they own the distribution layer, and they upsell us 100x markups on that same data. This model doesn't work in low-density areas with low purchasing power. In fact, the average African spends 30% of their monthly income on connectivity alone. Now, the headline statistics of this problem are worse than we think. 600 million people are still unconnected in sub-Saharan Africa, which equates to a $510 billion economic opportunity lost in the region every year. Now, sure, we look at these statistics, and it seems like a massive a marker of massive unmet demand. So in order to properly service a slice of this market, we combine two innovative technologies. On one hand, we have next-generation wireless, which allow us to facilitate and streamline network deployments. On the other, we have blockchain protocols that allow us to automate large network coordination. Together, they significantly lower our cost of internet distribution while maintaining a 93% profit margin, and they break down the barriers for all of you to become internet service providers. In fact, Cher empowers all of us to become an ISP in 3 easy steps. Number 1, you host an antenna on your balcony or rooftop that automatically connects to our network. Step number 2, users within range of that antenna can now get Cher internet. And step number 3, you get compensated based on how many users rely on your antenna for connectivity. Now, this compensation model hinges a proof-of-work architecture, which essentially verifies your antenna's contribution to the overall network. And it does so by measuring 3 metrics: uptime, access, and transit. Now, where do we stand today? So far, we've already developed our proprietary protocol, which, by the way, is antenna manufacturer agnostic. Cisco, Cambium, anything in between, it will work. We've already secured 12,000 locations in Kenya that want to host our antennas, and we're becoming the first blockchain-backed ISP to receive ISP licensing. Next up for us is our first network deployment, which will provide capacity for 1.5 million people. To help me execute on this vision, I have my 2 best friends, Jose and Luis, who are my co-founders, and we've already secured incredible investment and advisorship, such as the ex-Minister of Telecommunications in Kenya and the largest telco deployer in East Africa. If you're interested about powering the future of connectivity in Kenya, please come speak with us or scan the QR code right there. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, very cool. All the way from Kenya. Thanks, Cher. All right, another very strong pitch. Now we're going to hear from Ask Pepper, who are working to drive food and beverage revenue by streamlining operations and enhancing guest experience.
Hi, I'm going to start off by telling you how I got here today. After earning a bachelor's degree in marketing, I ventured into culinary arts and hospitality at La Roche, where I then became a chef at 2 5-star hotels. Driven by both passion and curiosity, I decided to combine both my marketing with my culinary arts and hospitality experience. Fast forward to 10 years later, I had the privilege of working with over 100 restaurants, wearing every hat imaginable, from owner to manager to waiter, and last but not least, customer. The major problems restaurants and hotels were facing was service. Bad service, slow service, long waits, mistakes, and language barriers between the customers and the waiters. I want you to take a moment and think of the last time you were at a restaurant or at a hotel beach. Do you remember how long it took for the waiter to bring you a menu or come back and take your order? How many of you wanted to order more but didn't because of that long wait? Well, these are problems for restaurants and hotel owners just as much as they are for you. Because every missed order is a missed opportunity and a frustrated customer. I knew that there had to be a better way. And that is when it clicked. That one solution to all of our problems. Ask Pepper, a simple and effective solution that allows you to scan, order, and pay for your food and drinks directly from your phone without downloading any application, but by simply scanning a unique QR code. We've made it familiar, and we've made it user-friendly. And when you're ready to pay your bill, you will have options. You can split the bill evenly, you can select items and pay for them separately, and you can even leave a tip for your waiter here. We are both a SaaS-based and a commission-based platform, taking subscription fees on dine-in, delivery, and pickup orders. And after we introduced our online payment feature, we unlocked 2 new revenue streams, allowing us to take commission on each order and on each payment transaction, making us scalable and a fast-growing solution for the hospitality fintech sector. To kick off our regional expansion, we started in Saudi Arabia. In 2023 alone, customers paid over $10 billion in dine-in bills, either online or by credit cards. And that is an opportunity we are ready to capture. For our go-to-market strategy, we created a referral program, we're incentivizing waiters, we're integrating directly with the point-of-sale systems, and we're forging new strategic partnerships that will help us grow. My name is Samira Wainat, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Ask Pepper. And with the rest of our team, we have over 40 years of experience in the F&B, hospitality, fintech, and development sector. Our ask is $1.5 million, and we'll be mainly spending it on development and strengthening our team. Thank you, and happy ordering.
Thank you, Ask Pepper. Okay, so let's welcome a local startup from right here in Doha, providing online payments to businesses of all types. I'm talking about Fatura.io.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. This is Salih Al-Mansouri, CEO and the founder of Fatura. Thank you very much for having us today. The startup will make e-commerce available for everyone. To go online is a big issue for most of the company in the MENA region. Also, to accept online payment is a very complicated task. Not anymore. There are more than 3 million companies in the MENA region are facing the same issue, and it's a big potential for us to go and capture. Fatura is a set of online tools that help the merchant to start selling online and to get paid easily. Think about it. We have bring the best of Shopify, Square, and Stripe all together. We grind it to fit to the market to bring our product. In just 5 minutes, customer can build their online store with many multiple payment options, local and international, with a powerful POS machines and cashier systems, all powered by AI. We have a significant growth, mostly 20% month on month we have captured. Our traction is amazing. We have helped more than 300,000 companies to generate $180 million of online transaction. Out of that, we have done 1.2 million as a revenue. Unlike other competitors on the market, we always strike to be the best in the place, best tools with the best price. Our customer base are growing larger and larger. And behind that success, there are 24 team members that are here to experience with innovators, mentors, and investors that we appreciate their help. Our goal in 2026 to reach 500,000 of customer base and to generate $3 million as a revenue. And in 2027, we position Fatura as an IPO or acquisition. To reach that goal, we are raising fund as a 1.5 million round. That fund will be utilized for market growth and team, and also expansion and product development. Be part of our journey and see you at the finals.
Awesome. Thank you, Fatora. That was great. All right, next we're going to hear from a company called Metalchemy, metal and alchemy put together, who are using nanotech to bring us all a healthier, better future.
Hello, everyone. I'm Federico, CEO and co-founder of Metalchemy. Today, we're here to discuss one of the biggest challenges humanity is facing, food waste. Over $1 trillion are being wasted on food waste alone every year, and that's up to 10% of global greenhouse gas emissions. Yet, we face this massive economic and environmental challenge with no solution. And that's where we come in. Here at Metalchemy, we developed a unique nanotechnology that we patented, which allows us up to double the shelf life of highly perishable foods, from cheeses, meats, vegetables, you name it, all sorts of foods that we can protect, extend the food shelf life, and save billions of dollars to both businesses and consumers. How does it work, you might ask? Well, it's pretty simple, actually. We've developed a coating antimicrobial technology which kills off the bacteria causing the food degradation by extending the shelf life of the food and being completely biodegradable. We have got a huge market opportunity. Over $1 trillion are being wasted every year on food waste, and just our active packaging material will capture around $50 billion US. And that's proven by our incredible traction. We've got 10x sales since our pre-seed funding round, and we were an alpha startup at Web Summit just a couple of years ago, and now being beta back here at Web Summit, securing leading FMCG brands and multi-billion-dollar corporations as clients. And that's just the start. Here at Metalchemy, we've got an ambitious roadmap in order to scale up our production as well as grow our revenues to over $2 million of sales just by 2028. And this is not just a dream, it's a concrete reality. Here at Metalchemy, we've already scaled up, produced, and are in commercialization stage with our commercial partners, making the packaging for over $1 million US letter of intent. We've got exclusive patent protection in over 50 territories worldwide, allowing exclusive market access to our world-leading technology. We are the fastest, cheapest, and actually safest technology on the market, fully food certified and going to market. And that would have been possible without the incredible help of our venture capital investors from Founders Factory, GeForce, Catapult, as well as the UK government Innovate UK grant. And we've got an amazing team. Our leadership is made up of 30-year plus of extreme competency for a wide range of sectors, allowing us to scale up rapidly. So join us here today to end food waste once and for all. We're launching our seed funding round here at Web Summit Qatar 2025. Thank you so much, and welcome to Metalchemy.
All right, we're halfway through the semifinal now, and it's already clear that the standard is really, really high this year. We have heard from 5 impressive startups, and we still got 5 more to go.
But before we move forward with the competition, let's throw back to 2024 last year, right here on center stage. The last edition of Web Summit Qatar, Mariam Nusrat was crowned Pitch Champion with their startup, Breshna.io, a US-based no-code game development platform, who bested 1,000 startups in the process of winning Pitch. Pretty amazing. This is not her, by the way. This is not her. Stop. You can still clap, but it's not her.
Okay, so now we're going to be joined by Breshna's advisor and investor to see how the past 12 months have been for them. That's you.
Hello.
Hi,
how are you?
Hello, everyone. Hi, Casey. Hi, Laura.
Hi, how are you?
Where did you come? How did you get here? Where did you come from?
Melbourne, Australia.
Australia, great. Okay. For those who didn't join us last year, could you describe what Breshna does?
Absolutely. So in essence, Breshna is a no-code game maker, which brands can use to make powerful, bite-sized video games that can be used to drive sales, increase customer retention and conversion, and also capture valuable zero-party data as well.
And how did it feel to see a company that you had been an advisor to win Pitch?
Look, it was so humbling and also inspiring, because as an investor advisor, you're not in the arena, but you're very close by watching, and Mariam is an absolute joy to watch.
Yeah.
So she has a fantastic attitude of no always means not now. And I remember when she was going through her second fundraising, she approached every single investor who'd said no the first time, and she pitched again. And she shared with me that during one meeting, not only did the investor who said no say yes very quickly, but then the rest of the meeting dissolved because everyone around them said, well, why didn't we say yes the first time? Whose idea was it to say no?
Yeah.
But the reality is it took 219 great pitches to secure 29 investors. So it's persistence as well as the power of the pitch.
Perfect.
Oh, that's interesting, yeah, because the founder won't normally tell us that, but you will. So since Miriam stepped off the stage here in the last 12 months today, what have you done? What has the last year been like for them in business? Like, has this helped them, move forward since they won Web Summit Qatar, or what do you think?
Oh, look, it's been huge because before arriving at Web Summit Qatar 2024, Breshna was very focused on helping individuals create very positive social impact games. And that worked really well because it helped build a platform of over 184,000 registered game makers with 170,000 games and over 2 million plays.
Wow.
And that was very much based on education. So teachers and students around the world in numerous languages, including Arabic, could make maths games. Like your Mario Brothers, you could catch the even numbers and dodge the odd numbers.
Okay.
But that was really just the beginning because the prestige of being the 2024 pitch winner, plus the connections that Mariam made here, led to other unique use cases emerging. For example, tourism, sports, and consumer goods marketing. So now we've made measurable progress. So with a Breshna game, you have got double-digit click-through rates as a norm.
Wow.
We're working with a soda company who are using Breshna to capture email addresses and create newsletter lists. And we've got the government in Barbados and Jamaica excited about Breshna to increase tourism and support local businesses.
Very complete. And as an advisor and an investor yourself, what advice would you give to the founders who are right now backstage freaking out, hoping to be the next winner of pitch?
Oh yes, I know everyone's pacing up and down back there, but I think first be inspired by Mariam and back yourself. Just like it's no doesn't mean no, it means not now. If you don't win the pitch today, it doesn't mean you're not going to win next year, and it doesn't mean you're not going to win somewhere else.
Yeah.
Secondly, I would say don't get distracted by comparing yourself to a founder here who might be at a completely different stage.
That's great
advice. It's distracting, it's destructive, and it's going to slow you down.
Okay.
And finally, please look after yourself. Don't grind on relentlessly, because I promise a little dollop of self-care every now and then will make you more productive and more focused.
Awesome.
Incredible.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Ellie. Thanks for joining us from
Thank you,
Australia. Let's give a round of applause.
incredible. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right.
Okay, so now let's return to 2025 and finish up the 5 semi-finalists that we have for the pitch.
All right, so joining us for the 6th pitch of the day is Bigger Blue Button, an AI-powered video conferencing platform.
All of you are using Zoom or Microsoft Teams. Have you noticed that you always need to jump from platform to another? Oh, please schedule the appointment and send me an email. Oh, please send me the join links on WhatsApp. What about tracking session recordings or meetings reports? What if you want to integrate AI and ask AI questions related to your past meetings? 1.6 billion users are suffering from all these problems. That's why we have built Bigger Blue Button, all-in-one communications platform. Bigger Blue Button core module is an open-source browser-based video conferencing system that supports up to 600 users in a single session. Our business started by offering paid subscriptions to schools and universities, so schools can integrate their subscriptions into their learning platforms, so the students and teachers can join together directly from the school portal. School can navigate to Bigger Blue Button dashboard too, get meetings history, recordings, and attendance reports, all in one place. Recently, we introduced our mobile app, Bluetooth. Bluetooth is a mixture between WhatsApp, Microsoft Teams, and ChatGPT. With Bluetooth, you can create instant meetings on the go, create E2E encrypted chat, group chat, video audio calls, and launch and schedule video conference appointments. Watch meetings recordings and reports, ask AI chatbot any question about previous sessions in any language with 99% accuracy. Bluetooth AI system will extract as much data as possible from the recorded meetings and process it Then users can ask any question related to that meeting. Here is a simple conversation between a student and Bluetooth AI. Student asks, do we have exam next week? Bluetooth replies, yes, Professor Alistair mentioned that he's going to conduct a quiz, blah, 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 etc. Student asks, I'm finding difficulties with trigonometric lecture. Can you please explain it to me? And then Bluetooth will start explaining the lecture to the student, even if it's not properly explained during the meeting. Our infrastructure is very much powerful. We have data centers with load balancers in various locations worldwide. It supports instant scaling on demand, so the more clients we have, the less cost per client it becomes. Now let's talk about tractions. Currently, we have 350 registered schools and universities, reaching 300,000 monthly active users. 80% of them shifted from Zoom and Microsoft Teams. We are targeting 3 massive markets: video conferencing, AI in meetings, chat, and calling apps, totaling an estimated $80 billion for the 3 markets combined. Our competitors lack many parts of the puzzle. WhatsApp does not support video conferencing or scheduling appointments, while Zoom and Teams still require external messaging channels to manage links, appointments, with huge difficulties to track reported sessions and meetings reports. Currently, we are working on building an AI teacher to deliver free courses to children who have no access to schools, especially those in poor countries where schools are not available. Big thanks to our team. Join us to revolutionize how the world connects.
All right, thank you. Now, all the way from California via London, let's welcome Intric, who are revolutionizing the way management consulting firms harness data.
Hello, Web Summit. It's so great to be here today. My name is Jess Liu. I am the CEO and co-founder of Intric. I have spent over a decade working in management consulting, having worked across 4 different continents for global consulting firms. A pain that I dealt with day in and day out was what we like to call data wrangling. This is fighting with the client data, getting it into shape where it's really able to make sense and we're really able to take forward our value add. Now, let's put some numbers behind this pain. So each year, consultants will see anywhere of up to 7 clients per year. This is 200 documents per client that we're talking about, an 8-week, very manual, very inefficient process, costing the consulting firms £500,000. When we looked at the research, this is an $8.5 billion inefficiency. Well, we're here to change the game with AI. We're so excited to be capturing this market. This is a $63 billion market that we're talking about. Another observation that we see is that private equity investment in professional services is at its all-time high at $50 billion. So we've seen this disruption happen in legal tech with startups such as Harvey AI, who have just raised their $300 million round at a $3 billion valuation. We're looking to tackle the same parallel with the consulting industry, given that we are focused on quantitative numerical data, whereas the legal industry is focused on text data. In terms of the ROI to our clients, what we help them with is turn an 8-week process down to just less than a week. We save them 35% on their costs, so they're really able to focus on their value add to their clients. Just to give you a quick whiz through of what our product does, we digitize the entire client data process and the client request process for our consultants. We then create a platform where our clients are able to interact with their client data. So this is digging into financial data with hundreds, if not thousands, of rows of information. The way we stick out from our competitors is we sit on a proprietary data moat, given the granularity of the details that we receive from our consultants. We've also built an advanced data science pipeline, which means we're able to connect into data without the need for API connectors. We are the perfect team to be solving this problem. Our CTO has not 1, but 2 PhDs. He's been involved in the space for over 15 years. He's previously patented technology. Our CPO was the first non-technical hire at a startup that's worth under $1 billion. So we've got customers, we've got LOIs, we've got active pilots. We've got a partnership and a thought leadership with 2 of the big 4. And we need your help turning these pilots into customers. So please scan this QR code, get in touch, and thank you so much for your time.
All right, thank you, Intrigue. That was great. Have we seen the pitch winner yet, or are they still to come? Maybe it's one of the last pitching startups, offering tailored funding solutions to drive growth and innovation. Let's welcome Cardi.
Hi everyone, let me tell you a small story. Meet Ahmed. Ahmed is a small business entrepreneur who's trying to fulfill a business needs. He needs financing to be able to do that. So for him, he needs funding. There's around 3.5 million SMEs in Egypt that is looking for funding, that is underserved. The challenges that they are also facing is basically they're underserved, low priority, and it's a very complex process to be able to reach the funding that they already need. Having said that, there's a $50 billion funding gap in Egypt itself. Qardi, which is the marketplace for financial institutions to be able to fund small and medium enterprises. With the click of a button, you can easily reach the financing that you need. Obviously, so what we do is we reduce the costs and reduce the risks for all the financial institutions that are lending these SMEs. So obviously, someone like Ahmed, we will be able to get the power of debt and be able to fulfill all his assignments or all his needs for his business. Having said that, our business model is very straightforward. We take 50 basis points from an admin fees one time and 50 basis points from the loan itself, so we don't charge the client any additional fees. Currently, we're in the process of getting the license. We already are licensed from the Central Bank of Egypt, and we're getting the license to be able to do a co-lending, which basically giving also lending with our financial institutions. So having said that, we actually reduce the risks, and they depend on our own AI algorithms. We are currently in the process of scaling up from Egypt into Saudi Arabia. We already have a proven concept. We already have backed 14 financial institutions are backing us up. And we already deployed $14 million of loans with 2,500 clients on our platform with an acceptance of 10%. And on top of that, we have already integrated with Egypt Post. We are at around 4,000 branches across Egypt. Let me introduce myself. I'm Abdelaziz Abdelnabi. I co-founded 5 companies, did 2 exits. And with my amazing co-founders, with a huge experience in fintech and also professionals in sales. So we're Qardi, and we're looking forward to integrate into the markets, Egypt, Saudi, and hopefully in the very short term into Qatar. Thank you.
Okay, here comes our penultimate startup, sharing with us how they are working to cool our cities by providing accurate heat data. Come on out, FortiGuard.
At FortiGuard, we measure urban heat, temperatures 2 meters above the ground, everywhere, all the time. Temperature at scale comes only from satellites. It's 4 kilometers square granular. It's very high level, and it doesn't tell us the truth. At FortiGuard, we measure temperature every 10 meters square, and we're 300 times more accurate and 100 times cheaper. But how can we do that? Every car at the front bumper has an ambient temperature sensor. Most cars are connected to the internet. So we work with car companies like Mercedes, Toyota, Nissan, and the others to collect all of this temperature data at scale. We couple this data for quality with weather stations, satellite level data, and meteorological models, and we collect every day 42 billion GPS data points. This allows us to build the world's first foundational large temperature models that allows us as well to predict the temperature every 10 meters square with 115 times more accurate than what satellites does today. We host all of this on our temperature operating system to deliver this technology to the market in two ways. One is our temperature dashboard, which is available for everyone to use because we want to speak to a mission where we democratize the use of temperature. And there is a $500 subscription for engineers, landscape architects, city managers, and the likes who wants to use it. 3 months ago, we became a Google startup, so we're also trying to create new markets. So with Google Maps, you will be able to take your next walking distance for a cooler route instead of a shorter one, or less properties in Doha if you want to buy or sell based on microclimate conditions. And we spoke to that with our traction. By the end of last year, we made $500,000, and we're partnering with companies like NVIDIA who featured us on their website. The market is huge for us to bring our temperature intelligence to the world because there is a temperature feature that can be in every single app that we use today on our phones or computers. And behind this technology is a team who is really inspired to solve and obsessed with the problem of temperature so we can take this across a different scale of industries and sectors all across the world. We're raising $3 million. We've almost raised half of it, and we're looking for the other half. It's going to take a lot, and with your help, we'll be able, today we build the temperature automated intelligence, and we want to build this at scale to accelerate temperature intelligence across a lot of other industries and sectors, making this world a cooler place. Thank you.
All right, great job, 40 Guard. Last but definitely not least, let's welcome our final semi-finalist of the day, Early Bean, the financial literacy app helping kids and teens learn smart money habits.
Woo! Hi, everyone. My name is Biobele, co-founder Early Bean, where we are making every kid financially smart. By 2030, over 70% of Africa's youth will be out of employment, and everyone expects that they turn to entrepreneurship as an alternative. But most of them will fail without key financial skills because schools aren't teaching financial literacy, neither are parents talking about it. But we believe financial education should start early, and that's why we built Early Bean, a practical way for kids and teens to learn smart financial habits through video lessons, quizzes, games, and a mobile wallet that allows them to put what they learn to practice. With their mobile wallet, they're able to earn from tasks, chores, and recycling, save for goals, and make cashless payments at partner schools where we equally deploy an NFC-powered contactless payment system. Since launching, we've reached 10,000 users, processed over $250,000 in transactions, and our courses have been streamed for more than 1.2 million minutes, and we've partnered with more than 10 schools and won a couple of awards along the way. We started out B2C, but have now developed a B2B2C approach, deploying through schools and school vendors so as to scale and monetize. Going forward, we plan to work with school associations, kid-friendly vendors, and events outside of the school system so as to extend our use case. We charge 1.3% per transaction for every transaction that goes through our system, and we charge schools a $30 upfront fee for the setup costs of our cashless payment system, and we charge parents $1.5 or $3.5 for payment cards or wristbands, respectively. And we expect to generate $1.6 million in revenue by 2029. There are over 50 million K-12 private school children in Africa and across the GCC who are transacting an average of $65 per year, opening us up to a $3.3 billion market. Our goal is to target 2 million of these users within the next 5 years. Currently, the most used alternatives are physical piggy banks, cash, and traditional banks, but all of these lack educational depth. And while there are a few challenger brands in the space, what makes us different is how we seamlessly combine an engaging mix of educational content, games, and practical learning for kids. Safe to say, we're the only solution that provides a complete learning experience for children. Across our team, we have decades of experience in strategy, tech, education, and finance, and have worked in the edtech, fintech, K-12 education, and core banking spaces. So we're definitely ripe enough to take on the market. We are currently raising $500,000, which would be used to purchase more hardware and equipment to scale to more schools, strengthen our team, refine our operations, and boost our marketing. And with that, we expect to scale to about 200 schools and 160,000 users. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, center stage. Please give a massive round of applause for Early Win and for all of our semifinalists here today, because they were great.
All right, judges, now it's time to submit your scores and decide who will make it to our pitch final tomorrow, which we'll announce in just a few minutes. All right, so come on out and get these things. Laura, what did you think? I had some, I think the back half was really good. So let's ask some of our people here, judges, and find out
I was sitting
what
here,
did they think. Thank you.
I was sitting here feeling like a real judge.
We're judging as well.
I was like, yes, you're going okay. And I kind of peeked on your notes a little bit, but I won't tell anyone, I promise. Sure. What were important things that you saw here while pitching?
So I think probably the most important thing for me was nobody used AI just for the sake of the word AI, because that tends to happen a lot in pitches.
That's great.
I think most of the pitches were really well presented. Everybody was solving a real-life problem, which is also amazing. It was very hard to score, especially that it's subsequential. But
I saw that you were scraping several of them
exactly,
during
I was
the
checking
way.
the scores as we go, because it was hard to benchmark. But really proud of the people who are presenting. It's not easy to do this in front of so many people. So.
Yeah, no, and great pitches, like great ideas, great companies. It was really, I can imagine it was a very hard job for you guys. What about you?
Well, it's very inspiring to see all the visionaries out here at Web Summit, and this is what makes it an honor and a great privilege to be here, to get to witness it firsthand. And it's really about the journey and the societal impact that they have on real global challenges that we're all facing. So it's a privilege to be part of that, and I truly wish them all the best.
Oh, we're happy to have you.
Yeah, just pass it down. That's right.
Yeah. Well, what was important for you while watching the pitches? What did you think about the companies, the startups, and?
Honestly, I was quite impressed. A lot of it is looking into sustainability, innovation, something to a solution for less time. So it was quite impressive, honestly.
Did you have a hard time rating everybody? Because
it was quite tough because there was a bit of potential, and it was really hard to judge it.
Yeah, I can imagine. Like, I felt like a judge, and I felt that it would be hard. What about you? How was it for you?
I mean, I was as well surprised about the wide range of several solutions, and as well that there was not, sorry the wording, bullshit bingo regarding I don't know, AI, blockchain, and other things. And I have clear favorites. I mean, obviously every one of us have one or more. And yeah, I'm as well really happy to see in Doha this new innovation is increasing, and there are a lot of startups around the world, but especially as well from the region. And I'm happy to see as well in the future how the progress will be.
Yeah. Would you feel comfortable pitching on a stage like this, full like this?
Sure.
Yeah.
Why not?
I don't know. I would be very nervous. That's what.
I mean.
But it's part of the game, right?
I mean, I'm an investor, so that means that you have to pitch the whole time, even to other investors or as well potentially LPs, etc. But not really nervous.
Part of the game.
Yeah, part of the game.
And I love that some of the, like lots of them are very nervous backstage, but when they walk in here, it's like a totally different person. Like, they got it. What about you? What did you think of the pitches? What was important for you?
You know, I guess it wasn't surprising that by the time you get to the semifinal stage, really all the pitches covered all the basics, right? I mean, for me, the most important thing is for the founder to have an obsession about a specific area, and you can tell really all the presenters, I think I could use that word, are obsessed with whatever topic they covered. So that was fantastic. But they also covered all the basics. I mean, everybody described their revenue model. You know, whether I agree with it or not, it doesn't matter. Their revenue models were thought out, competitive landscape. So, you know, well done, very impressive.
Amazing. What impressed you?
Definitely, they're all like great pitches. They made it very hard for us to score. Very close scores for everyone. Very balanced content, covering everything from innovation to social impact to financial viability, and diverse sectors like from FSI to food and beverage to loans to ISPs. That's really important. So I think they're going to make it hard for us to judge. Yeah.
Okay. Great. Okay, no, we're going to go back this way as well. I'm going to start with you. I'm going to ask you to put you on the spot. I'm going to put everyone on the spot. You're writing a check right now. Who are you writing a check for of the 10?
So scores are out. I would pick Share.
Which one?
Share.
Okay.
Intrigue.
Okay.
Share.
Okay. Wow. Share's team is not in the audience. They're usually cheering like crazy right now. There you go.
Fatura.
Which one? Which one?
Fatura.
Okay.
It's interesting that she says Fatura because I would say the same. Living in Qatar, it's really a societal challenge that we all face, especially when we're trying to start our own startup.
Yeah.
That's a huge issue that we all face. So I would agree with her, Fatura.
Okay.
I think as a single person who doesn't cook, I would pick the food preservation.
Okay. Okay.
That's a good choice.
All right, let's go. We got it in our hands right here. Robbie, give me a sting.
I'm nervous. Are you nervous?
Yeah, I'm pretty nervous too. So do you have a favorite?
I never say I have favorites because I can't say that because then I will see the others and then I'll be like, sorry. I liked everyone. I think they were all very good idea, very good, strong pitches. And I'm very glad not to be a judge and have to pick one.
All right. Are you ready to find out who is joining us tomorrow? Yeah, come on. Let's do it. Okay.
We can do better than that. Are we ready to find out who's coming over tomorrow?
That's great. Awesome.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. And the first one that's joining us tomorrow is?
Meadow Chemi.
All right, great. The second startup joining us, 40 Guard.
Woo! And the third and last one for the final tomorrow is Early Bean.
All right. Woo! All right. Well, yeah, that sounds pretty good. Everybody sounds pretty happy about that.
We're going to see backstage if they're all happy.
We're going to see. Is there a backstage video? No. Okay. Today, the power, it was in our judges' hands, but tomorrow, in the grand final, the audience gets a say, and you become the 5th judge. So make sure to join us back here tomorrow at 12:30 p.m. and have your say in who is crowned the champion of pitch, powered by Jasar at Web Summit 25. Thanks to our judges. Give them a round of applause.
Woo,
we'll see you all tomorrow. Thank you.
See you tomorrow.